It starts with a moment we barely notice. A video call connects instantly. A payment clears in seconds. A movie streams without pause. For users, it feels effortless, but behind every click, conversation, and transaction is an unseen, integrated digital foundation empowering a billion lives. India is a living digital testbed where users are young, diverse, and always evolving. Expectations change by the minute. Volumes spike without warning. For a CIO, this is the reality. Multiple environments, massive scale, zero tolerance for delay. The role is no longer about keeping systems running. It's about orchestrating intelligence.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to everybody present here. Thank you so much for joining us at Day 2 of the Hindu Tech Summit 2026. We would request everyone to kindly enter the main hall, take your seats and make yourselves comfortable. Please do put your mobile phones on silent mode as we're starting in the next few minutes. Thank you so much.
It starts with a moment we barely notice. A video call connects instantly. A payment clears in seconds. A movie streams without pause. For users, it feels effortless, but behind every click, conversation, and transaction is an unseen, integrated digital foundation empowering a billion lives. India is a living digital testbed where users are young, diverse, and always evolving. Expectations change by the minute. Volumes spike without warning. For a CIO, this is the reality. Multiple environments, massive scale, zero tolerance for delay. The role is no longer about keeping systems running. It's about orchestrating intelligence. So, how do we enable intelligent conversations, operations, experiences, and growth? CIFI's AI value chain brings together an integrated, intelligent digital foundation built on networks, data centers, cloud, cybersecurity, and managed services to power AI transformation at scale. As demand surges, the network doesn't wait for instructions. It senses intent, it reallocates capacity, it corrects itself. This is not reactive connectivity. This is autonomous, agentic network, acting on intent, not alarms. And we are building resilient, autonomous networks for the future. Behind the scenes in data centers, AI workloads
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, may I please request everyone to make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you so much. My name is Paloma, and I will be your host for today. The Vellore Institute of Technology presents the Hindu Tech Summit 2026, a two-day future-focused leadership forum shaping the next generation of innovators, thinkers, and problem solvers. Built around the theme, Continuity Unbroken, building the architecture of resilience in a connected world, this summit explores how technology, governance, and education converge to strengthen digital ecosystems. We had a fabulous day one yesterday filled with insights, discussions, and a lot of conversations. And we also had a lot of industry experts joining us and active participation from the audience. So we're certainly looking forward to an equally exciting day two. Welcome once again to everybody present here. The Hindu Tech Summit 2026 is presented by the Vellore Institute of Technology, co-presented by SIFI Technologies, our associate partners Skylark Information Technologies, Kellogg Brown and Root, Tally Solutions, Virtusa. Our realty partner is G Square Housing, our state partner, Government of Karnataka, our television partner, Pudhiya Talamurai, our digital news partner, TheFederal, our knowledge partner, CIO Association, our industry partner, Madras Management Association, our ecosystems partner, Startup Singham Season 2, and our gift partner, Nexus. A big thank you to all of our sponsors and associates for making this wonderful event happen. So we do have a power-packed day ahead, which means that we will be diving right in with our first session titled Managing the Post-Anthropic Plugin Era. I'd like to welcome our first speaker to take the stage, Mr. Venkatesan Vijayaraghavan, the COO of Virtusa, formerly called Venki. With 30 years of experience in technology and operations services, he brings deep expertise in scaling technology businesses and strengthening global delivery models.
So, you're still deploying your apps without Docker in Kubernetes? That's bold. And are you still enjoying those last-minute production crashes and
driving exponential growth? So please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Venkatesan, aka Venki, to the stage. Thank you so much for being with us here today, sir. He will be in conversation with Mr. John Xavier from The Hindu. Of course, John is no stranger to this stage, otherwise, and for this conference as well. So, John, looking forward to you kickstarting the day with this amazing conversation. Over to you.
Good morning. Thanks to all of you who come here, and thank you, Venki, for making the time. I think it's a brutal morning in a way to start, so I think a lot of people would have seen in the newspaper what's happening to the IT stocks. But interestingly, or apparently through a very strategic chance, sort of an encounter for Virtusa, you've now become a private company after the Anthropic plugin dropped. So I just want to dive in right into that space. Could you give a sense on, how do you feel right now on the whole IT services industry, and where do you see Virtusa?
Sure. First of all, good morning. Vanakkam, Chennai. Thank you for hosting us and being with us. I'm honored and humbled, right? With that, see, let me take a step back for a minute, right? I think with what happened on the lighter note with the last week and so on, I'm not complaining at all being private, right? That's so good right now at the right time, right? I'm sure many people have been having sleepless nights over last week, and even they continue to, as materials, both thesis and antithesis, keeps coming at us at a speed that we cannot catch up even reading them, right? So with that backdrop, let me give you a context of what Virtusa is, and therefore I will give you what it means to be private, as well as where is our twin advantage coming from, right? If you look at it, Vachusa's backbone was primarily a company that had very limited exposure to what I call run the services from a tech background or operations background. And we were pivoting for almost last 25 years, primarily on the engineering back office for most of the product companies in the world, and then pivoted into what we call the services for large enterprises. That is a blessing in disguise, I would say, as we speak, because our need and necessity to cannibalize naturally is lesser from the SOP-based services that we offer to our clients. Now, on top of it, the icing is being private at the moment because it gives us a very good reason to pivot into what is going on in the newer world of what we call, especially for the services industry, what we call the AI first revolution between not only our product lifecycle, software lifecycle, but also the operations that we deliver to our clients on these three, right? The CXO functions that drive innovation, that drive revenue, different CXOs, that's one. And on the other side, the developer experience or the productivity from CIO's expectations. All of that, right now we are able to pivot, and also at a later point in time, if I have an opportunity, I will explain you what does it mean in terms of what we build out as platforms and how we are pivoting, right? So given all of that, I would right now love to fly under the radar. I think that's also the Chennai's true culture, not necessarily to be visible. And I'm very, very happy. And as I said, I will give you an example of the twin advantage, right? By being private, we are now clearly focused on what are the services that we will cannibalize, what are the services that will go on with an AI-first approach. And our portfolio companies offer us a very good push because not all of them are services companies. There is a good variety of our portfolio companies who are innovating, who are doing products, and we are learning a lot from them. So combining this, being private, is a very good twin advantage that I feel, and rightfully so at the moment.
Right. That's interesting. So how long do you think you'll have this luxury of being private? How fast you should innovate? That's one. And next we can actually get into one of the first products that I wanted to discuss about, the Helio.
Sure. See, I think there is a constant ambition to be able to, deliver our value to our investors and employees and so on, right? So I don't want to put a timeline right now, but look at this way, right? I want just being private and being part of portfolio companies, the co-innovators around us put enough and more pressure on us to pivot to this new model. So much so that, as you just touched upon our platform, I will talk to you how much of the deals that we are talking today are going in an agent-first, AI-first approach. Yeah?
So let's do, can you give a deep dive on your Helio platform itself? It looks more like, if I were to give an example of in the past, let's say if you deploy $50 million for a $50 million contract, you would want to keep 500 coders. Now with 50 orchestrators, you could do the same thing. So give an idea of what Helio platform is, what it does to a company like Virtusa.
Okay, so see, I'm going to pick up very specifically, right? And your offline was headcount to Helio, right? So let me take a step back so that I will give you what tech services firms are generally doing on platforms. And our platform is called Helio, but generally where are these tech services firms are doing their platforms, right? The platforms are meant for creating agents, unleashing the agents, orchestrating the agents. Therefore, what we call is that your ability to move from AI features to an AI workflow, right? That is the core of how we think about platforms when we are, and that's a simple one-liner on what our platform called Helio is, right? On top of it, we have layered what I called a persona-based approach. Just to give you software development lifecycle experience, a persona can be a product owner. And how do they get to use the platform? So this dimension brings the platform approach. Now, what do you do with the platform? 3, as I said, right? One of the biggest pillars of our platform is helping CXOs, both in revenue and innovation. We call that as innovation playground, where you unleash operational boards, finding out, more newer use cases, either in the life sciences or primarily tech industry, right? And then the second one is what we call the CIO agenda, which also we call it as developer experience, where you unleash a requirement bot, you unleash a developer bot, you unleash a DevOps orchestrator, and so on and so forth. Then the third is run the business and run the technology ops. Today, as we speak, we almost do 50% of our own tickets gets resolved by AI. And, I think our my CIO will be here at some point in time. He will share some more insights at a later point in time. That's a very simple example, right? Then the other one I wanted to call out is specifically in the realm of HR portfolio and end-to-end services industry is still reasonably tied to humans, right? So our biggest supply chain is people, right? And how well-oiled that is becoming. We are still at the maturity, we are not yet at the maturity of completely rewired processes, but as one of my colleagues calls, at a feature level, we are extremely efficient now. The level 1 interviews, the selection of the profiles, how do you put them through a verification and validation process? Are these the right people? And then projecting this and taking them to the deployment has become very, very big, right? So now, to your question on the real business use cases, the AI first approach, very big tech giant that we are working on. All of you, for that matter, use that tech giant's product every day, right? For this tech giant, when we entered into a big deal, especially in their lead management to the sales or lead to order cycle, we are talking in the area of 20% humans and 80% agents. You transition, and then the first work we do here is rewiring the process on their lead to order cycle, and then we are parallelly building out the agents while the humans are servicing today, right? And we have a very clear goal, 6 months, we need to reach an 80-20 ratio, 80% agents and 20% humans, right? That 6 months, maybe 8 months, but not beyond that. So that is how we see headcount to Helio, headcount to platform moving. And today on the ground, 50% of the deals that Virtusa participates, we are talking about an agent first approach in every deal. Why I'm saying us is, see, look at it, all the conversations are coming from people who produce AI products. But we work with a lot of enterprises who consume AI. And from them, when we make a deal, this is truly a bottoms-up view of what we see as a realistic view. So the conversation from headcount to platforms is very genuine. It's moving on.
So when you say that 80% will be agent and 20% will be people.
And that's a specific one.
So let's assume a scenario where the current state is more 20-80. Mm-hmm. How does that shift happen in an organization? How do you ensure that it happens in a way that it doesn't disrupt the process completely? Because the way these kind of systems actually are speeding up is super fast, but it's taking time for people to really get up to speed on what's really happening.
Okay, you are really raking a raw nerve in me, okay? Let me give you another example, which is much more a powerful example for you to understand this, right? So I go back to that famous dialogue of don't underestimate the sense of a common man, right? So what is going on right now, if you look at is, there is another big, maybe a Fortune 5 client that I'm talking about, is where we have produced a set of agents that has reached, but this is still in an assist mode, right? But please understand, as we speak today, the assist mode is going away, and people are very, very clearly talking about multi-hour workflow completion to a multi-day workflow completion AI agents, right? So given that, this is still an assist, but I want to talk, because you are pivoting about change management, the biggest concern most of our Fortune 500 enterprises today have, how do I productionize? How do I put this bot? How do I make the agents completely unleash? And how do I make sure that I have a decent view of monitoring the agents? We call that agent of agents, right? And that is where their actual need is 70,000 agents. We are talking about a 2,000 to a 3,000 agents because of this fear of how am I going to rewire the humans into this mix. So ultimately, this is all about, there will be a phase where we shrink and then we expand. So it is the controlled productionization that they end up doing is the only biggest change management, because everybody is worried from a regulatory perspective, the empathy perspective, and the bias. And I have real use cases in these two examples that I talked about, where somebody is walking into the doctor. They don't know whether they are eligible for an insurance cover. And if they don't know, there is a lot more repercussion. And that is an empathy that the agent that I am unleashing has to take care of, right? So that's the way I look at it. So it's a controlled production, get to a multiple iteration of reiteration in terms of your accuracy levels, and then shift the model.
Right. So Helio is one. The other one is also you're doing a little bit around chip designing with Smart SoC. So how does that fit into the tech stack that Virtusa is building? And also within that, how much do you actually create an agentic system in terms of building those designs?
Okay. You really have done your homework, and thank you for that, right? It seems like you know us in the back of your hand. You talked about Helio, now you're talking about our Smart SOC. By the way, Virtusa acquired a company, and Smart SOC is a chip verification validation company that we acquired recently. And our goal is, we are not yet at the maturity level of unleashing agents yet, but let me call out, right? What was our plan A, plan B in the early phases, right? We wanted to shift left our game, right? What is these companies offer? Typically a chip to a connectivity to a cloud, and then you're talking about the app. That's the layer that we are talking about. In that sense, what this organization that we just acquired gives us is, we are doing a lot of work for our enterprise clients at app and cloud layer. We don't do much in connectivity and the chip layer. This gives a very inorganic jumpstart capability in those two layers, right? That is number one. Number two, when we look at, let me give you a simple example. We work with a lot of banking clients. At some point in time, they thought we work only with banking clients, right? We have diversified our portfolio so much so now that we understand in the back of our hand, how does a banking domain payment architecture at a business level looks like. We have many experts. But do we understand the underlying infrastructure at a chip? Do we understand what happens when it comes to a secure banking? And what does that mean at a chip level? And therefore, what does it mean to a connectivity? That is the conversation that we are taking to our clients today, right? And now think about features to workflow, we will be able to have a much better view. We have to mature these two. It's a very recent acquisition, and with our AI capabilities and our domain capabilities, this is where our CEO, Nitesh, constantly brings in this element of what I call domain-driven, AI-first enterprise functions, right? Take a banking, payment is an enterprise domain function for them, and we want to service our clients with an AI-first approach, all the way from potentially a chip verification to validation to connectivity.
இந்த crawling bot எங்க சயின்ஸ் கிட்ல இருக்க ஒரு சயின்ஸ் டாய். இது யூஸ் பண்ணி உங்க பசங்க லீனியர் மோஷன்னா என்ன, சர்க்குலர் மோஷன்னா என்னன்னு நிறைய சயின்ஸ் கான்செப்டை அவங்களே பில்ட் பண்ணி கத்துப்பாங்க. அது மட்டும் இல்லாம எங்களோட இந்த சயின்ஸ் கிட்ல இன்னொரு சர்ப்ரைஸ் எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட்டும் உங்களுக்காக காத்துட்டு இருக்கு. இந்த கிட்டோட காஸ்ட் இப்போ ஆஃபர்ல 299 மட்டும் தான். இந்த காஸ்ட்டுக்கு உங்களுக்கு ஒரு சயின்ஸ் கிட், டாய், அதுக்கு பின்னாடி இருக்க சயின்ஸ், அது மட்டும் இல்லாம இன்னொரு சர்ப்ரைஸ் எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட்னு நிறைய விஷயங்கள் கிடைக்க போகுது. இந்த எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட் எல்லாத்தையுமே உங்க பசங்க கூட ஒரு ஒன்-ஆன்-ஒன் பர்சனலைஸ்டு செஷன் மூலமா எங்க ட்ரெய்னர் உங்களுக்கு சொல்லி கொடுக்க போறாங்க. நீங்க இந்த ஒர்க் ஷாப்க்கு ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ண அப்புறம் இந்த கிட்ட உங்க வீட்டுக்கே நாங்க சென்ட் பண்ணிடுவோம். கிட்ட ரிசீவ் ஆன அப்புறம் உங்களோட ஃபிளெக்சிபிள் டைமிங்ல இந்த செஷனை நீங்க
Simple direct question. What happens to a junior developer? Are they really gearing up for the next set of organizations that are going to have a lot of these agentic systems that are running and co-working alongside? Could you shed some light on that? So will the role be there at all? Like we were speaking about this earlier,
Yes.
that should we have developer as a role itself, right?
Okay. Oh, very good question. You're partly answering me as well, okay? So let me take this, right? No, these days, no conversations goes without this, right? And let me give you a couple of anecdotal conversations and then deep dive into it. And I'm assuming we are running okay on time. So let's look. Anthropic announced on the same day my teams were having a conversation with certain clients. And on that day, if you look at it, last week when the announcements came, it was more about SaaS platforms and how their licenses potentially has an impact on so on and so forth, right? Until that night, the clients were eating out of our hands saying that I need this developer on this particular SaaS platform. I need this SI work to be completed on this particular SaaS platform. I'm intentionally not naming the platforms, okay? And the next day morning, we have prepared an extremely well-articulated mechanism of how we are going to help the customer. The customer comes into the meeting. Well, keep your slides away, keep your conversations. Forget what I said yesterday to you. I don't want any developers in this SaaS platform anymore. We were asking, look, we all understand something has happened last night, but which side of the bed that you did wake up today, right? That was the conversation that we had with this client, very much, right? So let me take a step back. Where are we, right? As an organization, let me tell you, we have a very strong R&D department. We considered ourselves in the mid-segment tech services player who constantly punches over the weight, right? But our R&D is very powerful. And one of the things that we were thinking is, I'm talking about a conversation a year back, right? A conversation a year back, I'll come to the developers very quickly, but you have to understand, we are all thinking very wrongly. One of our experts is right here in the audience today, but we are all thinking the whole business model not in a good way. You have to think of a banking in a box. You have to think of insurance in a box. And that's what dawned on us last week, right? Legal in a box happened. And everybody is like running around saying, oh, an invisible line has been broken. But the point of the matter is, on the business side, on the enterprise function level, a huge tectonic shift is happening. Whereas what I see on the software development, product development life cycle, 1 year back our conversation was, how will it look like 5 years from now a Java developer will look like? And I'm going to have a very candid moments from that 1 year back conversation, which is becoming somewhat real today, right? Number one, If there are any young talent in this audience, don't be afraid, right? We need to rewire for sure, but I call your way death of junior developers, right? See, the problem statement is a Java developer. Today we are in a transitionary phase, right? I call this transitionary phase more like some of us know we don't go in front of a television or we don't go in front of a smart fridge and then start swiping there, right? We only do it with our smartphones. But some of the kids today, they constantly keep going and swiping in front of a refrigerator or a television set, right? That's the analogy. We are in a transitionary phase. It is very difficult for us to foresee what is gray out there and what is black and white today. But our vision of how a developer will look like, we decomposed a developer's work into 16 to 18 sub-processes. Oh, this is what happens. This is what a developer does every day in a life of a developer. And each of them, primarily many of them has been converted to AI features now. Now then becomes the orchestration, right? Which means, am I able to do check-in code and then is it picked up on my DevOps engine and then am I able to do my smoke test and then am I able to push it? That orchestration is also being built today, right? That's what happened last night, right? Now, when we put this together, our vision of how a Java developer will look like in 5 years from now is the kids who doesn't know anything but the smartphones and they will only need to swipe, right? What does it mean? Let me tell you. We still feel there will be application developers, software developers, infrastructure developers, or infrastructure engineers, or data engineers. That large cycles will still be there out there 5 years from now, but at the same time, they will all be completely rewired. I can do a coding today in Java, tomorrow in Python, day after in something else. But today my problem is when people come and ask those skills in a human, without AI first, I'm struggling. It almost feels like walking into a Starbucks and asking for a hot iced tea. That's there, right there, an oxymoron, right? A hot iced tea is not going to happen. But with these tools, I don't need a particular language or a particular database, but they have to be super strong on the underlying principles of the core engineering, right? So that's how we feel. We are getting certain initial success in that segment, but we need to transition this to our universities and make it real.
To go more into the first principles.
Yeah, right?
Okay. On that note, I'd like to open up to the audience if they have any questions. Yeah. Your mic's done.
Thanks, Venki and John, for a nice conversation. I do have a question. It's also related to one of the points you raised, right? For the services industry, the challenges we see is, it's already evident with Dario and even Elon saying there is going to be an impact on the, software developers or development engineers at risk. Now, there are two aspects I want to bring and then ask my question. First, there's an evolution of GCCs. A lot of GCCs are setting up shops and there will be growth in there. That's one angle that's impacting services. On the second hand, you have a lot of AI-based innovation and tools coming that's going to change the pyramid mode of delivery to maybe a diamond or some other shape, right? The companies have been thriving on the headcount and linear growth for ages. It's going to be non-linear, it will be more outcome-based and all. Now we are moving from software as a service to a service as a software, or like you mentioned, business in a box, right? I feel all these challenges is putting the services industry in a box, or on a lighter note, in a coffin, so to speak, right? So what is the strategy for a services company? You also mentioned there are companies coming up with a wrapper on top of the underlying business models and all, right? And what if someone does what Anthropic did, or what OpenAI is doing with coming up with consulting model and something in a smaller device that can do a lot of things, right? He also brought in Jonathan Ivey. The challenge I see is organizations are cannibalizing its own revenue, and also services industry is at super high risk, and India is primarily thriving on services. So what is, as a leader, what's your take on it?
So, see, first, again, thank you, right? I'm not going to sleep for the next week because of your question, but, right, let me give you some background, right? I think there is, as I told you in my opening comment, there are some very strong antithesis is also coming out there. Go back to a long time ago when Salesforce started. Their mantra was, you don't need a developer. But with that, the number of developer community that increased is extremely multifold multiplier effect, right? That's what happened in multiple times when some of the very powerful platforms that shaped up our industry, right? We have to keep that on one side of the balance, right? The second one I want to let you know is, look, what markets are we serving? What segmentation of the clients that we are serving also equally matters. Very large enterprises, there are two important problems. I was talking to a CXO in Middle East, right? They made a very passing comment to me. Look, it's going to take another 2 years for me to even set my AI foundation infrastructure. Leave alone, because everybody moved to a cloud infrastructure. Now, AI first infrastructure movement, readiness, and being there at a foundational infrastructure level to get you that level of a compute, either in the CPU form, GPU form, whatever, is going to take some time, right? On top of it, we all need to now rewire business processes in terms of AI ready. And for a small and medium businesses, they may start new products with the new model, and existing ones they may throw away if they are too small in their P&L books, and they can move on to the new bandwagon. Large enterprises, it's not that easy, and you have to unravel your business process to make it AI first. So I talked about infrastructure, I talked about the business process, then your new models will sit on top. So we are not yet in the coffin. I'm assuring you all, we are definitely not in the coffin. We will go into the box, but we will come out of the box because many, many, many more boxes are going to open. And the last but not the least, for you to think about is the fact that as infrastructure processes come in, the huge element of enterprise data convergence. Without enterprise data converging, how much ever, that is your proprietary context for your business, and that proprietary context has to lead everything else the generic AI engines can solve for you. And that is not very easy, even if I have to take the first Fortune 500 enterprises. So if I put A plus B plus C, infra, business process re-engineering, and the enterprise data convergence, we are absolutely not in the coffin, and we will surface back, in my opinion, with much more to do. And it's here to stay. We need to rewire.
Yeah, so our theme is resilience, so we might also be anti-fragile. We don't know. It's a little better than resilience.
Yeah.
On that note, thank you so much, Venki, for your time. Thank you so much.
I appreciate all you. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to both John and Venki for kickstarting the day on a wonderful note. Can we give them a round of applause? So ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a panel discussion, and we loved our audience participation yesterday, so we're hoping for the same today as well. There will be time to take questions from the audience where you can get your one-on-one time with all of the industry experts that are gathered here under one roof. This next panel discussion is titled Beyond Compliance, Leveraging ISO 27001 for Integrated Data Security Management. Let's welcome our panelists to take the stage, starting off with Mr. Balakumar, Head of IT at UCAL Limited. With over 25 years of driving enterprise-wide digital transformation across manufacturing and industrial domains, he brings deep strategic expertise to this conversation. As head of IT at UCAL Limited, he leads ERP modernization, cloud adoption, and cybersecurity with a clear focus on scalable, secure growth. Welcome, Mr. Balakumar. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We have with us Mr. Sivaramakrishnan, Senior Vice President, Information Security and CISO at M2P FinTech. He is known for building high-performing security teams and pragmatic governance models that align security outcomes with business growth. An active contributor to the security community, he regularly writes and speaks on fintech risk and the human dimensions of cybersecurity. Welcome, sir. Next, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Ram, Global CIO and Head of Cybersecurity at Virtuosa. He is an industry veteran with 30+ years of experience in digital transformation, ERP, cybersecurity, with deep hands-on experience in Gen AI and Agentic GI. He has been part of global organizations like Siemens, AIG, HCL, HP, etc., and also an active advisor to many startups. Welcome, sir. Rounding out the panel is Mr. Maharajan, Vice President, IT and CISO at Navitas Life Sciences. He is leading global IT operations, cybersecurity strategy, and cloud modernization. With over 2 decades of experience, he specializes in building secure, compliant, and resilient technology environments, and he has led large-scale transformation and security maturity initiatives across global enterprises. Welcome to our panelists. So when I said we had some big wigs here on
Spotlight shine bright all on me. Got the internet turning like, who is she? Whole world watching their
Chief Technology Officer, The Hindu. Can we give him a big hand? Mr. Suresh is no stranger to panels like these, so over to you.
A very good morning to all of you. So when organizations speak about security, the conversation often revolves around technology like firewalls, encryption, monitoring tools, or about people. We talk about awareness, training, insider risks. But just like we discussed about continuity yesterday, security strength is not defined by tools alone. The connecting force is process. Process is what turns security from isolated controls into a dependable management system. People follow processes. Technology is governed by processes. Without a process-based approach, security becomes reactive and fragmented. With the process-based approach, security becomes consistent, auditable, and improvable. That's why this panel goes beyond compliance. Compliance proves controls exist. Process ensures those controls work when risk materializes. Right? The framework that enables this shift for us is ISO 27001. So I would call this as a series of recommendations, being 27001 being the parent or the mother definition, and on top of that there are several standards that has been provided there for guidance. So the question that we have is, it is not that whether we are 27001 certified. I think that is not the question we have. Have we designed the processes that ensure security risks are identified, treated, monitored, and improved continuously across the organization? I think that's the way we want to understand this. Right? So with this background, Shiva, the first question to you is, how to shift organizational mindset from checking compliance boxes, which are isolated, to a structured working security framework?
I think the first question itself, Suresh, you hit the bullseye. So the point is, in many places, ISO 27001 is seen as that I need that certification to do my business rather than looking into whether it is looking into my portfolio. That is the biggest one. So yeah, 27001, the earlier version was 2013, and what we have now recently is 2022. So the 2022 had few nuances which changed to change that perspective also. So the point to achieve what you are asking for as a secure framework, what we have to look for is about continuous governance. That's the way we have to start it. So again, when we talk about a framework, it is about, we can put in about different pillars which can strengthen the framework. That's a way I would look for. So first and foremost, instead of looking into it as I think the right word to put it in is like, make it as a trend. So reporting the trend rather than reporting that event, which is about, are we patching, yes or no? Instead of that, mention that as per SLA, what is the percentage of patching I am completing, which can be one. Or MTTR, instead of just telling that mean time to respond, I am doing within SLA, mention that how much I have reduced that MTTR. So that's the way I will look for. So which is basically the first pillar. We will talk about it as a trend. We will see. Then the next pillar, if we have to talk about your statement of applicability, which is SOA, which we talk in. So SOA is always seen as what is all the controls I have put in place, what are the controls I excluded, and on the how do I implement that control, and what is the percentage of coverage in the control. This is what is usually seen as SOA, and it is not touched. Once in a year only you touch it. But the SOA is basically a contract between the risk team. Now, I'm not even saying information security team, right? Risk team and the engineering team. So look at it as a live backlog. So any changes happening, anything which you are doing in the infrastructure, platform, whatever you are changing, have it as a backlog. Then you know what is getting covered and what is not getting covered. Number two. Then number three comes about, control owners. That's the right keyword we use it, right? Like control owners, it's not, though ISO 27001 would be driven by IS team, risk team, there are different owners for it. For example, if employee is exiting on the same day of the remove it as a HR control. Class 9.1 talks about continuous monitoring, which is a platform control. So we have to look for those control owners to own it so that we will be able to take it. That is the third pillar. Then fourth pillar, if you want to do this continuously, then you have to use automation for sure, right? So, I'm not even touching AI era. Even before that, the automation comes in close. So, infrastructure as a code, policy as a code, we can put it all of them. Then we can look into how far we are getting into it. The last one is about the class 9.3. So, the class 9.3 is about management decision. So, every quarter you run a management review. At that time, there should be decision made. It is not like governance, I tell that, okay, I will reach A, B, and C. You say that I can make the decision on that, Suresh. So that is the way I will put it. So finally, if you have to put it all together, this is, different pillars. If you are going to put it together, it is not about I am secured today. It is about if I am deviating from that security control, how long will I take to identify it? I think that should be the way we measure it. Then it becomes continuous governance, Suresh. That's the way I'll put it.
I think you have compiled that in a very nice way, and I think that it has given a very good start for our whole panel discussion, because the whole theme is going to revolve around what you have spoken just now. So you spoke about trends, right? So Maharajan, to you, moment we say trends, no, the generally happen, okay, that there's a new security tool that has come, we want to implement this. There's a new software upgrade that has come. People started to go behind trends. But how does risk assessment drive security priorities instead of going behind trends?
That's a good question, Suresh. Yeah. See, I always believe security priorities are driven by the business impact rather than any technology or new tools in the market where nobody go and pick it and start using it. No, we should focus on the business impact. So when you do the business impact analysis, like what you do is, basically you need to know what is going to happen or what go wrong to my business, or what kind of likely risk is going to happen. or what kind of impact is going to create on that particular business. If you identify these are the elements, okay, then you will be able to find out which is the high probability risk is going to happen, or high impact risk is going to be. So when you chart out these things very clearly, you will know that what kind of a technology need to be used, rather than the new technologies available, should start using it. Don't go that. So these kind of exercise, how you can do is when you do the risk treatment or risk assessment model when you do it. So that's what I personally feel, that we should focus on the business impact rather than any new technology to implement for the security priorities.
Yeah, I think you nicely said that business impact analysis is the key, and I want to take the cue from there to you, Bala. So when we talk about business impact analysis, we actually look at business processes and understand what the business processes are all about, right? So how do I embed security into operational processes like HR or procurement?
Yeah. The three processes you are talking about, HR, operation, and technology. So I can say about the people, process, and technology in terms of it. Whereas HR deals with the human kind of thing, while onboarding itself or pre-onboard itself, they will be do the due diligence of the employees, how they have been behaving, and what are the things they have to do, all the things they have been taken into consideration, not only on the onboarding, before onboarding, while doing the life cycle of the employee life cycle also, every stage it will be incorporated. Even any employee who doesn't have any security awareness also, they should go through some security training process once in a year. That is one of the key objective in ISO 27001. That's one of the key point which is coming up. And also when it comes the process means I can talk about the vendor inclusions kind of thing, where we have to do a NDA kind of thing, non-disclosure agreement, or a specific kind of agreements kind of thing should be in place, and ensure that they are meeting their licensing or the compliance part of it in adequate with the trade kind of thing, all the things which has to be. The third thing, technology. When it comes to technology, we will do our change management process. Whenever we are doing a change management, are we doing in a test environment kind of things? And what are the procedures we are going to adapt it? If good, how we have to move it to, who has to approve and what needs to be done and all things. If there is a risk, what is a rollback procedure that has been documented, and whether it has been followed or not, all the things has to be taken into considerations. So I can see about the people, process, and technology, all the three has been linked together in ISO 27001 with the latest 2022 editions. Each will have a major role kind of things, and each has been well defined in the defined clauses kind of things. That's good.
So Ram, to you, I specifically kept this question to you because the size of organization that you are running, right? So how do you ensure that incidents are handled consistently? Because I'm sure with all the controls in place, we know still incidents do happen. So 27001 gives a specific recommendation, but I need to know from your experience how it's being handled consistently.
Yeah, first of all, very good morning, everyone. Yes, it's a very important point. But first of all, my belief, the ISO 27000 is like a Bhagavad Gita for security management. If you are able to adopt even 30%, then you can be assured that you are at least 60-70% secure. Yes, it does help us. There are a lot of detailed approach on how to handle this, not only to react during an incident, but also to even to prevent the incident, right? So one of the few things that it tells us is, yes, you need to have very clear roles and responsibilities in case there is an incident, clearly identifying who will do what, right? The second step, and we definitely adopt many of this, the second is documentation of every single step, right? In our case, for example, what would a CEO do? What would a legal do? Because you have to negotiate Are we going to do a Bitcoin? And then we go to CFO, he has to ensure payroll. I will raise my hands. He has to run the payroll whether my systems are up or not, right? So the steps are detailed out. And then we talk about the compliance part. I mean, learning from others' experience, keep monitoring them so that you do your best. And finally, the training, right? We do extensive internal training. We also do a lot of tabletop exercises. Tabletop exercises within the IT team, with the larger team, with the CEO, CFO, that's a very regular. So all those we definitely follow, but in reality, what happens is that while all these frameworks are available, it is not always right to adopt 100%. So at Virtusa, we believe that meeting compliance is to make the regulators happy, but having a control, robust control, keeps the attackers at bay, right? And compliance should be a byproduct. So to the extent that we should make the life of an attacker so difficult that they will try to attack my neighbors, right? So we have really gone way beyond, and because of which, we are today Forbes #3 in America's most secure companies. Mandiant gets bored. They do an annual audit, but they get bored of audit. So we have put extensive controls around those to ensure that we are secure. Because of the kind of customers we have the top financial institutions, we have the biggest healthcare customers, right? Only one anecdote I will put is, I know my colleague talked about Helio and other stuff on the AI tools. The challenge that we always face is, while Venki has 50 horses to deliver AI, we will have only 2 horses to ensure that he doesn't run beyond the boundary, right? That's where we are still battling, but I know we will reach there someday.
Yeah, that's the challenge always, right? And organizations don't work in isolation. We have to work with the supply chain ecosystem. And Maharajan, to you, so how does 27001 helps us extend security to third parties with whom we work?
Okay. So basically, I see ISO 27001 standards, as he rightly said, that it will take care of 60 to 70% of the one. But the problem where we see really is the business can happen drastically. Okay, you don't believe on a period of time it is a steady state or kind of a business. So when it comes evolve, even our standards also need to be evolved in that way, handling the kind of requirements, or even a cybersecurity standpoint, we have to be agile, as well as we need to be an integrated security management system where we need to be put in place so that if any interlink is missed or happens, visibility can be easily identified and you can able to manage it. So that's what I see it is, that something we can focus on, the integrated security management system to be built along with the compliance standards and other things.
I want to take this as a follow-up to you, Ram, because see, as you mentioned, 27001 provides those things, and most of the time we end up putting the security requirements of our suppliers into an NDA or a contract, telling, okay, this is what I expect you to follow when you are working with us. But how can we validate that suppliers truly follow those security requirements?
See, you were talking about the vendor, right?
Vendors,
Yeah, see, what happens is, typically CISOs focus so much on internal controls, they tend to forget we also have this third party. And today, third party has become one of the biggest, attack vector. And especially when they bring in cloud services. That's one of the biggest risks that we keep seeing. So what we have done, of course, ISO provides a lot of features. Okay, they say that, okay, this is what you have to do in terms of due diligence of the vendors. Then you have to do a continuous assessment, and also learn about the incident that is happening with the vendor, and finally in a proper exit process. So those are guidelines we definitely adopt. But having said that, it's extremely difficult to adopt these for every vendor or every partner if you have a pretty large ecosystem. For example, even an IT company, we may have 3,000, 4,000. For the manufacturing, it could be, I don't know how many, the ecosystem, right? So what we did is, we did develop an AI solution, an agentic AI, wherein we looked at every contract, and we then look at the VSRM policy, right? So we have a vendor risk management policy. It will compare and then classify the vendors into high risk, medium risk, low risk, etc. And then the assessments are done on a quarterly or a monthly basis based on the category of the assets or the risk. The second is we also deployed an AI tool to monitor or crawl, I would say, to.
As India leads the global AI conversation, CIFI empowers you to build, run, and govern AI at scale on its proprietary sovereign AI foundation to power a Atmanirbhar Bharat.
We react to stopping that vendor or understanding what patches have to be updated. The third AI we have built again is to offboarding. This is one of the biggest risks. One day my auditors came, EY is our auditor, they said there are so many to be offboarded, they are still accessing your tools or they are being given so much of data. So again we built an AI wherein anyway it was reading the contract, right? So it knows the end date. So end date plus 1 week is all we provide. And then we remove the complete. At times there are risks involved because sometimes some people delay signing the vendors and therefore extending the vendors, so they will say bring them on. So we have to do the entire onboarding. But I think we can't take a risk, so we bring in all these tools to ensure that we are secure. That's the only way to enable. Otherwise we leave it to them. Without these tools we would have been really struggling.
Yeah. Thanks, Ram, for that perspective. And AI enablement of security controls is I think that is one area, might be the next version of 27001 standard might actually have that also as part of the standard guidance itself, right? So 27001, from the very first time when it was called BS 7799, right? That was the very first, I remember that in 2004 times, right? Or even before that. One, the common thread that has been carrying is the continuous improvement, because I think as a management standard itself, all ISO standards have this continuous improvement as one common thread. This question to you, Shiva, is what sort of metrics and KPIs are important for us to ensure continuous improvement in security posture and not just from a certification standpoint?
Okay, so I will not get into the usual. So making it more effective is the way I would think about, right? So the first one is about, we will start with risk movement, which is risk reduction velocity. So how many risk I have in my risk register, how much I have reduced it can be one. Then if there are residual risk, what is the aging of the residual risk can be other. Then third one would be how many of those incidents are repeat, which is in this quarter when I'm going to measure how many are the repeat incidents coming in. Then again, I mean, Ram would definitely have the same challenge, because in our size, if we have is like 100x, 1000x, then we will have the same project. The second part I will take is about coverage, right? Yeah, we do have policy, we do have backup restoration testing to be done, but is the backup restoration testing done for all? You will have cap. So put in that coverage. How much of coverage of backup restoration testing was successful in first attempt, right? Like the success of it, right? Then about the offboarding of the vendor. So what is the percentage of offboarding done on the time of the end of the contract, which is the date we are telling. This can be on the coverage. Then the third one I would take about is the area of resilience, which is our topic of discussion today also, right? So my mean time to detect, though I have put in preventive controls, I have put in detective controls, my mean time to detect and my mean time to respond should come down continuously. So how good is that? That can be third bucket I will put it in. The last bucket is about governance. So this is putting the control units or business units on spot. So tell on the number of exceptions approved per business unit. So this is the business unit came with maximum number of exceptions. This is the business unit which came with a little less of exception, right? Then tell about how much of it is being closed by them, how much of it has been kept open by them. But this is the way it becomes specific rather than putting it in the general metrics. I'll put it like this, Suresh, which will make it more effective for us to even reporting.
So what type of metrics you say it will be useful for the executive leadership?
The last one, the governance part will definitely be useful for the executive leader because they know it is not about, I mean, if I'm going and telling the specific product which is recent, which we are having huge expansion, but they have large number of exceptions coming in, then that means that they have to put effort on doing it. I think the governance part is what will be more important.
So this question I would want all of you to answer because each of you might have a different perspective on this. So how does we ensure that security evolves, number one, and what is that we should do that we have a security aware culture within the organization? Right, we'll start with Bala and each one can take your turn.
Okay. I think this is the main thing which we have to discuss, right? The topic is, are we doing an assessment kind of thing? And what we are doing the assessment and what mitigations we are doing after the assessment. It should be a continuous process. It's not only for the timely to close the loop, we don't have to do this. We have to do the assessment, reassessment and document this process in such a way that we have to follow up and understand the root causes of each of the thing and learn from the thing and re-implement the process. So probably I am from the manufacturing side, I can say talk about the PDCA cycle, plan, do, check and action kind of thing. So it directly involves in this security process also. Right? We have to reassess every point in time because of due to volatile changes like the business changes or new introductions of policies or procedures or any change within the organization also will get impacted of this. So just like that, we don't have to do for one time. We have to do this as a cycle. Learn, unlearn and relearn. It's a continuous process which I want to highlight it over here.
Yeah, I also second to that. The reason is security awareness is something like you need to be a continual activity. Like for example, at least I would say that ISO 27001 standard refer that the security is for everyone job, not IT basically. Though for removing that, it will take almost a decade. Nowadays, at least all the leadership team and the executive, everybody understand that security is not going to be IT, it's everyone's job. So that awareness started created over a period of time by implementing this ISO 27001 standards. Along with that, as he rightly said, that the continual improvement is something where you don't see in only a technology side as well. It is something like the process side as well, where when you do, I comes from the life science industry, where we were being providing a service to the pharma and drug manufacturing company, where they feel that patient data and PHI, PA data is very critical. So when we do that, the security awareness needs to be created from top to bottom about how you need to be aware of our data or our customer data. How do you need to secure that one? So this is something, a one-day job, it cannot be done. It is a period of time. You need to have a different kind of a program to be executed, like an awareness program or some kind of a security. Now, recent time, many threats are coming. So that threat knowledge is also need to be given to the end users, to a top management, so that they also keep ready when they try to face that one. So I see it as something continual improvement along with that security awareness gives him a much better business stays in that.
See, well, security culture, to be honest, you know, my colleague Venki was there, and he comes from Cognizant, I come from HCL, right, before we joined Virtusa. We used to discuss what's the culture, right? Does the company have a culture? Is this the right culture? It's always difficult. So to be honest, culture is not something of a trait, it is inborn. So the employees need a lot of training, a lot of coaching, a lot of cajoling, and also a lot of disciplining as well, right? To bring about a culture. And mind you, to become a good security culture, it's even more difficult. So plenty of disciplinary action have to be done. So yes, we have really gone way beyond in terms of the standard guidelines framework, you know, monthly training, we have this BEC, you know, vendor email threats, specific sessions for HR, finance, etc., etc. But what we also done is this, we do a monthly phishing simulation and very interesting simulation. For example, we put a phishing simulation that about a hike, especially when there is an increment due, right? So people catch it. And my team trapped me, so we did a major transformation just last week. We went live. I got a pop-up to say, hey, your migration is not complete, you want to check. I clicked, I fell prey. So then I had to go through, including me, right? What also we have done is I have a CISO, I have a BISO, so we have really had to do, BISO focuses on everything contractual, like my colleague said. Anything to do with contractual compliance, they really focus on that because the employee grooming for that particular account is very different to a general security culture. So we do all of this to ensure that culture is not something, a practice, it's more of disciplined approach. But finally, we also have, again, enabled AI to monitor employee behavior, right? To see any aberrations, is he doing something? But finally, what we did was, we also put a disciplinary action. So we track on the monthly phishing, how many people are clicking, how many people are sharing the credentials. So we report both, right? The final report comes to me and we report to the CHRO, CFO, CEO as well. And the third time who has clicked, there is a strict punishment. Why? Because every quarter, I go to the board meeting and I have to present how many employees have been performing against the security structures. So I have no way to do it. Unfortunately, both CISO and BISO reports to me, the end of the responsibility lies with me. So we had to go through, but this is how we have strictly implemented within that culture in the organization.
Your thought, Shiva.
Okay, I think I'll use an analogy here. So taking a liberty of the average gray hairs in the floor, right? Like convincing is very difficult, mentioning a culture. Fortunately, you would have kids who are in teen or who are already major. So you know how to convince them for something you want to happen. It's basically tell them why it will add value to what they're going to do, right? Like adding that value. So for individual teams, departments, we have to explain why this is important. So yeah, everyone's responsibility, because you use the word responsible, then nobody wants to do it, right? So I will put it differently. Tell them what benefits it will bring in. So I had multiple situations on what Ram was also quoting, right? Like HR, if the simulation has been run and the simulation is telling that for the appraisal you have to click something, then HR comes back and says, hey, you used mine and this is the period of appraisal, don't do it. I said, boss, that's the reason the phishing has to be running at that time. So you have to explain them that is important. So then comes in about different departments telling that, oh, this seniors should be exceptions. I said, boss, no, because they are the big threat. Because the senior access would have multiple accesses, so they are the big threat. So this comes with, depends upon the companies. Like RAM, because of the size and the importance of the customer clientele, they would have clearly mentioned, like if the third time you're doing, you're suspended or you're dismissed, right? For me, that needs to be put in place to explain. So multiple times goes with a warning is something I put in place. Yeah. So it's like degree versus play school, but yeah, we still started that framework and put it over there. That's the way I'll put it.
As you were telling, an incident I remember during my consulting days. It's a manufacturing organization where very clear security checklist given to the security guard. Still photography not allowed, video photography not allowed. Okay, and that was the time when cameras was coming in the mobile phones. Not everybody had it, few people had it. So one day we see a group of visitors. Actually, it's a very old organization, so the logo was, they were standing before the logo and using the mobile phones and taking photographs. Then we asked the security guard, how did you allow that? On the checklist, mobile phones with cameras not allowed is not there. So now we have to, when it's told about telling them, right, we have to tell them, don't allow anybody to take photograph. That is the instruction we have to give them. Not in a checklist like this, because then they go strictly by the checklist and don't think outside the checklist at all. As you were telling that incident, actually, I remembered that back. Okay. So back to you, Shiva and Ram. This is what differentiates a certified organization to become a secured one when there is rapidly evolving threat landscape like AI, cloud, supply chain, everything. Because what happens is security incidences happens in certified companies. They are all 27,000 certified, but they have the major breach. So where is that the gap, and how do you ensure that certification lies, but they are still secured actually?
Excellent question. So I think when we started this conversation, the first question I mentioned, right? The current version is 2022 and the version before that is 2013. So roughly there was 9 years of difference between two versions of ISO 27001 released. But damn, AI changes every week. So the moment you have a new control comes in, a new change comes in where everybody wants to, it's the new toy syndrome, I say it, or FOMO, right? Everybody wants to try new thing coming. Your CTO comes and tells them, no, I want my developers to have access to this. That was only restricted to CTOs. Now it is also going from marketing team, legal team. Everybody wants to use our Anthropic plugin. Everybody wants to try and play around it, right? So how do you ensure do we get? So it is definitely not just ISO. The way we will look into is whatever you give access, control the blast radius. So for example of this, if I am talking about legal, when the legal plugin has been released in Anthropic, when I was asked, can I play around? I said, yes, you can, accept the risk. So you have 7 people, I will give it for 1 person. And what they are going to upload needs to be approved by the head of legal. And sensitivity of the data needs to be monitored by you, and it is timed. You can't do it longer. This is the way I put it on. So that is on the new trends. But again, supply chain risk is very different, right? So for the supply chain, either it is your third-party vendor or it is your libraries, what you use, that would be really difficult. So they have to go on 2 approaches. One is when you do dark web monitoring, you don't do only for your entity, you should also do it for your suppliers. Then it becomes continuous for you, so you know that. Like threat surface monitoring or dark web monitoring, that you may have to do. So you may have to subscribe for the threat feeds if there is a vulnerability like Log4j, classic example of few years before. If it is coming in, you know how many you have in coverage, what we can pick it up and do it, Suresh. So this is the way we may have to manage when the new technology comes in, how we can put it in place. I'll put it. Yeah, Ram.
See, first of all, the security is a very hot topic, but then it's always a balancing act, I would say, because it is contesting between management's vision versus security objectives, and then comes the delivery or the business leaders' flexibility needs versus the controls that we want. Then finally, the defense versus resilience. So it's always, the CISO and myself are always trying to balance. We normally think we are in the air, right? Coming to protecting, like I said, we do a lot of gamifications, etc. to keep, and it's a very nice gamification we do on a monthly basis as well. But more importantly, since we have put an AI to track what are the major incidents that are happening, we simulate them. We don't wait for an incident to happen, right? Anything that has happened outside, immediately, whether I tell my team or not, they are already simulating and they submit a report. This is a major incident that has happened thanks to CrowdStrike or another product. We may not have CrowdStrike. Unluckily, I have it now, but last year we didn't have. So, but we simulated a similar incident on what will happen in case we are prone. So that way we are very well protected. But having said that, do you think we are secure? Yes, we want to think we are secure, but the team has to be very, very flexible. In fact, roughly when this AI came,
நான் சென்னையில் ஸ்டோர் லொக்கேஷனில் இருக்கிற தி ஸ்லீப் கம்பெனியோட ஷோரூமை விசிட் போயிட்டேன். அட்வான்ஸ்டு டு டெக்னாலஜியான பேட்டன்டட் ஸ்மார்ட் கிரிட் டெக்னாலஜியை வச்சு அவங்களோட மெத்தை எல்லாத்தையும் ரெடி பண்ணியிருக்கேன்.
We didn't even know what AI was, right? So it was a humongous challenge. I would still say it is for us to keep up, right? One, to understand the AI narrative of the organization. Second is to upskill ourselves. And third, dismantle many of the controls that is there, which would have stopped them from running fast, right? And then also about giving lot of unimaginable exceptions, right? And then finally now we are trying to, how do I mitigate those exceptions that we have given? Having done that, we are right now trying to integrate the AI-specific ISO 42001 into ISO 27001. But I still don't know when the journey is going to end, right? It's still a long journey for me.
So I think then...
Yeah, Suresh,
please.
Adding to Shiva's and Ram, since my end customer is next to me, so we will be putting a policy over the night and we will be doing it out. The next day morning, we will be getting thousands of exceptions. That's a real time actually we will be working on. So again, we have to redo the policies, or we have to take back the policy and sit with individual users, ask for what is the request, why they wanted, all the things we have to redo the entire process. See, we will be having this change process kind of thing and intimate to all the people kind of thing, but while implementation, coming for implementation, we have to take a 2-step back and again we have to redo the entire stuffs.
I just want to add 2 more points, besides the AI, the geopolitical situations, right? So which again impacted how we are operating from the security aspect. The third was when a new leader comes in who is willing to take risk, let's say CEO, Venki mentioned about Nitish, right? He's a risk taker. So anything comes into generating that new growth, new area, new offering, definitely we have to be very flexible. So we have to take all of this into consideration. So security team is always on their toes.
So in fact, that was supposed to be my last question to all of you. But even might be slightly you answered, I want a formal answer where, how do you ensure security supports innovation rather than blocking it? Because I think this current era, or this day with the AI age, there's going to be lots of fight between someone who wants to do something when the security team is, as you said, they're blind, they don't know even what is actually happening. So how do we ensure that we support this innovation, but at the same time, as a security professional, we also have the responsibility to ensure the organization is secured. So how do we navigate these tough times?
Probably it's easier for me as we are a startup, we are Series D funded, still a startup, right? So the way I look into this is more about empathy, which you are distilling into your entire security team. Not just a leader to have empathy, but the entire team to have it, right? When the innovation comes in, we are not blockers. It is always seen, specifically when financial sector, right? The CISOs or security guys are seen as police. Now here we are not police. We have to work together. In fact, we have to be in their shoes to try it. For example, the same AI coding, when it came, when the team started, I got at least 3 licenses to my team, where I asked them to develop our dashboard completely with AI. So then the application security team understand the challenge of the developer. So I was talking about, even Ram before starting this session, is about the human in the loop. Talking about that AI is generating hundreds and hundreds of lines. So if I'm saying human in the loop, everything is to be reviewed, probably you're not doing. Then what you have to review, we have to think through. So what all needs to be reviewed. So that we will know only when we do it. So the way I take it is, Suresh, I get my team to also do that work, understand it from their shoes and then enable it. That's a way we can support innovation. Otherwise we become legacy and it is not only security team is failing, right? The entire company is failing. That's where it has a difference. So that's the way we do it today.
So yes, this clash is pretty regular, especially for us being the kind of customers and the AI services that we provide, right? So I remember some years back, we created a very detailed form and we say, hey, this BU head has to sign off. And when he reads that, he knows his job is at threat, so he will not sign off. So we used to push back. But those days are gone because the market, we have to be really aggressive. We have to be at the forefront. So now we have inclined to, allow a lot of things, exceptions, but then keep correcting how to mitigate that. But then new challenges come. For example, Venki mentioned about smart stock, right? Now, this is a chip engineering. In an industry, we have not heard of such a thing. So again, I have to learn, my CISOs have to learn about that industry. If I bring in my controls on top, for example, any acquisition that we do, we try to put our image, which means a lot of controls. These companies have a lot of freedom because they have literally admin rights on their machines, right? So even that itself becomes a challenge. So I think in the last 2-3 years, we have acquired 7-8 companies, and now, or more in fact. But this challenge continues. But then how we operate is, okay, allow it for some time, 2 months, it's a risk. But then we flag it right up to the board that these are risks that we take, and then slowly bring in the controls in place.
I have some different perspective that what I see future security innovation is, it's going to be a AI versus AI, not in future human is going to be involved. Maybe I think one of the people asked Coffin. No, it's not.
We will be having a CISO bot.
Yeah, CISO. No, even that virtual CISO is already comes. Yeah. So I see the security innovation is something we need to go along with that new technology, how it is happening, the AA. Nowadays, L1 kind of incidents has been managed by AA, many of the company, and most of the company focus in that direction. But still, you need the human intervention is something like some kind of decision making is still with them. How the decision making is happening is need to be having a kind of an innovation way of doing it, kind of a thing. Because we as comes from the life science company and we protect all patients' data, so we need to have a multiple level of security innovation. So we need to provide a lot of innovation ideas to the people how they have to secure the data and other areas. So one of the things which we, when we go on with this, we do a lot of assessment, vendor qualification assessment or vendor periodical security assessment kind of thing. So when you do every time, you will find some new way to identify, new threats would have been identified, new way to handling that one. So that gives a lot of lesson learned to my team. That way they can increase their innovation in that handle. That's what I think.
Okay. For me, I'm from the manufacturing background. In manufacturing itself, there are different types of business which we are handling. Mechanical, electronics, as well as the aerospace also we are doing it. So the primary security objective should drive from the business kind of thing, rather than one stand which fits for all the people. It will not be there. Even for one organization, we have to speak about what is the record for the specific group or specific kind of thing which we have to do. I think the ISO 27001 comprises all this requirement kind of thing in a nutshell kind of things. Today, the security will not be a IT standalone, not only that, but it is a business enabler as well as to the stand edge to the outside market, to the customer needs kind of thing. So by using as ISO 27, we can leverage the benefits as well as to improve our business model kind of thing. That's the objective I can able to talk about.
Fantastic. So I'm looking at a new position coming up called Chief Bot Mediator in the future, who will mediate between a developer bot and a CISO bot. That will be the human in the loop work that we'll be having. Okay. So thanks for all the wisdom that you have brought to the table today. I think we have some time for any questions from the audience.
Hello. On the other hand, we also keep hearing about quantum computing, wherein it can, today encryption is possible, but quantum computing will be able to break through all those things. If certain hackers get into the quantum computing, to what extent cybersecurity will be able to protect that particular incidences?
Okay, I will take that question. So, quantum computing, the moment it comes in, you need to change the encryption across board. It is not just security, it is completely engineering. You have to change across board. But what is more important for quantum computing coming for security today is, how are you prepared? See, now the hackers are getting into the mode of collecting the data, keeping it with them, holding the data with them. I mean, they come and hack your data, take it, they will not be able to break it today. They are waiting for quantum computing to come so they can hack it and crack it and leverage it, right? That's what they are waiting for. So what is important for you today in security is you ensure either it is encrypted or non-encrypted, the data is not having any leakage, right? But the quantum computing, the moment it comes as engineering, completely we have to change. Straight from simple encryption on storage to all the encryption changes will change. So you have to just ensure that it is not just encryption, it is also the data is not getting leaked anyway, irrespective of the encryption. I'll put it on.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. See, luckily today we are not there, quantum computing, right? So yes, everyone is working on quantum computing, be it Google, AWS, everybody is working on that. It's a matter of time. In fact, the American government has said by 2030 it will come, so you need to have a solution. So We have been working with many of our US customers because they already flagged us, this is a need. So first we started with a white paper, and then now we have given a blueprint on what all things to do. They are all shocked. They said this is not possible to do because it's not only your internal codes, passwords, etc. that you need to look at, your entire ecosystem, right? Because there are third-party products. You have SaaS products. In fact, I'll tell you, even Microsoft doesn't have a solution for a product which is already launched. So it's that bad. So we are chasing them. Hey, you have not even fixed what is the issue today. Others have changed. So when quantum computing comes, it's going to be chaotic. But then I would say there are a lot more business for people like us in this industry, is how we are looking at it.
I think we can take one more question because time's up, and later you can discuss with them offside.
Hi, Suresh and team. Hi, fantastic insights. Thank you. Just a question and more related to cyber insurance, because this is something that the ISO 27000 and the practices pretty much helps you with a lot of visibility and negotiation power. Any examples or best practices that you could share with us?
Yeah, I'm more than happy because just last week I got an accolade from the board. Because see, what we do, like I said, we are already rated as Forbes number 3 in America's most secure companies. Beachside score is always an all-time high for the last 2.5 years. Security scorecard is almost 100, almost 3 years. EY does an audit pretty regularly. So what happens is, whenever we go to a negotiation, today the cyber insurance have become very, very smart. They don't look at your turnover. They look at the risk, right? So they have empaneled, for example, the insurance that we have today, they have empaneled cybersecurity experts who actually, how do they know how good it is? So they have looked at all these scores, right? Because these things monitor 24/7. The interesting thing is, while my coverage has gone up because the kind of client we onboard, this thing has dipped by at least 18% from last year. The insurance has dipped for me, purely because they come and do the audit, they see themselves, right? You know, the security scorecard, etc., is visible to anyone who wants to see. It doesn't need my inputs for them. I would say this is how to rigidly follow. Don't wait for an insurance or an incident to happen. If you can ramp up all the security measures, yes, you might be a bad boy. I know some of my virtuosians may not like what we do, right? It kind of stops them. But then that's where we are today. That has helped us to really reduce the insurance. While the premium has come down, I was able to jack up the value of the coverage today.
No, addition to that, today cyber insurance providers are not coming with the questionnaires. They are getting into your system and assess that one. Rather than earlier days, they ask questions and we fill it up and they will come back with the premium. Today, those days are gone. They are coming with, they are deploying their people to assess our environment, and then they come back the solution.
Yeah, there should be some due diligence should be happen from both the sides. We have to do our own risk assessment as well as they will be doing, and comparing both the things, and we have to entrust what will be the risk code jointly. Then only we have to go for this cyber insurance kind of thing, which will have a meaningful outcome.
Thank you all for your wisdom today, and thanks.
Thank you so much to our entire panel. Can we give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen? We'll now dive right into our next session, which will also be a panel discussion. This one is titled AI, Academia and Resilience, Building Institution and Talent for an Uncertain Future. I'd like to welcome our panelists to take the stage. We have with us Dr. Sandhya Pentareddy, Executive Director, Velo Institute of Technology. With over 30 years of experience spanning global technology leadership and higher education administration, she brings a rare blend of industry and academia to the table. Having led large-scale product and engineering teams at organizations such as Walmart, Intuit and Yodlee, she now plays a pivotal role in shaping institutional growth and innovation at VIT. Welcome, Dr. Sandhya. Next on stage, I'd like to welcome Mr. Jagdish Ramaswamy, Board of Advisors and Advisor at Digital Transformation, Jayam SCM Consultants Private Limited. With over 3 decades of driving large-scale organizational change across industry and the social sector, he brings deep expertise in business excellence and digital transformation. Welcome, sir. Next, I'd like to welcome Dr. V. Kumarasamy, author and independent consultant with over 4 decades of experience spanning manufacturing, finance, consulting, and international business. He is a respected industry and policy expert, and he is alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad and has served on multiple corporate boards and is widely recognized for his work on economic policy, trade, and growth. Welcome, sir. We'd like to welcome you on stage. Okay, moving on, we'd like to invite Dr. Ashwin Sadasivakumar, Senior Vice President, Learning and Campus Head Virtusa, a leader in enterprise learning and digital capability building. He spears AI, data, and upskilling initiatives across the organization. He architects scalable learning ecosystems that future-proof talent and deliver measurable business impact. Welcome, Dr. Ashwin. Moderating this panel is Mr. Nagaraj, Vice President, Data and Analytics, The Hindu. Can we give them a round of applause as we look forward to an exciting discussion ahead? Welcome, sir.
Do you know what's the future of cloud computing? It's Docker and Kubernetes. Why? Because technology is continuously evolving and businesses are shifting towards cloud-based solutions, and containerization is the most popular method of doing so. And guess what? You can learn the basics of Docker and Kubernetes for free. Attend Scala's masterclass on fundamentals of Docker and Kubernetes to learn the concepts of containerization and the most popular commands. By the end of the session, you will be able to build your first Docker file from scratch. So without further ado, click on the link below to register.
We've had a fair number of sessions yesterday and this morning where we spoke about resilience in terms of infrastructure, cyber, servers, data centers, and all of these had a common thread of AI running through it, artificial intelligence. But the most critical infrastructure we have is human intelligence. And with the theme of continuity unbroken, it's a challenge that we ask ourselves, is the chain of knowledge transfer safe? So the education and the academia is the place where we learn things, we learn how to build systems, we learn how to build artificial intelligence systems, and we are now at a place where we need to relook at how we develop human intelligence in this age of artificial intelligence. Dr. Sandhya, when we spoke about this session, you argued that an institution's role is much larger than just providing entry-level workers. It's much more than placements. In an age where information is free and AI is ubiquitous, how do you define relevance? What is the unique value a university provides today that a subscription to a ChatGPT or a Gemini won't?
It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning, everybody, or rather good afternoon. Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and I think need of the hour. We produce more than knowledgeable workforce for the industry. We produce intelligent, empathetic, adaptable human beings that can face the future, whatever the future has to throw at them, as best as they can, and also shape the future society. So I think the value of university education is more than a course you can learn online. Knowledge is just a part of what we do. The imparting of knowledge is what, is just a small part of what we do in a high-end university. I always say that people learn only 40% or less in a classroom. What they learn most is outside the classroom. When they interact with the students, other students, through peer learning, and when they interact with the professors, when they meet the industrialists that visit the campus, the scientists, and they collaborate with the society. Sometimes the society brings us problems to solve, and the students get real-life exposure to that kind of problem statements and being part of the solutions. So in short, we actually prepare our students by strengthening their brain muscles and making them adaptable. And we teach them how to learn continuously. And actually, there's a little more. This is all centered around learning, but the high-end universities also do few more things. We do research and development. Research is the backbone of the country, especially in a society that is fast advancing technologically. We need to do a lot more in research. And we provide that research bandwidth to the country. And we also encourage entrepreneurship by providing entrepreneurship development cells, incubation cells, where students and others can try their ideas out, and they can get like-minded people, they can bring the like-minded people to come together and experiment in our labs and so on. So building capability is one of our things, and the other is research and development. And we are a field that collaborates with international and industry. So that is very powerful when we do those kind of, we are the bridges to the other countries in a manner of speaking. And I mentioned entrepreneurship, and we provide lot of services directly and indirectly to the surrounding communities. We understand the rural areas better. We understand the urban areas better. We look into problems that rural areas are facing and the challenges that urban areas would be facing in the future. So we're always looking out for solutions for the future society. Thank you.
Thank you. What you said resonated with me particularly around two things. One was around during the pandemic, when children couldn't go to school or students couldn't go to universities for about a year and a half, there was definitely the sense that they had lost out on something. They had lost out on the personal connections, the social connections, the networking, and just the ability to face the real world head on. And that contrasts with very recent incidents of children taking on AI chatbots as their friends, guides and counselors, right? So that's certainly a very important aspect of it. Mr. Jagdish, would you like to add to what a university does for children and students?
Yeah, good afternoon. I want to take a little bit step back than what she said. And I come from a background where, as a part of Azim Premji Foundation, I worked in the schools in terms of looking at how children are getting trained, what is the curriculum, and then for the last 2.5 years, I've been engaging with colleges on how do they prepare the student for the digital age. What is the leadership quality for a digital age? So my inputs that I'm giving is based on my ground level experience of talking to these children. And I also tell you the difference between currently what we have in India versus what you see, let's say in the US or somewhere else, in terms of how we develop the capability of a student. So for us today, unfortunately, we are still very focused on getting the certificate, that is a degree. I mean, we just spoke in the previous panel about 27,000 as a certificate versus 27,000 as an intent for doing something good. I think we have, over the period of last 25, 30 years, while the universities have done a lot of things to improve many things, but broadly the way we educate children have degraded. And I'm saying this with the following examples. When I wrote my IIT exam, it was not about able to go into a coaching class and somehow crack the exam. It used to be your ability to apply what you learned in the school and colleges to solve a practical problem. And that's what today we hear everybody talking about. The future skills is going to be critical thinking. Is the student able to use whatever he or she learns in the schools and colleges to solve real life problem for the society, real life problem for the industry, real life problem for the home? From at that angle, I think we have miserably failed. Now it's the time for us to wake up, because our rote learning that we do today of basically measuring student success based on the marks that they get, that era is over, okay? Now is the era where we need to really focus on how do we make these children from educated, certified children to skillful. How do you bring skill? Skill is about using your knowledge to solve a problem. So first is we have to focus a lot on skilling from schools. I mean, university, I would say still late, you know. But having said that, AI now is going to exist and it's not going to go away. The good part we are now seeing is we are all trying to, all the education institutions are trying to adopt and give students the ability to use AI. But it's not going to help them to score the marks, because that examination of you giving a question and getting answer, that is all now being done by AI. So what I see is now morph into critical thinking, where you actually give students the ability to solve problems using AI as a tool. That's why this is not artificial intelligence. We call it as augmented intelligence. It can never become the intelligence. You know, you don't want AI to become the ultimate intelligence, because then what are we for? So, you know, the AI has to be used in such a way that it takes away the mundane work of, you know, looking at memorizing and answering, versus how do I use it as my co-panelist or a helper to do my job better. And that is where the universities have to start focusing on how do I make these children use the AI as something to enhance their ability to ask the right questions. It's not about anymore answers are given by AI. The ability to ask the right questions, the ability to ask the question that solves problem, the ability to know that in all of the super success of AI, ethics, and this is what I tell the leadership, digital future leadership is all about being ethical, use of AI. And second is very, very important aspect of AI is, don't use it without human judgment. And that's why human in the loop is so important, right? So I would say universities are starting, a long way to go, but how do students correlate, live with AI to use problems? And that is where the universities and schools have to come, rather than saying, I'll teach you what is science. I think science is getting taught today in AI. How do I use that science or the maths or the geography you are now learning to solve a problem is where the universities have to go, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Jagdish. Dr. Ashwin, you are in a unique position in this panel, and as you are aware, when we were discussing the questions that we will do in this panel early on, we started off saying there is a junior recruitment crisis, in the sense that if AI replaces junior jobs, then where will seniors come from 10 years from now, right? So I wanted, and this was something that Venki spoke about in the morning in his fireside chat with John Xavier as well. So let's go a little deeper into this. What happens when the ladder is missing the bottom rungs?
I think it's a trick question. It cannot exist. I feel whenever I talk to people who say jobs will, there's so many people who are taking people into the roles for which people join have changed. The roles for which, who's going to train the AI models? Who's going to write the AI models? Who is going to, the foundation? Do you all know what is the fundamental language on which AI exists? The fundamental language is still Python. So I lead the learning and development, and I lead the AI Academy for Virtusa. The foundation is what the university gives, and that's not going to go away. Yes, the volumes will come down. This is a cycle. It has to come down and go up. We are not good. Okay, we all, I think, I can see I am 50 plus, and I've seen the Y2K world. So people thought engineers can do only Y2K, right? Some years back. But after that, we transformed ourselves to the digital revolution. We will also transform to the AI world. Jobs are not going anywhere. It's just, you have to turn on what, as Sir said, the critical thinking. The mass hiring will go. The mass hiring will not happen. There will be value hiring. And that is where I see universities, and when ma'am talked about it, right? I can relate it, sorry, maybe I'm deviating, but I can relate it to see, there are scales of universities where I've seen what ma'am talked about, that culture of social inclusivity, critical thinking, project-based approach. But we have to ask a frank question. Does all the colleges, universities do that? That's the point. And if you, certain universities, certain colleges do that, and we can see the difference when they come into our universities. So that is where universities have to rethink. There will be a lot of consolidations in universities. We all know that, right? There will be people who are not doing it coming in. So I've talked a lot, but the question is, mass hiring will go down, hiring will never go down, because this is, the pyramid has to exist, right? You have to get people injected and move there. And to add to your first question, right, just one more point. The 4-year, I had a huge, when ma'am was talking, I had a huge argument with one of my cousins who migrated from the US. He migrated from here. He said, what is this degree all about? There is micro-learning. You can get a certificate and get, guys, that might solve one project issue. That might solve a month of issue. That might solve, you can get into somebody to solve one problem, one bug. What a foundation degree gives you is thinking, is about solving the problem, is about taking it to the future. See, I am an electronics and communication engineer. I am an electronics and communication. I have never used electronics in my 27 years of career. I have never used electronics and communication. But is that what? It taught me so much to look into intricate details which I can't look and feel. Today, AI also you can't look and feel. It is happening in the background. Like that, electronics also used to happen in the background. But it gave me that insight. So that's what, so degrees are not going to go away, but universities have to think, how can there are universities which are at that level. How can we replicate it? That's what is going to happen. It's not going to go away. And last point, AI will never replace a human. People who do not know AI will be replaced by people who know AI. That's all. So there is nothing like humans are going to go away. Humans who do not know AI will be replaced by humans who know AI and use AI. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin. Before I jump to Mr. Kumar Swamy, I saw Mr. Jagdish pick up the mic. Please.
I wanted to add to what Ashwin was saying, and it's very interesting that observations that he made, right? So the problem is not losing jobs. And problem, I completely agree that people with AI will replace the people without AI. So we have to come with the reality that, you know, the days when we used to tell tables, 1 table, 2 table, took pride in saying, I can say tables up to 12 into 15. Who cares? Today, you have a calculator. We all migrated. I think this is an age of migrating to, don't expect the student basically to say, do you know coding? That they have to learn. But they don't need to become masters in coding, but they need to know masters in code and getting it verified with your supervisor was the norm in which people used to stay for 3-4 years relevant because you just code. That 3-4 years of relevance is now gone because I think the AI is going to do it. So you have to, in the universities, there's a must that you add in the curriculum. Don't remove the coding. Python coding is very important. And what he said, the basics will still remain Python coding. So you need experts who know the Python coding. You need experts who are able to decode the output from the AI, because at some point in time, we don't want to get into a society where fundamental knowledge is just given off to AI, and we depend on a set of knowledge which is our own previous knowledge, right? So it is extremely difficult for universities. It's not an easy job, but they have no choice but to migrate to making students read the complex theories, understand, because AI doesn't understand that. Plus, say now having understood the theory, understood the concept, how can I now use AI to solve a problem faster? How can I do my same problem solving more efficiently? So the jobs will evolve like that, which is going to basically, on the day one, you don't need a finishing school to learn coding and talking. You need somebody who says, okay, I'm ready to solve a problem from day one. That migration is should happen, and a lot of that goes back to two very critical aspects. One is the faculty readiness, other one is the syllabus itself. Are we working at a national level?
To that for the next theme. Mr. Kumar Swamy, you've done a lot of research around AI and particularly its impact on education and learning. So I'd like you to dive into this question and also segue into the next theme, which is can India compete in the global AI race? We have the volume of talent, but do we have the quality? How can universities and industry collaborate so that India is not a back office, but a creator?
Is it audible? Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks for having me here. I have the unique experience of having been in the industry for nearly 38 years before I switched sides to academics. First of all, I think this chair should have been given to a 22-year-old, not to a geriatric or bariatric at 65 years old. They have a unique vision, and they are going to be living the future, and they are the people who are entitled to participate in this kind of meetings, in my opinion. I'll just take a minute to answer the previous question in a rhetorical kind of way. Today is, I think, G.R. Vishwanath's 77th birthday. With what experience did he play play the Kanpur test? With just 4 Ranji Trophy matches. After that, somebody spotted him and, straight away kick-started into test cricket. Or Mushtaq Mohammed, at the age of 15, he was facing Wes Hall, the fastest bowler then. I think we have to get out of this mindset of, only experience step by step to, there. What do IAS officers do? There was Jaishankar, I think, joined the IAS at 22 years old, I think. What did he know about foreign service? But he is doing a fantastic job, and the feedback from many of the foreign service guys is great about him. So I think the way to go about it is, whatever be the time you spend, elapsed time in coding, that has to be crushed. Let him be given a flavor of what coding is all about, and let him be kick-started to hire. If you are used to seeing seniors and general managers only at 45 and 50, perish the thought, please see general managers at the age of 25 year after in SBI. That's the way I think we should go. We cannot be driving bullock carts and hoping to arrive from here to Marina Beach in 1 hour. We need cars, we need to graduate our skills, etc. But the other thing is what kind of opportunity that India, this one. I think the negative connotation of loss of jobs, I think, is really overdone. I think Niti Aayog has estimated in a do-nothing kind of scenario, that about 1.5 million jobs will be lost, primarily at the coding and base level. But look at the opportunity. They are projecting $1.5 trillion worth of opportunity by 2030. Addressable Indian market. If you're talking about addressable world market, is $75 trillion. We can't generate 1.5 million jobs. Government should be fixing 15 million as the minimum jobs that I require out of this, milieu. We are operating on this platform. The whole world is changing and going to this platform, somewhere else. This graduation itself creates humongous amount of jobs. On top of it, you'll go and sit there, where we are placed in beneficial position in multiple number of ways. Today, adoption of AI, I think we are the second, I think, with 14% adoption. But look at the specific AI agents. ChatGPT number 2, Perplexity number 1, and very many other videos, etc. We are number 1. We have the market. We have the talent. Government has assured in the recent either budget or economic survey that projected AI is very, very heavily energy, energy intensive. They have assured that by 2030 we will be energy surplus even after considering the AI demand. Government has promised that portion. Government has also got an incentive. What else are you looking for? We are perfectly placed to exploit these opportunities. On the same front, I should express my deep disappointment with the industry leaders in IT, the Infosys and Wipros and TCS. In fact, sitting in this very chair 2 days back, Mr. Gopal Srinivasan was saying, instead of spending 72,000 crores in exploiting these opportunities which are emerging, they have returned nearly 72,000 crores as share buyback. Isn't it, very, very paradoxical? They should be investing this money to create capabilities for graduating to the future. That's what they should be doing. I'll just give an example which will perhaps appeal to the VIT students. Today, if you want to get your publication ready, this one, for checking grammar and, spell check, what word gives is very perfunctory. The Grammarly or Quillbot, etc. They take nearly 16 to 18,000 rupees per 10-page paper. Or if you are using specialized Wiley kind of thing, which also suggests a very good amount of, language changes, 54,000 rupees. Isn't it a great opportunity for all our English professors? Or even somebody who's doing even chemistry should quit his chemistry profession and take on to this, that kind of stuff. In my opinion, AI is a great game changer. It can be what manufacturing did to South Korea, Japan, and China to India. We should seize this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Kumaraswamy. Dr. Ashwin, on our ability to become a global player in the AI space.
I'll just take 2 parts to my answer. What is the foundation of AI? With respect to, if you think about it, right, data is the biggest foundation for AI. And which country has the biggest amount of people, data, the complexity of our spread of languages, this is the place. And this is where engineering, I've traveled to places, China, the other countries, which we always keep saying that's a threat from software engineering. I still don't consider any country equal to the, we keep talking about H1 visas, this thing, nothing will happen. We can keep talking on paper, but nothing will happen to the Indians. Without Indians, this thing won't run. The Silicon Valley won't run. So I would say India is placed in a position of strength, fundamentally because of the volume. We have got the engine ready. We have got the engine of volume to be created. Now that volume has to be tweaked to add value at a mass level. Again, I go back to my first. There are certain fantastic universities who do a job of getting, I won't say industry ready. They don't have to make them industry ready. You don't have to make, I don't believe in that concept of industry readiness. Industry will make them ready. You make them ready from what is the foundation, what is that, if they are data science, ML, can they talk data science? Can they be maths specialist? Make them that. That's and our sheer volume and our sheer democratic strength has made us, is already make it. See, we keep talk, I do not want to talk about this. See, look at GPay. You know how good, I don't know how many of you know, GPay is talked well across the world, right? With so much of transaction. Even a flower vendor, anywhere we go, GPay works. It's as simple as that. Now you think GPay is, so this, and look at how we handled COVID's, many countries replicate. So we are well placed. We are in the position of strength with our sheer volume. Then we can't rest back that we will ride the wave of the services industry. AI is a different world. The skill set are going to be different. We just have to tweak. And I think this government, along with any other, are placed. Gone are those days where we are going to say, we all have to agree that we missed the manufacturing big era, right? The big one we missed. We didn't miss the IT era, we created it. I don't think we are, I strongly believe we are not going to miss the AI era. We are the AI era, if you want to call me. That's what I think.
Over the last 20 minutes or so, we've skirted around one thing, which is we've been speaking about two things. We spoke about curriculum a little bit. Multiple times we made the mention of critical thinking and judgment. So we say we need human intelligence for those things. That's a little bit abstract. Let's get specific. How would universities teach crisis decision making? You can't learn pressure from a textbook. Dr. Sandhya?
Absolutely. I think what we do is also teach problem-solving skills, because we give students a lot of problems, and we also allow them to choose problems, and we invite industries to give problems for which the students offer solutions. We also have hackathons and things like that, and there is a lot of pressure in such things, you know. So there is limited time. There's a set of, there's a context that is set and a problem that's thrown at the students. And if that is not creating the pressure and stress that they can live up to or get trained in, I don't know what else is. But that said, there are, beyond hackathons, there are other things also, such as projects that they can take home, they can discuss with their peers. They can even go to the society to see how things are happening and what is the ground reality, and suggest solutions, etc. So the deadlines are a reality for students as they are for the professionals.
True, but that kind of opens up another question, which is around particularly around education in AI, as in teaching AI. So universities, I'm assuming, update their curricula every 4 or 5 years. And
more rapid than that?
These days? Okay. But AI is, we are talking about weeks. We are talking about something that we couldn't do with a model a month back, suddenly getting done very well now. So two questions there. One is, how do you intend to bridge that gap, whatever the gap might be? And is there also a new business model that could come into place where, you know, you could buy a subscription to a university degree?
Okay, I think I'll answer from the beginning. So we talked about curriculum. You know, how can curriculum be agile? First of all, the curriculum has to be agile. But we really need to talk about curriculum and pedagogy. Curriculum should never be set such that it goes down to the lowest detail. Curriculum has to be at a very high level so that the faculty that is handling the curriculum can fill in the details that are relevant to today. And they can also devise the pedagogy that is more suitable. And in that pedagogy comes all these things like problem solving, critical thinking, using AI, you know, augmenting AI. Basically, we are not avoiding AI. We are encouraging our students to use AI, but AI as a co-pilot, right? We don't want our students to delegate their responsibility to AI. We don't want cut and paste of prompts and cut and paste of solutions. We want them to use their thinking. But getting back to the question, so curriculum can evolve as rapidly as, say, 6 months. And I understand you totally well, or not all universities are the same. Some are setting benchmarks, others are following, and some others are failing to follow. But I will just talk about the model universities, because I think that's the best case scenario. We evolve curriculum very rapidly. So we change curriculum as rapidly as 6 months. Now 6 months may seem long too. So that is why I'm saying that we have to set curriculum at a very high level and let the faculty evolve the meat content of it. And the pedagogy is the one that makes sure how you incorporate the day-to-day happenings or the latest technologies and so on. We look beyond tools. Foundation skills don't go away. Foundation skills stay the same. It was early in 90s when I learned operating systems, computer architecture, AI. What the heck? Yes, AI. And DBMS and so many other things. And I think those skills are just as relevant today as they were that day. In fact, the need of the hour is the foundation skills. So the coding skills are not the ones that we need. When you think of an engineer, please do not see a programmer. An engineer is much more than a programmer. An engineer solves your day-to-day problems. An engineer solves future problems. An engineer makes changes. And it's not just about engineers, but it's about technologists and even, liberal arts people. So could you just prompt me a little more about the current context? I think I just went on a tangent.
Should a university degree become a subscription product?
I don't think that it should become a subscription thing, but a university degree, the content keeps evolving. So I think where we are in terms of the 4-year degree, we are comfortable. But how we do things, in fact, we have been evolving, we never stopped evolving. How we do things keeps changing and will keep on changing. It's not just coping with change, but it is making change. It is building the future as a utopian future, if you will.
In India, we lack the ecosystem. And he mentioned a lot about why the industries are not really having the patience to say, okay, this country is going to lead the AI race. It cannot be led by universities. It cannot be led by the IT services company. It has to be led by the government and also all the corporates. And where we lack today is the will to experiment and stay on for 1 or 2 years or 3 years without success. See, there is no magic in making AI work for solving a problem until you develop, a mass of movement where the ecosystem starts to work by itself. And developing an ecosystem is where we struggle compared to the Western countries because of their past, okay? So when university students are brilliant, I work with a lot of university students. If you look at many institutions like SIGN in Mumbai, IIT, all of them have done a lot of collaboration with industry, trying to get the students an opportunity to solve real-life problem. But unfortunately, it falls through the crack on the industry side, never on the academic side. I've seen it. So to help these institutions build a resilience and create those kind of students, I think industry, all of you represent industry, I think you'll understand that industries play a very vital role in developing the ecosystem and having patience in making sure that we reach that level where world starts to look at us for what we have done for ourselves, not what we have done for others. It's not about AI services. It is about creating AI-based products. Our economy, unfortunately, is very service-oriented in the software and AI side. It's time we think about making AI as a product economy rather than a service economy, because that's not where you create IPs. You create IPs in a product environment, and a lot of industry and academics, if we collaborate in a big way, this can happen, for sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, not to answer your question directly, but to speak to the panel on what they've been saying so far, I agree with them, and I also want to point out that there is a huge opportunity for a good collaboration between government and top universities, R&Ds. One thing that I'm itching to do is develop a model and run to see what will be the real impact of job losses. There are going to be job losses. Let's be realistic about that. The job roles are going to change. So the new technologies will create new jobs. But in the interim, there is going to be a job loss, and several segments are going to be affected. But how are they going to be affected, and what we can do to tide over that, to make that, not too much of a rough landing, if you will. That kind of dialogue need to happen among the government, institutions, and industry, so that we can actually not just go with the flow, but we can proactively take measures to make, to avoid recession, for instance.
Dr. Ashwin.
Yeah, I think that if given to me, we should never let down the school education and the 4-year degree education. This is my, I've seen a lot of freshers come into that. This is the value that we bring in, and that's a differentiator. When the market sees Indians, they look at our 12 years of education, the 4 years of degree, they definitely has a value. So given to me, I will never touch that. But then the universities, some of the universities have already done it, right? They also go into a capsule-based certification, skill-wise modules where people can subscribe to it. Even the experienced people can subscribe to it. I myself have subscribed in IIT, one course. So those are add-ons. When we talk about add-ons, don't lose your base. That's add-ons. Keep add-ons as add-ons. Get this. So never, I get worried when people say, let's disturb it, let's have a subscription model. All that is good when you have an engineer in place. Don't do it for building an engineer.
Mr. Kumaraswamy, just to take a quick pivot on whatever we've been discussing, a lot of our focus has been on STEM, science, technology, engineering, management, math or management. Is it time for the liberal arts to make a comeback? Does having a degree in ethics or philosophy or history equip somebody to be more versatile in the era to come?
I'll just go back to what they were discussing in a quick this one. I do believe the interaction between industry and academics and institutions, and of course government, has to increase significantly in India. In fact, I believe at least I've seen 3 generations, that is virtual reality, manufacturing 4.0, AI, etc., being implemented by us in our company itself, at least 10 years ahead of when the institutions and even the newspapers started discussing it. In fact, our paper machine, which was the largest in the third world, was located in South Orissa, the 3rd poorest district in India, with the latest technology from Germany, with all the features of AI you are talking about, specific purpose, this one of, and that and the TNPL machine here in Samania, Salem, Karur, for that size, are the world leaders in terms of efficiency in many parameters. So AI has been there for much longer than what, only last 2 years has been making noise in the academics and other areas. So I think, secondly, I think we should not be too very defensive about these 4-year courses. I am fully with you. In fact, I met Mrs. Renu Qatar, who's the chairman of the equivalent of UGC in US, that is Academy of Education or something. She had just taken over. At that time, she was talking about the virtual university kind of concept. The best talent to teach biochemistry maybe in Brisbane, and he will only teach. He will not even set the question paper. The question papers may be set by somebody in Netherlands. It may be evaluated by somebody in Argentina, because they are specialists in those fields. And Harvard University will give you the degree, that kind of stuff. I think we have to slowly graduate to that kind of something which is not place constant. Universities with brick and mortar. This one, she was almost talking of collapse of brick and mortar as her aim. In the next 10 years, she was going to be the chair. Anyway, so sorry, I forgot your question. Yeah.
The return of the liberal arts.
No, actually, if you are using, you just give ChatGPT the main constructs or main thoughts about even the kind of poems that you want to write. It will write a very good poem. I don't think that liberal arts people are going to escape this trend. It's just that they also will have to learn the tricks of the trade to survive as well as do better. And quite often, what makes you believe that Vermeer was the greatest painter? You ask somebody else to replicate his painting. Maybe they will do it much better than Vermeer or Michelangelo or somebody, whatever paintings. I don't think it's a question of escaping anything. It has its own advantages, and no field is going to be exempt from it. But having said that, AI is in a very, very preliminary stage, in my opinion. Much development has to take place, and of course the energy question also has to be addressed. I don't think it can be consuming the kind of humongous amount of energy it is consuming. Just to, let's say, I'm just giving a very offbeat example. I have to form a sentence, I am going somewhere. I type and going to recall, it has to have a billion parameters, in flow to find out what I'm saying, whether it is going or gone to or gone or whatever. So, consumes humongous amount of energy which has to be addressed, and that is also an opportunity for chip design for India, in my opinion. I don't know whether it answered the question, but everybody has to be on the alert.
Mr. Jagdish, what's your thoughts on liberal arts as a foundation for the ability to be more versatile in working with AI?
In fact, I'll just tell you, there is now, I'll answer the question a little indirectly on how the universities are encouraging students. See, liberal arts, there are two things. One, people who have really been doing a lot of work, all the knowledge they believe has been stolen, right? In one shot, and it's now available to millions of people at a click of a button. That is a very sad part, right? So we need to really look at how do you make these people, creative people, feel that this is not going to take away their capability, or this is not going to take away their uniqueness. I'm not even talking about earning power, okay? Number one. Number two, a lot of students today, if you take, I can bet universities, if you take, in our time, it was STEM was the focus. Today it's not. And the good part is, it is still very alive. And there is one portal which basically now says, as a student, everything about you, your branding, is not about whether you're a science graduate or a maths graduate. It is about what else do you know? Do you know music? Do you know arts? Do you know painting? And there is an analytics that is going on among the data that is available in terms of, is a person with engineering and a skill to music, is he a better person to do the particular job? So there is already an analytics happening in terms of creating an engine of learning liberal arts. I don't think that is going to go. It's only going to increase. The involvement of people is going to increase, because anyway they are giving up on STEM with AI coming in. So I will see a lot of students taking that route. Plus today the opportunity is there for you to exhibit and make money in all the professions. That's a big advantage of this generation. I don't think it's going to die away.
And with that, our time's up. I'm happy to throw the floor open to questions.
Hello, I'm Shubha Varadarajan. I am an academician for past 20 years. I'm also a parent of an IITian. Actually, my son has completed his IIT Madras and he's doing his PhD in Eindhoven University, Netherlands. My question is, having heard all the comments from the panelists, how many of the corporates or the colleges doesn't give importance to entrance exams? Because you talk about the foundation, critical thinking, AI, and so many other things, but I don't think so. The school or the colleges give more importance to this, because if any colleges, the best colleges I have to go, I have to, whether I'm interested in the physics or chemistry or mathematics, even I'm interested in computer science, I have to study maths, physics, chemistry for sure, to make sure that I have to get into the top universities, right? So secondly, even the schools gives more importance to students who scores very well, right? They give importance to the scores.
Ma'am, sorry, we'll just hold to the first question.
Right, that's it. That's my question about it.
If I understood your question, see, the most important skill today we are missing in the AI world from our thing is maths. See, maths is a foundation for AI, right? You create those models, and when you don't want to just use AI, you want to create models. Maths is a very important feature. I believe our educational system is one of the best in the world. I don't think we should, and nobody's, we can make it more practical, and that can always be an innovative thing, and we have gone through that stage. But if I understand, is it going to stay? It's definitely going to stay. And even if you look at our customer base, right, they come to us because we have such a big scrutiny on a person who has to come to that level of an IIT or any college, right, has to have the fundamentals. So I don't think it's going to go away, should not go away.
Very quickly, just my 2 cents. It's a filtering mechanism. As long as we are able to scale how the filtering can be done, perhaps even using AI, maybe then tests will go. But as of now, I think the reality is that it's a filtering mechanism, and that's how it's going to work. Navneet.
So my question is, in the midterm future, would transitioning from what you studied versus what you do change significantly? So for instance, would somebody from a liberal arts background, following your question, would he be able to transition to science, for instance, easier than now? And would that allow companies to build a far more diverse workplace than the workplaces today?
I think now, more importantly than ever before, the interdisciplinary collaboration, interdisciplinary education and research is very important these days. Would somebody who studied science be a player in engineering, or somebody who studied engineering be a player in healthcare? Very much possible, especially because of AI. Anyone who is augmenting AI into their regular work their output will be far superior than the one that is not doing the AI augmentation. So I appeal to everybody to be AI savvy, AI aware, and use that. And I think, yes, it's absolutely possible, but that we need to encourage interdisciplinary work, which we are actually doing in our university. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is happening, okay? Started to happen in India. It's about somebody taking a bet. You know, we are so, okay, he's an engineer, so he should be good. See, that we have to get out of that mindset. Look at the person, don't look at the degree, right? He said 27 years he has never used electronics. Same with me. So it's not about, the degree gives you the grounding, very important for you to have a theoretical knowledge. But beyond that, I think the organizations have to give opportunities for people to, even somebody is not an engineer, I see a lot of CEOs today are BAs and BComs, you will not find them in India, but go abroad. You will see people from any field taking that opportunity. It is possible, and they'll probably be more successful than an engineering CEO. The other way is difficult. For an engineer to shift to liberal arts is very difficult. But a liberal art person to come and do engineering and become a CEO, to me, is a lot easier.
Just a quick, I learned something from my daughter who's doing a second year MBBS in Ramachandra. She was telling there are opportunities to learn AI, and there's a field developing, right? Where there are specialists, you can become an MBBS degree, so you're a doctor, and you know what the human body is all about. But you also learn AI. So there is a field which is coming up. And then there is a hospital management with MBA goes into the picture, right? So there are a lot of things that are happening. It was this thing to me, but it's happening.
And with that, thank you so much for a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much.
Leave his body! Let the green flag enter! Bring me a man who loves me.
I am a better man now.
Well, after that very insightful panel discussion, we now dive into a one-on-one conversation titled Engineering Continuity, How Integrated IT Services Turn Risk into Resilience. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Jagan, Enterprise Account Manager, Skylark Information Technology Private Limited, a customer success and business technology professional specializing in B2B IT services. He brings strong focus on enterprise engagement and value delivery. With hands-on experience in client interaction and technology-driven solutions, he drives pragmatic, results-oriented outcomes for enterprise customers. Welcome, Mr. Jagan. For this session, he will be in conversation with Mr. Suresh Vijay Raghavan, Chief Technology Officer, The Hindu. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hello. So we are between you and your lunch now. So we'll make sure that this is very informative. So continuity today isn't a recovery plan. It's an engineered outcome. In this conversation, we explore how integrated IT services across infrastructure, security, cloud, and data come together to keep organizations, operations in the face of disruption. So before we start, Jagan, I would want you to give a background about your organization and what you're doing.
So good afternoon all.
So myself, Jagan, so I'm coming from Skylark Information Technologies. So we are a global system integrator, so where we have started our journey in 1993, so close to 33 years we're in the market. So we have pan-India presence, so we have our headquarters in Chennai and we have spread across multiple locations within India. And we also have our global presence at US, Singapore, Dubai and Netherlands as well. So in addition to that, we have been excelling in multiple technologies, so which could be more from a security perspective, or it could be from a networking or complete infrastructure cloud. So these are the major portfolios that we take out.
So as an integrated service provider, so when business goes down today because of a issue in the information technology ecosystem, do we see this an IT outage or it's a business survival event?
Yeah, so that's actually an interesting question, sir. So before answering to that question, so as a Skylark, we majorly classify our technologies that caters for, one could be for infrastructure, second one is for data, third one is your application could be on cloud or it could be on-premise, and fourth one is on security. So how these four is going to be integrated, because nowadays all these technologies are not just bolted, it has been integrated so that you form a proper solution out of it. So that's how Skylark works in the market. And answering to your question, so any business outage or if any IT outage is not just your application is going down or your business is going down. So beyond that, it is about your, you lose your customer trust. So your revenue goes down, your brand, the company brand also goes down, and your regulatory compliances risk increases. So that's what happens when your application, or if you get any security attack, or if you get outage of your application happens, right? So in these important aspects, so I wanted to add one more thing. So when your application or when your business is down, so it's not just about going to impact your IT environment or your business, it is beyond that. Because especially if you take about manufacturing customers, so there is something called OT flow, operational technology, which most of us would be aware of here. So in that case, OT and IT is almost integrated because even the digital goes for OT environments also. So when OT system goes on, say for example for a pharmaceutical industry, where they manufacture critical medicines that goes for multiple purposes. It could be for cancer treatment or it could be for any vaccination for babies. So if any OT security attack is happening, so it's not just going to give a business disruption. It is going to even cause a major life threat also. So that's how any application threat goes on. So Skylark Information Technologies, in this matter, we have come out with an OT security solution. So basically we have a center of excellence, which is India's first center of excellence for OT technology, OT security in that case. So that has been in Chennai, T Nagar office. So that is in-house first OT security center of excellence. So there what we do is like we first talk about how we are going to segment between OT and IT traffic. Because as I mentioned, OT and IT is already combined or it's been segregated in that way. So how we are going to segregate between OT and IT matters a lot. And if you see from a manufacturing industry, the big machines, so those would be like 30 years old, 40 years old machines. Because like IT, we have a very shorter lifespan, so we change the devices very frequent. But for manufacturing industry, that's not the case. So the devices age would be like 30 years, 40 years, which cannot be changed very frequently also. How we are going to do the virtual patching, or it could be proper secure remote access. So all this case is what Skylark has been providing to many manufacturing customers, so that to enhance OT security, to avoid the business disruption, as well as to cause zero threats to the lives as well.
So I understand then you work across multiple industries, right?
Yes.
So what is the biggest gap you see in the continuity planning?
So in this case, so we work for, Skylark works for top banks within India. So we work for manufacturing plants, we work for IT sectors, we work for retails, healthcare. So these are automobiles. So these are the major sectors which we work with. So generally what happens is continuity plan or being resilient. So both are different. So when we talk about continuity, so it is more of a documents. So it is more of a procedure. So okay, to have my business continuity, I have to follow these are the procedures, these are the documents which we have. But something being resilient is a head up above. So it is more of a behavioral pattern. So how, when if any disruption is happening, so how your organization is going to have a resilient, how far it is being a resilient matters a lot in terms of being an continuity plan. So that's what happens. Because if you see most of an organization, they say as per compliance to have a business continuity plan, so we are going to have, these are the key parameters. But when it comes for a real life scenarios where there is a disruptions, right? Because we see most of our customers when they face any disruptions, so they say we have followed the protocols, but that is not going to be enough. So you need something above that, where you engineer yourself, where you engineer your systems, right? So that's where Skylark comes into the picture. So we understand our customer environment, so we make sure beyond continuity, making the system resilient also plays a plays a major role. So that's what it is all about.
So in that case, a follow-up to that is how do modern recovery environment looks like?
Yeah, so recovery, I would say most of the traditional system talks about backups, right? So when we talk about backup is all about, say for example, I go to a customer. So as a customer says, I have a proper backup mechanism in place. But when actual issue comes, people say, yes, I have this backup data which have been taken for long. But we don't know what all the interdependent systems are there. So in that case, we need to have a proper recovery plan. So backup is just having copies of your data, but recovery is actually the capability to keep the momentum up. So that's what I would say in that case. Say for example, answering to your question on modern technologies, right? So we have been specialized, so Skylark has been specialized in providing a lot of backup solutions like disaster recovery as a service. Because you have your core applications which is sitting in your data center, right? And you need to have a proper DR. So when, say for example, if there is any major havoc that has been happening to your data center, so how your system be is very resilient. Because we were speaking down the line 5 years back. So we were speaking when cloud was much, like how AI is being buzzed now. So when cloud was buzzword. So we were speaking on RPO, RTO terminologies and all. But nowadays, we wanted a system which cannot have any RPO values, so it has to be complete when my DC goes down. So automatically how my DR goes up. So it could be in like a proper DC DR automatic failover switch, or it could be in terms of having a proper replication could also be in place. So in this case, especially for IT sectors, or it could be from a type of a banking sectors, so we do have something called multi-cloud solutions, because we have tie-up with AWS, we have tie-up with Azure, Oracle Cloud. So these are the major cloud service providers which are under MIT certifications, right? So we make sure customers securely put up in DC as well as in DR, so it could be cloud or on-premise again. How the replication happens, it could be an active-active replication, it could be active-passive replication. So that's where we come into the picture to integrate. So for example, recently we have done for one of the financial sector, so we have done an SD-WAN project which was for close to the 700 locations. So in that case, what happens, their data center was in on-premises, and they had a DR which is in AWS cloud. So how this SD-WAN, I have to deploy it in both on-premise data center as well as in a cloud DR, and I have to integrate with all the 700 branches. So that's where the key metal of Skylark comes into the picture, where we make sure the complete integration happens in place.
Okay, so now cyber incidents is most critical thing that we are looking at, right? So how has cybersecurity become a core part of continuity strategy in organizations today?
Yeah, so when we all say about cybersecurity, right? So whatever cybersecurity you have in platform, so it could be multiple technologies. So one word which becomes more is proactive. So that's how our cybersecurity has to be. So when we talk about SOC, Security Operations Center, right? So we do have our NOC and SOC centers. So when we talk about SOC, so most of the customers, especially bankings or IT or retails, so they say they wanted to integrate to a SOC solution. So SOC solution is not just having 4 or 5 solutions that is being stitched together, because SOC would be having somewhere close to 50, 60 technologies, and we all know on daily basis some new technology, some new security technology adds up. So in that case, how Skylark SOC supports customer, so that is also a major place. And there is something called SIM solution, right? So because nowadays we speak a lot on AI and automation. So how this security information event management, which is called as a SIM solution, so which majority of the banking or financial sector that uses. So this SIM solution is something like, say for example, for a clear understanding. So this SIM solution is kind of an command control center, so which actually puts a lot of postulates to collect the logs from your entire network and analyze and correlate based on the analytics what is the correlation happening, so that we get to know what kind of malicious happens. So that is one. So and adding up to your question, so second one, in addition to SIM, we also have something called EDR, so which is the endpoint detection response. So most of the bottleneck plays we see is from an endpoint, end users, right? So in that case, how this SIM and EDR correlates into giving a layered security plays a major role. So these are the major things, like putting up a proper SOC, or it could be deploying a SIM for your organization, or putting up an EDR solution. So that's where Skylark plays a pioneer role into it.
See, what we see generally when there is a incident, organizations have to deal with multiple vendors because they have products from different vendors. And during a crisis, interacting with so many different vendors becomes a big challenge. So that playbook itself is very big. So in what way an integrated service providers can play a role to reduce this burden on organizations?
Yeah. So I think this would be my most favorite question, because the USP of Skylark is we have been a multi-technology platform. So we have, as I've initially mentioned, right, so any organization, so we categorize into 4 categories. First one is on infrastructure, second one is data, third one is application, and fourth one is security. So these are the major components of any organization IT sector revolves around. So if you take about Skylark, so we have multiple portfolios. So it could be, one would be from a networking perspective. So putting up a proper connectivity, end-to-end connectivities. It could be SD-WAN, or it could be providing a wireless solution where we have recent wireless Wi-Fi 7E, because earlier we were into Wi-Fi 6, but now we are into Wi-Fi 7E. So that is also in market. Second one would be from a cybersecurity perspective. So it could be your network, or it could be application, or it could be endpoint. So third is again on cloud. Fourth one is on your compute, storage, backup. And fifth one is managed services. So these are all how we deal with. So we have a very good technical capability, so that revolves around these 4 business units. So when, say for example, a customer, when there's some issue for a customer, so one IT person, the security team would say, the issue is from a network side, so the link is down. When you go to a networking person, right, so they say, no, we are all proper, there's something, firewall port is not been happening, so you should monitor your WAF, so there is issues in WAF. So finger pointing happens both the cases. So that's why Skylark comes into the picture. So we make sure, as a being under a single umbrella, like a unified approach, so we are aware what exactly the issue is, so we understand, we get into the field and we try to understand where exactly the issue. So in that case, we have been providing NOC and MSP solutions, so which is called managed.
இந்த crawling bot எங்க சயின்ஸ் கிட்ல இருக்க ஒரு சயின்ஸ் டாய். இதை யூஸ் பண்ணி உங்க பசங்க லீனியர் மோஷன்னா என்ன, சர்க்குலர் மோஷன்னா என்னன்னு நிறைய சயின்ஸ் கான்செப்டை அவங்களே பில்ட் பண்ணி கத்துப்பாங்க. அது மட்டும் இல்லாம எங்களோட இந்த சயின்ஸ் கிட்ல இன்னொரு
your server, or it could be your endpoints, EDR, network switches and everything. So for manufacturing or banking or IT sectors. So that's where we play a major role when it is a multi-technology concept, where we use our in-house technical expert.
So with DPDP already announced, data privacy is one thing that everybody is talking about, right? So data privacy regulations are tightening globally also. So how are privacy failures now becoming continuity risks rather than just compliance issues?
Okay. So in this case, so when we talk about DPDP or 2023 Act, right? So we have our presence in multiple countries. Say for example, each country will have their own data regulations. So India, we have got DPDP, which has been fully enforced, or probably it would also get into a matured stage, version 2, version 3 would come out. So we also have US, we also have it Singapore and Europe presence as well, where we've worked with a lot of large-scale IT customers who has a global presence. So in that case, understanding each country's what is their data regulation also major role. And I would see this data privacy predominantly contains with privacy failures. So what happens is like your data is like being compromised, or data is not being properly authorization factor is not being put up. So it could be a small phishing email. So you made sure your entire network is completely secured. But a small phishing mail could cause a great havoc, right? So it could, say for example, if you're going for healthcare, a small phishing mail could bring your entire system down. So in that case, how we make sure all the data protection happens in a proper way. So it could be from deploying a DLP solution, which is data leakage protection solution. So all this is what matters a lot. So what happens is we need to have a zero trust in place. So it's not just, like I would say this privacy failure is actually loss of trust, not the loss of technology, because technology is not failing there. So trust is actually failing there. So we have to make sure zero trust is in place, and it cannot happen by just focusing on single components. Right? It has to be focused on integrating multiple end user devices as well.
So I'm going to put you in my shoes now. The CEO asks you, what should I fix first to ensure my business services, the next major disruption is, it is able to face the next major disruption? What would you say?
Okay, so thanks for that question, sir. So basically, I would say the first disruption happens with identity and access, because most of us make sure, because nowadays even customers are more matured than other players, right? So you know, you have all the information in hand. We get what is happening on news everywhere and all. So in that case, you know what is to be done and how things has to be taken up. But only thing is, so what are the major things that fail up is, so we make sure, as a customer, you make sure you protect your network in a large scale. It could be a whole sum of your critical applications which has been put up in data center. But majorly what happens is your identity and access, especially from an endpoint users, right? So that's where the major issue comes. Because as I earlier mentioned, a small access to an end user device could bring a huge havoc to it. So identity access is one where we have come out with good solutions on putting authentication, authenticator, or could be a proxy solutions. So which we have tied up with, again, major security players, so which we especially take to banking, financial sector. So that's what Skylark has been doing proficiently, or it could be a proactive material. And second one, I would say from a visibility purpose. So what happens, like when there is no visibility of what is happening in your environment, so you will not know what all the challenges or what all the threats that is been awaiting for your network, right? So in that case, what we do is, like, we make sure you have a proper visibility platform. When I say visibility platform, it's not just going to show you the heartbeat of each device. So it is going to proactively bring a lot of AI analytics to it. So this is what the issue is happening. So you will also get a lot of, like say for example, we have done, Skylark has done a major project. So where it has been integrating globally 300 locations. So all these 300 locations, there are multiple devices. There are like switches, there are Wi-Fi, there are NAC solutions. So how these solutions I bring into a single visibility platform, not just only for checking the monitoring aspect, I also wanted to have a clear picture if any issue is coming, so that the device or the tool itself provides me a analytics what could be done. Say for example, so that I don't depend on my central team. The tool itself says, and any layman or L1 resource could follow the instructions and could do it. So that's how Skylark has built a lot of solutions in terms of analytics that we take for a visibility platform. So these are the major two. One is from an identity and access, and second one is from an visibility purpose. So these are the major challenges.
In fact, thanks for telling this. I'm going to keep this recording because this year in our budget, these are the two important things we are actually adding.
Sure, sir. So I think hope post this meeting will quickly connect for that to take it forward.
So looking ahead, so what does a resilient enterprise looks like, and what role does an integrated IT partner like Skylark is going to bring to the table on that?
Okay, so as I've initially mentioned, so it's not just having a continuity plan, or it's not just making sure you have a proper recovery or backup. So you have to have the complete capability to keep the momentum up if there is any destruction is happening, right? So in that case, Skylark majorly focuses on three. So our major strength where we have from a networking or cloud. On top of it, security plays a major role, because these days we have a lot from AI and automation is also being pumped up. So in that case, security as a service, cybersecurity as a service. So many who would have visited our stall outside, so our major theme itself would be cybersecurity as a service. So in that case, we segregate into three. One is from your network security. Second one is your application security. That application could be on cloud or it could be on on-premise data center. So third one is from an enterprise endpoint security. So how these three things are stitched together, because it cannot act as an independent. So it has to be stitched together as a fabric. So that's where Skylark comes into the picture, to make sure your network, your application, as well as your endpoints are strongly tightened with various technologies. For example, if you say network, it is also, it could be from a NAC solution. So I would like to highlight this. So there is something called a NAC solution, which is network access control solution, right? So which has been mandated by RBI to be deployed in all the banking and financial sectors. So what happens is, say for example, there could be a lot of users who is accessing your network. So in that case, how my system, how this NAC solution is going to protect whether this particular device that is accessing your network is a proper device or is it some anomaly or something. So if I define certain postulates in my NAC, I put certain policies in my NAC solution, and based on those policies, if you are complying, if I'm getting the check mark against all those postulates, the device would be given access to the network. Else, the device would be put into a quarantine zone. So that's how your network security comes into the picture. There is something called application security, as we have mentioned more from a high availability perspective on a business continuity plan, to have a disaster recovery as a service, or it could be DCD or automation, which we have recently done for a largest bank. And third one, again, it's from an endpoint security. So how this endpoint security as a layered security works along with SIM. So these are the major three, which we, I would say, highly has to be integrated for a resilient enterprise organization. On top of it, say for example, we have done one case for a customer on terms of AI and automation. So where if there is any issue that has been coming, the person who is sitting in the NOC, so he gets an automated call, so nothing is manual here. So he gets an automated call, an automated voice comes up saying that your particular switch has gone down, or your particular firewall has gone down. And I say, okay, what is the remedies for it? So that voice itself gives you a solution, what can be done. So I say, okay, go ahead and do it, because I have an authorization to give a go ahead, and it does it, and the issue gets resolved. So here what happens is, because of this AI and automation, I can reduce the burden on my team, on your team, basically on L1 burden could be reduced so that if any major issue, then where L2 of Skylark comes into the play. So these are the things. And finally, to put a note, the three data has to be strongly checked upon. So which is data in play, which is from an endpoint perspective, data in motion, which is from a network traffic, and data hold, so which is from a storage perspective. So these are again three more checkpoints which also has to be need a strong security postures to be done.
I think our time's up, and thanks Jagan for coming up and helping us understand how a integrated service provider can actually help augment the resilient ecosystem within an organization.
Thank you so much.
So if there's any questions from the audience, we can take one question before we break. Yeah, please.
Hi.
Yeah.
So you did mention on disaster recovery, you provide SaaS, right? Yeah. So is it like with regard to the on-prem setup, or like is it with including the cloud?
So basically what happens, disaster recovery, you get a lot of options. So this particular disaster recovery, it could be your on-premises, or it could be your cloud as well. So most of, say for example, we work with major banks, so where they prefer to have DC on-prem and DR also on-prem because they wanted to have a lot more tighter security. But if you go for an IT sector, so they'll have DC on-prem and DR would be on cloud. So when I mention about disaster recovery as a service, so it's not just about where your application is residing at. So it could be on-prem or it could be at cloud. So together, the services could be rendered upon.
Thank you, and thank you, Jagan. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for a wonderful conversation, and thank you to our audience as well, as receptive and enthusiastic as ever. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 1-hour break for lunch, and we'll resume our post-lunch session at 2:30. Thank you so much. See you back here.
Why are you being difficult?
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed nation.
Next up, an in-depth review of India's foreign affairs. And speaking of foreign affairs, Jollywood star Malesh was spotted with a 22-year-old Brazilian supermodel, Lana Kova. Now that's a real foreign affair. Looks like trade isn't the only thing crossing borders. So tell us, do you think this foreign affair will actually strengthen India-Brazil relations? Guess Malaysia.
And this is Worldview at the Hindu. Now, D-Day arrived this week for US sanctions on India after 25% reciprocal tariffs that came into play in early August. Another.
Unlike newspaper, shakkar kama.
Every idea, every challenge, every breakthrough starts with a question. Are you ready to innovate? Start, try again, push harder, think smarter. Not working? Try more.
Impossible? Not in our labs.
Experiment. Research. Test. Record. Redesign. Problem? Find a new way. Improve the design. Your first win? Good. That means you're building. New tools, bold ideas. We don't wait for the future. We build it. This is VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology.
It starts with a moment we barely notice. A video call connects instantly. A payment clears in seconds. A movie streams without pause. For users, it feels effortless, but behind every click, conversation, and transaction is an unseen, integrated digital foundation empowering 1 billion lives. India is a living digital testbed where users are young, diverse, and always evolving. Expectations change by the minute. Volumes spike without warning. For a CIO, this is the reality. Multiple environments, massive scale, zero tolerance for delay. The role is no longer about keeping systems running. It's about orchestrating intelligence.
Did you know 80% of software engineers would need reskilling by the year 2027? That's not me inventing stats. That's a Gartner report talking. What's needed right now is an upskilling curriculum that is aligned with what the industry needs. And Scalar's AI
Data centers, cloud, cybersecurity, and managed services to power AI transformation at scale. As demand surges, the network doesn't wait for instructions. It senses intent. It reallocates capacity. It corrects itself. This is not reactive connectivity. This is autonomous, agentic network, acting on intent, not alarms. And we are building resilient, autonomous networks for the future. Behind the scenes in data centers, AI workloads come alive. Digital twins anticipate failures. Capacity scales precisely when the business needs it. Inside our NVIDIA-certified, DGX-ready AI campuses, intelligent systems balance power, cooling, and compute in real time. This infrastructure doesn't just host AI, it behaves like AI. Launching new AI use cases becomes easier with pre-built models. Instant GPU pods provisioned. Costs are governed automatically. SIFI's agentic cloud and AI platform guide deployment, optimize spend, and keep innovation moving. Threats don't wait, neither does security. As anomalies appear, SIFI's AI-powered security agents detect, assess, and respond automatically. Your enterprise stays protected, compliant, and trusted. Across the stack, our intelligent agents collaborate. They fine-tune models, manage performance, and assist teams through conversational interfaces. Operations become leaner, insights arrive faster, new revenue opportunities emerge. AI scales when every layer works in harmony, from AI-ready infrastructure and governed platforms to operationalized models and intelligent agents. This layered architecture, delivered through our proprietary sovereign AI in a box, transforms AI from experimentation into enterprise-wide impact. Together, we are building India's largest AI ecosystems to power global-scale ambition. As an India AI mission and Métis Cloud partner, CIFI is poised to lead AI development at population scale. If it is AI, it is India, it is CIFI.
For 33 years, Skylark has been turning technological vision into reality across the globe. Evolving from networking to AI with the world's leading brands. With over 1,200 clients and a 98% retention rate, we don't just provide services, we build lasting partnerships. 7+ certifications each. We provide the end-to-end advantage from networking to AI infrastructure. We're even home to India's first OT Security Center of Excellence, securing your digital world seamlessly. Skylark, empowering technology from vision to reality.
For more than 100 years, governments and global energy companies have relied on KBR to deliver engineering solutions for their most complex challenges. Today, those clients face a common challenge: how to make energy more secure, affordable, and sustainable. While global energy objectives have changed, one thing remains constant. KBR is engineering the future of energy. KBR Integrated Solutions brings together the cutting-edge technologies, expertise, and talent that are moving the industry forward. Our global team comprises more than 6,000 experts working out of 8 global hubs on over 75 active projects. And through our zero-harm safety culture, we regularly deliver multi-year projects with tens of millions of safe work hours. Our decarbonization solutions help traditional energy companies reduce emissions and achieve their net zero targets without sacrificing output or efficiency. Through our energy transition solutions, we're helping customers adopt more sustainable practices and explore new energy economies. And with our knowledge of cleaner energy sources and circularity, we're preparing our clients for tomorrow's emerging energy markets. We amplify those capabilities with collaboration across our global team and integration of the latest digital tools and digital accelerators, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and predictive analytics at every stage of the client journey. We are KBR Integrated Solutions, engineering the future of energy.
This is a story about change. A story that goes back to 1986, when Tally empowered a generation of game changers with the means to evolve from manual to computerized operations. This is a story of 2.5 million small and medium businesses.
Delhi है, कुछ टेंशन नहीं है.
Jadi untuk menjalani waktu kita tidak.
Redefine your business with TelePrime.
The life easier for everyone.
Sense of comfort.
You are saving on the hours and you are getting more clients and then of course you are getting more money.
Delhi है तो भरोसा है.
A story of 28,000 partners in India and across 100 other countries. As we create solutions that help transition and maneuver the compliance regime through VAT and GST. With innovative business management solutions to give you a superior product experience that's reliable, faster, simpler, and flexible. This is our story, because it is in your growth that we grow.
Experience has always been the battleground on which companies win or lose. And today, every experience is being disrupted by AI. Businesses must reimagine processes, interactions, and workflows to serve customers and employees better as expectations evolve. The way we shop, connect, think about money, the way we play, build, and collaborate, and the way we work. Delivering experiences for the AI era requires enormous organizational change. And what blocks progress isn't just old systems, it's old ways of working. At Virtusa, we help our clients grow faster, more profitably, and more sustainably by making experiences better with technology. By providing unmatched expertise at the intersection of industry, business, and technology to accelerate tailored domain solutions for the AI enterprise. We create what matters to your customers right alongside you because we understand your business as well as you do. Together, we're making experiences better with technology.
Karnataka takes a decisive leap forward in technology and innovation. At BTS 2025, the Department of Electronics, IT and BT unveils transformative policies, introducing the Karnataka State IT Policy, Space Tech Policy and Startup Policy to fuel entrepreneurial growth. This strengthens international collaborations and strategic partnerships by positioning the state as India's technology and startup capital, driving digital economy growth and creating opportunities for all. Through this, leading India's technological transformation into the future.
చాపడలే బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ చాపడలే నోకిగా ఎందా చేయండి
Why are you being difficult?
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed nation.
Next up, an in-depth review of India's foreign affairs. And speaking of foreign affairs, Jollywood star Malesh was spotted with a 22-year-old Brazilian supermodel, Lana Cova. Now that's a real foreign affair. Looks like trade isn't the only thing crossing borders. So tell us, do you think this foreign affair will actually strengthen India-Brazil relations? Guess Malaysia.
And this is Worldview at the Hindu. Now, D-Day arrived this week for US sanctions on India after 25% reciprocal tariffs that came into play in early August. Another
ಗಪ್ಪುತ್ತಾಂಗಲ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಗಪ್ಪುತ್ತಾಂಗಲ ಹೀರೋಯಿನ್ ಫೋನ್ ತೊಲಂಜ ಹೆಡ್ಲೈನ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ ಹಮ್ಮತ್ತಾಂಗಲ ಹಯ್ಯುತ್ತಾಂಗಲ ಗಪ್ಪುತ್ತಾಂಗಲ ಮಾಮೆ ಪ್ರಹಲ್ ತಟ್ಟೆಟ್ಟು ಲೇಟ ಬಂದ ಬ್ರೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೈನ್
अनेक न्यूज़पेपर शक्कर कामा
Every idea, every challenge, every breakthrough starts with a question. Are you ready to innovate? Start, try again, push harder, think smarter. Not working? Try more.
Impossible? Not in our labs.
experiment, research, test, record, redesign. Problem? Find a new way. Improve the design. Your first win? Good. That means you're building. New tools, bold ideas. We don't wait for the future. We build it. This is VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology.
It starts with a moment we barely notice. A video call connects instantly. A payment clears in seconds. A movie streams without pause. For users, it feels effortless, but behind every click, conversation, and transaction is an unseen, integrated digital foundation empowering 1 billion lives. India is a living digital testbed where users are young, diverse, and always evolving. Expectations change by the minute. Volumes spike without warning. For a CIO, this is the reality. Multiple environments, massive scale, zero tolerance for delay. The role is no longer about keeping systems running. It's about orchestrating intelligence. So, how do we enable intelligent conversations, operations, experiences, and growth? CIFI's AI value chain brings together an integrated, intelligent digital foundation built on networks, data centers, cloud, cybersecurity, and managed services to power AI transformation at scale. As demand surges, the network doesn't wait for instructions. It senses intent, it reallocates capacity, it corrects itself. This is not reactive connectivity. This is autonomous, agentic network, acting on intent, not alarms. And we are building resilient, autonomous networks for the future. Behind the scenes in data centers, AI workloads come alive. Digital twins anticipate failures. Capacity scales precisely when the business needs it. Inside our NVIDIA-certified, DGX-ready AI campuses, intelligent systems balance power, cooling, and compute in real time. This infrastructure doesn't just host AI, it behaves like AI. Launching new AI use cases becomes easier with pre-built models. Instant GPU pods provisioned. Costs are governed automatically. CIFI's agentic cloud and AI platform guide deployment, optimize spend, and keep innovation moving. Threats don't wait, neither does security. As anomalies appear, CIFI's AI-powered security agents detect, assess, and respond automatically. Your enterprise stays protected, compliant, and trusted. Across the stack, our intelligent agents collaborate. They fine-tune models, manage performance, and assist teams through conversational interfaces. Operations become leaner, insights arrive faster, new revenue opportunities emerge. AI scales when every layer works in harmony, from AI-ready infrastructure and governed platforms to operationalized models and intelligent agents. This layered architecture, delivered through our proprietary sovereign AI in a box, transforms AI from experimentation into enterprise-wide impact. Together, we are building India's largest AI ecosystems to power global-scale ambition. As an India AI mission and May-T Cloud partner, CIFI is poised to lead AI development at population scale. If it is AI, it is India, it is CIFI.
For 33 years, Skylark has been turning technological vision into reality across the globe. Evolving from networking to AI with the world's leading brands. With over 1,200 clients and a 98% retention rate, we don't just provide services, we build lasting partnerships. 7+ certifications each. We provide the end-to-end advantage from networking to AI infrastructure. We're even home to India's first OT Security Center of Excellence, securing your digital world seamlessly. Skylark, empowering technology from vision to reality.
For more than 100 years, governments and global energy companies have relied on KBR to deliver engineering solutions for their most complex challenges. Today, those clients face a common challenge: how to make energy more secure, affordable, and sustainable. While global energy objectives have changed, one thing remains constant.
You don't need a second job. You just need to learn how to talk to AI. Let's be real. Most people over 40 use ChatGPT like it's Google. Copy, paste, ask a basic question, move on. That's not how smart people use AI. Tomorrow, we're starting the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. Just 15 minutes a day to level up. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In a month, you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner. Tap the screen to join us.
Safety culture, we regularly deliver multi-year projects with tens of millions of safe work hours. Our decarbonization solutions help traditional energy companies reduce emissions and achieve their net zero targets without sacrificing output or efficiency. Through our energy transition solutions, we're helping customers adopt more sustainable practices and explore new energy economies. And with our knowledge of cleaner energy sources and circularity, we're preparing our clients for tomorrow's emerging energy markets. We amplify those capabilities with collaboration across our global team and integration of the latest digital tools and digital accelerators, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and predictive analytics at every stage of the client journey. We are KBR, Integrated Solutions, engineering the future of energy.
This is a story about change. A story that goes back to 1986, when Tally empowered a generation of game changers with the means to evolve from manual to computerized operations. This is a story of 2.5 million small and medium businesses.
दिल्ली है, कोई टेंशन नहीं है.
Redefine your business with TelePrime.
The life easier for everyone.
Sense of comfort. You are saving on the hours and you are getting more clients, and then of course you are getting more money.
दिल्ली है तो भरोसा है.
A story of 28,000 partners in India and across 100 other countries. As we create solutions that help transition and maneuver the compliance regime through VAT and GST. With innovative business management solutions to give you a superior product experience that's reliable, faster, simpler, and flexible. This is our story, because it is in your growth that we grow.
Experience has always been the battleground on which companies win or lose. And today, every experience is being disrupted by AI. Businesses must reimagine processes, interactions, and workflows to serve customers and employees better as expectations evolve. The way we shop, connect, think about money, the way we play, build, and collaborate, and the way we work. Delivering experiences for the AI era requires enormous organizational change. And what blocks progress isn't just old systems, it's old ways of working. At Virtusa, we help our clients grow faster, more profitably, and more sustainably by making experiences better with technology. By providing unmatched expertise at the intersection of industry, business, and technology to accelerate tailored domain solutions for the AI enterprise. We create what matters to your customers right alongside you, because we understand your business as well as you do. Together, We're making experiences better with technology.
Karnataka takes a decisive leap forward in technology and innovation. At BTS 2025, the Department of Electronics, IT and BT unveils transformative policies, introducing the Karnataka State IT Policy, Space Tech Policy and Startup Policy to fuel entrepreneurial growth. This strengthens international collaborations and strategic partnerships by positioning the state as India's technology and startup capital, driving digital economy growth and creating opportunities for all. Through this, leading India's technological transformation into the future.
ചാപ്പിടില്ലേ ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റും ചാപ്പിടില്ലേ നോക്കിക്കോ എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന്.
Why are you being difficult?
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed nation.
Next up, an in-depth review of India's foreign affairs. And speaking of foreign affairs, Jollywood star Malesh was spotted with a 22-year-old Brazilian supermodel, Lana Cova. Now that's a real foreign affair. Looks like trade isn't the only thing crossing borders. So tell us, do you think this foreign affair will actually strengthen India-Brazil relations? Guess Malesh.
And this is Worldview at the Hindu. Now, D-Day arrived this week for US sanctions on India after 25% reciprocal tariffs that came into play in early August. Another.
Phone tolanja headline news tangala kap tangala mama halta leda vanda breaking train.
अनेक न्यूज़पेपर शक्कर कामा
Every idea, every challenge, every breakthrough starts with a question. Are you ready to innovate? Start, try again, push harder, think smarter. Not working? Try more.
Impossible? Not in our labs.
Experiment. Research. Test. Record. Redesign. Problem? Find a new way. Improve the design. Your first win? Good. That means you're building. New tools, bold ideas. We don't wait for the future. We build it. This is VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology.
It starts with a moment we barely notice. A video call connects instantly. A payment clears in seconds. A movie streams without pause. For users, it feels effortless, but behind every click, conversation, and transaction is an unseen, integrated digital foundation empowering 1 billion lives. India is a living digital testbed where users are young, diverse, and always evolving. Expectations change by the minute. Volumes spike without warning. For a CIO, this is the reality. Multiple environments, massive scale, zero tolerance for delay. The role is no longer about keeping systems running. It's about orchestrating intelligence. So, how do we enable intelligent conversations, operations, experiences, and growth? CIFI's AI value chain brings together an integrated, intelligent digital foundation built on networks, data centers, cloud, cybersecurity, and managed services to power AI transformation at scale. As demand surges, the network doesn't wait for instructions. It senses intent, it reallocates capacity, it corrects itself. This is not reactive connectivity. This is autonomous, agentic network, acting on intent, not alarms. And we are building resilient, autonomous networks for the future. Behind the scenes in data centers, AI workloads come alive. Digital twins anticipate failures. Capacity scales precisely when the business needs it. Inside our NVIDIA-certified, DGX-ready AI campuses, intelligent systems balance power, cooling, and compute in real time. This infrastructure doesn't just host AI, it behaves like AI. Launching new AI use cases becomes easier with pre-built models. Instant GPU pods provisioned. Costs are governed automatically. CIFI's agentic cloud and AI platform guide deployment, optimize spend, and keep innovation moving. Threats don't wait, neither does security. As anomalies appear, CIFI's AI-powered security agents detect, assess, and respond automatically. Your enterprise stays protected, compliant, and trusted. Across the stack, our intelligent agents collaborate. They fine-tune models, manage performance, and assist teams through conversational interfaces. Operations become leaner, insights arrive faster, new revenue opportunities emerge. AI scales when every layer works in harmony, from AI-ready infrastructure and governed platforms to operationalized models and intelligent agents. This layered architecture, delivered through our proprietary sovereign AI in a box, transforms AI from experimentation into enterprise-wide impact. Together, we are building India's largest AI ecosystems to power global-scale ambition. As an India AI mission and May-T Cloud partner, CIFI is poised to lead AI development at population scale. If it is AI, it is India, it is CIFI.
For 33 years, Skylark has been turning technological vision into reality across the globe. Evolving from networking to AI with the world's leading brands. With over 1,200 clients and a 98% retention rate, we don't just provide services, we build lasting partnerships. 7+ certifications each. We provide the end-to-end advantage from networking to AI infrastructure. We're even home to India's first OT Security Center of Excellence, securing your digital world seamlessly. Skylark, empowering technology from vision to reality.
For more than 100 years, governments and global energy companies have relied on KBR to deliver engineering solutions for their most complex challenges. Today, those clients face a common challenge: how to make energy more secure, affordable, and sustainable. While global energy objectives have changed, one thing remains constant. KBR is engineering the future of energy. KBR Integrated Solutions brings together the cutting-edge technologies, expertise, and talent that are moving the industry forward. Our global team comprises more than 6,000 experts working out of 8 global hubs on over 75 active projects. And through our zero harm safety culture, we regularly deliver multi-year projects with tens of millions of safe work hours. Our decarbonization solutions help traditional energy companies reduce emissions and achieve their net zero targets without sacrificing output or efficiency. Through our energy transition solutions, we're helping customers adopt more sustainable practices and explore new energy economies. And with our knowledge of cleaner energy sources and circularity, we're preparing our clients for tomorrow's emerging energy markets. We amplify those capabilities with collaboration across our global team and integration of the latest digital tools and digital accelerators, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and predictive analytics at every stage of the client journey. We are KBR, Integrated Solutions, engineering the future of energy.
This is a story about change. A story that goes back to 1986, when Tally empowered a generation of game changers with the means to evolve from manual to computerized operations. This is a story of 2.5 million small and medium businesses.
दिल्ली है, कुछ टेंशन नहीं है.
Redefine your business with TelePrime.
The life easier for everyone.
Sense of comfort.
You are saving on the hours and you are getting more clients, and then of course you are getting more money.
दिल्ली है तो भरोसा है.
A story of 28,000 partners in India and across 100 other countries. As we create solutions that help transition and maneuver the compliance regime through VAT and GST. With innovative business management solutions to give you a superior product experience that's reliable, faster, simpler, and flexible. This is our story, because it is in your growth that we grow.
Experience has always been the battleground on which companies win or lose. And today, every experience is being disrupted by AI. Businesses must reimagine processes, interactions, and workflows to serve customers and employees better as expectations evolve. The way we shop, connect, think about money, the way we play, build, and collaborate, and the way we work.
And global energy companies have relied on KBR to deliver engineering solutions for their most complex challenges. Today, those clients face a common challenge: how to make energy more secure, affordable, and sustainable. While global energy objectives have changed, one thing remains constant. KBR is engineering the future of energy. KBR Integrated Solutions brings together the cutting-edge technologies, expertise, and talent that are moving the industry forward. Our global team comprises more than 6,000 experts working out of 8 global hubs on over 75 active projects. And through our zero-harm safety culture, we regularly deliver multi-year projects with tens of millions of safe work hours. Our decarbonization solutions help traditional energy companies reduce emissions and achieve their net zero targets without sacrificing output or efficiency. Through our energy transition solutions, we're helping customers adopt more sustainable practices and explore new energy economies. And with our knowledge of cleaner energy sources and circularity, we're preparing our clients for tomorrow's emerging energy markets. We amplify those capabilities with collaboration across our global team and integration of the latest digital tools and digital accelerators, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and predictive analytics at every stage of the client journey. We are KBR, Integrated Solutions, engineering the future of energy.
This is a story about change. A story that goes back to 1986, when Tally empowered a generation of game changers with the means to evolve from manual to computerized operations. This is a story of 2.5 million small and medium businesses.
As India leads the global AI conversation, CFI empowers you to build, run, and govern AI at scale on its proprietary sovereign AI foundation to power a Atmanirbhar Bharat.
And across 100 other countries. As we create solutions that help transition and maneuver the compliance regime through VAT and GST. With innovative business management solutions to give you a superior product experience that's reliable, faster, simpler, and flexible. This is our story, because it is in your growth that we grow.
Experience has always been the battleground on which companies win or lose. And today, every experience is being disrupted by AI. Businesses must reimagine processes, interactions, and workflows to serve customers and employees better as expectations evolve. The way we shop, connect, think about money, the way we play, build, and collaborate, and the way we work. Delivering experiences for the AI era requires enormous organizational change. And what blocks progress isn't just old systems, it's old ways of working. At Virtusa, we help our clients grow faster, more profitably, and more sustainably by making experiences better with technology. By providing unmatched expertise at the intersection of industry, business, and technology to accelerate tailored domain solutions for the AI enterprise. We create what matters to your customers right alongside you, because we understand your business as well as you do. Together, we're making experiences better with technology.
Karnataka takes a decisive leap forward in technology and innovation. At BTS 2025, the Department of Electronics, IT and BT unveils transformative policies. introducing the Karnataka State IT Policy, Space Tech Policy and Startup Policy to fuel entrepreneurial growth. This strengthens international collaborations and strategic partnerships by positioning the state as India's technology and startup capital, driving digital economy growth and creating opportunities for all. Through this, leading India's technological transformation into the future.
ചാപ്പിടില്ല ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റും ചാപ്പിടില്ല നോക്കിക്കോ എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന്.
Why are you being difficult?
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed nation.
Next up, an in-depth review of India's foreign affairs. And speaking of foreign affairs, Jollywood star Malesh was spotted with a 22-year-old Brazilian supermodel, Lana Kova. Now that's a real foreign affair. Looks like trade isn't the only thing crossing borders. So tell us, do you think this foreign affair will actually strengthen India-Brazil relations? Guess Malaysia.
And this is Worldview at the Hindu. Now, D-Day arrived this week for US sanctions on India after 25% reciprocal tariffs that came into play in early August. Another.
अनेक न्यूज़पेपर शक्कर कामा
Every idea, every challenge, every breakthrough starts with a question. Are you ready to innovate? Start, try again, push harder, think smarter. Not working? Try more.
Impossible? Not in our labs.
Experiment. Research. Test. Record. Redesign. Problem? Find a new way. Improve the design. Your first win? Good. That means you're building. New tools, bold ideas. We don't wait for the future. We build it. This is VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology.
It starts with a moment we barely notice. A video call connects instantly. A payment clears in seconds. A movie streams without pause. For users, it feels effortless, but behind every click, conversation, and transaction is an unseen, integrated digital foundation, empowering a
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Requesting everybody to kindly enter the main hall. Take your seats and make yourselves comfortable. as we are going to be starting shortly. Requesting all of you to please also put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you so much. We will be starting with our
For a
next session
CIO,
shortly.
this is the reality. Multiple environments, massive scale, zero tolerance for delay. The role is no longer about keeping systems running. It's about orchestrating intelligence. So, how do we enable intelligent conversations, operations, experiences, and growth? CIFI's AI value chain brings together an integrated, intelligent digital foundation built on networks, data centers, cloud, cybersecurity, and managed services to power AI transformation at scale. As demand surges, the network doesn't wait for instructions. It senses intent, it reallocates capacity, it corrects itself. This is not reactive connectivity. This is autonomous, agentic network, acting on intent, not alarms. And we are building resilient, autonomous networks for the future. Behind the scenes in data centers, AI workloads come alive. Digital twins anticipate failures. Capacity scales precisely when the business needs it. Inside our NVIDIA-certified, DGX-ready AI campuses, intelligent systems balance power, cooling, and compute in real time. This infrastructure doesn't just host AI, it behaves like AI. Launching new AI use cases becomes easier with pre-built models. Instant GPU pods provisioned. Costs are governed automatically. CIFI's agentic cloud and AI platform guide deployment, optimize spend, and keep innovation moving. Threats don't wait, neither does security. As anomalies appear, CIFI's AI-powered security agents detect, assess, and respond automatically. Your enterprise stays protected, compliant, and trusted. Across the stack, our intelligent agents collaborate. They fine-tune models, manage performance, and assist teams through conversational interfaces. Operations become leaner, insights arrive faster, new revenue opportunities emerge. AI scales when every layer works in harmony, from AI-ready infrastructure and governed platforms to operationalized models and intelligent agents. This layered architecture, delivered through our proprietary sovereign AI in a box, transforms AI from experimentation into enterprise-wide impact. Together, we are building India's largest AI ecosystems to power global-scale ambition. As an India AI mission and Métis cloud partner, CIFI is poised to lead AI development at population scale. If it is AI, it is India, it is CIFI.
For 33 years, Skylark has been turning technological vision into reality across the globe. Evolving from networking to AI with the world's leading brands. With over 1,200 clients and a 98% retention rate, we don't just provide services. We build lasting partnerships. 7+ certifications each. We provide the end-to-end advantage from networking to AI infrastructure. We're even home to India's first OT Security Center of Excellence, securing your digital world seamlessly. Skylark, empowering technology from vision to reality.
For more than 100 years, governments and global energy companies have relied on KBR to deliver engineering solutions for their most complex challenges. Today, those clients face a common challenge: how to make energy more secure, affordable, and sustainable. While global energy objectives have changed, one thing remains constant. KBR is engineering the future of energy. KBR Integrated Solutions brings together the cutting-edge technologies, expertise, and talent that are moving the industry forward. Our global team comprises more than 6,000 experts working out of 8 global hubs on over 75 active projects. And through our zero-harm safety culture, we regularly deliver multi-year projects with tens of millions of safe work hours. Our decarbonization solutions help traditional energy companies reduce emissions and achieve their net zero targets without sacrificing output or efficiency. Through our energy transition solutions, we're helping customers adopt more sustainable practices.
A very good afternoon, ladies and
new
gentlemen.
Energy economies.
We're all set to begin our next session, requesting everyone to kindly take your seats and put your mobile phones on silent mode as we're ready to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Hindu Tech Summit 2026. Welcome back to our post-lunch session. So we're going to dive right in with a very, very interesting conversation from campus to corporation, building industry-ready talent for an AI-first world. I think the topic was briefly touched upon in our earlier sessions, and now we're going to dive into it a little bit more in detail. So to do the honors, I'd like to invite a very special someone to take the stage, our speaker for this session, calling upon Ms. Kadambari S. Vishwanathan, Assistant Vice President, Vellore Institute of Technology, a new generation education leader driving innovation in higher education. She's played a key role in strengthening VIT's institutional growth. With a strong focus on global engagement, administration, and industry connect, she champions future-ready programs and active learning models. Welcome, ma'am. We're so happy to have you here with us this afternoon. She will be in conversation with Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of The Hindu. Let's begin this session with a big round of applause.
Check. Thank you and welcome, Kadambari. So for Continuity Unbroken, this chat adds the human resilience dimension to a summit otherwise focused on system, security, and continuity. Talent is the long-term continuing strategy, and we'll speak about things Kadambari is passionate about and some questions I have for her. She is very passionate about digital well-being. So let's start with your take on digital well-being.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege and honor to be here at the Hindu Tech Summit. I think our Chancellor was here yesterday. He made it a point to attend the event only because it is a Hindu event. He has been an avid reader of Hindu, and that's a habit that he has inculcated in me. Every morning, I wake up to the image of him and Hindu together. So that's the long association that VIT as a brand and me as personally that we have with the Hindu. So thank you for the opportunity. So going on to digital well-being, so we were just chatting and I was just telling this, yes, there's so much technology and we have technology in the name of our brand itself, but how much ever we're going to teach technology to the younger generation, we should also teach them how to use it with caution. So they are masters of the technology and the technology is not their master. So digital well-being is something that I'm hugely concerned about. That is something, there's not much of literacy and awareness among people. It is just say people...
I vanish with signals. I vanish. Oh, but it took string. I vanish like in bikini pics at 3 a.m. Leave his body. Let the green flag enter. Bring me a man who loves me.
I am a better man now.
Prove it.
I'm bewitched. And I'm all yours.
All green flags, gift Jiva.
A couple of months back, I think it came into effect last December. So that was the first country to do so, and I think Canada and the European Union is also considering such options. I think India as a nation should have policymakers who are looking into these ways, because there has been a sharp decline in the mental health of the Gen Zs, the digital natives, people who are accustomed to having a mobile phone with internet connection. Not just a mobile phone, when it was just used for calling purposes, you never had that issue, but a mobile phone that is always connected and through which you can access social media platforms have been shown to be detrimental, especially to girls. So this is another awareness that I would like to raise, that now that we have so much empowerment given to women and a lot of opportunities coming up, we should not go down the trap of comparing ourselves with others, get into the trap of FOMO, because all the social media sites, especially Instagram, Snapchat, they put so much value on how you look at each other, how you value someone with physical appearance, you look at how somebody's day-to-day life is, and you get into this weird way of only looking at others but not introspecting yourself. So this is something at every platform I'm given, I think I'm duty-bound to talk about it. And so any questions from here, we can go ahead with AI and other things.
No, thank you. I have one more question, and I know you have a view about it. While digital engagement needs to be calibrated, digital engagement is also reality, and social media is real. The question is, what role can social media play in addressing critical subjects like cyberbullying, suicide prevention, and so on?
So what I think is, it is, in certain ways, it is also the cause of these problems. Cyberbullying, suicide, I wouldn't say it is the predominant reason. It depends on, like now we had the horrific death of 3 young girls in Delhi NCR, and their suicide is being put to a lot of digital abuse, but we don't know the full truth to the story. But what I see is a lot of our content, anything that relates to, even when I was searching for this news online, it came up with a helpline number, which is something that only technology can do. I was not in any mood for that, but I was just searching a news item about the incident, and there was immediately, it was flagged that it is an inappropriate content. Are you willing to see this content? And there was a helpline, so don't miss out on a chance. So these are very good ways that technology is intervening to identify vulnerable targets, so as to say, at a very early stage. And cyberbullying, I would say, is again, is because of a lot of interaction where we don't control our privacy settings. That I wouldn't completely blame it on the technology. I would say that all technology platforms have extensive privacy settings. I think people have to adhere to it. That's why I say digital literacy, digital well-being literacy is much more important. Before you start using the technology for the good, you need to know how you protect yourself from the technology first. It's like if somebody is going into a construction job, you're mandated to wear a helmet, shoe. So I think that needs to be set right first before they go on into the hardcore labor part of it.
Thank you. And now we'll shift to academics and your day job, right? So how is modern technology fundamentally transforming the daily lives and learning experience of students? You could speak from your personal experience and your experience of running a very large institution.
So earlier, of course, teaching used to be, of course, there's a blackboard or a whiteboard, so people write, there is a bunch of students sitting down and writing. So all that is gone. So it is not faculty-led. So the faculty comes and declares today that they have a course plan or something that is a syllabus. This is what I'm going to teach. This is what I'm prepared for. I think that is nearly dead or about to die. So it is in the final stages. It is going to be a student-led experience where the faculty will facilitate the learning process, but will not be the control master or the owner of the learning process. And that is changing mostly because there is an information overload. You don't have to wait for somebody who has to come and tell you that this is how it is, this is how the world works, this is how, this is the capital of India is Delhi. You don't need somebody else to come and say. You can just Google it. So with the available amount of information that is available online, so this is becoming more of student-led. But you cannot completely remove the faculty from it because somebody has to be there to facilitate that. What do you learn at this age? What is the appropriate level you are in? So that definitely needs a human intervention, for which as of now technology is not available, or even if it is available, it doesn't bring the near experience of having an education or the bonding that you have with the knowledge.
One of the things we keep hearing from industry, and we heard some of it on the earlier panels as well, is that despite strong technical degrees, industry still reports a talent readiness gap. Where do you think academia could do better when it comes to real-world AI deployment needs, and what is being done?
So I think going forward, probably not exactly, probably like the students, those who are in say 10th or 11th, currently studying 10th or 11th, by the time when they come to undergraduate education, they will be in how we call a digital native, they'll be an AI native population. So for them, anything, so for us, for an earlier generation, probably they would, if there is any news, they might probably take a Hindu, if they had heard about an incident, they might check on the paper. I might probably Google it. Probably the next generation will not even Google it, would ask ChatGPT for it. So it is going to be an AI native generation. So definitely the way that the skill sets are going to progress is going to be much different. That is one point that I want to make as a demography. But is there a skill set mismatch? Most definitely yes. And that is due to the lack of practical exposure that the students get during their engineering degrees. So this can only be sorted when there is a proper communication between the industry and the academia as to what is the requirement. So once there is a good input on what is the skill set that needs to be matched for the next 5 years, these are the critical skills that the student needs to have. So then it becomes a easier issue. The second thing is the lack of, like you said, how do you deploy it? Because even now when I see, we have an AI/ML program and AI is studied by a lot of students. But what the problem is that a lot of students only see it on the theoretical upfront. Nobody considers the deployment issue. In all the noise about AI in Davos, one statement that actually rang home to me was Satya Nadella telling the social permission of AI. Do you really think it is all going to go into an implement stage? Is it possible? Do you have the data centers? Do you have the energy requirements? Do you have the IT infrastructure to handle all of this? So that part has to be critically analyzed, and there needs to be a policy at a larger level. It doesn't just involve the academia, but how do you deploy it into the industry is something at a larger frame we'll have to discuss.
So if you had to look at problems to be solved for today and tomorrow, few things are important, right? One is critical thinking is important. Understanding the problem in the context of domain is important, so domain knowledge becomes important. And technology becomes an enabler to solve at scale. So how can universities integrate domain knowledge with AI skills so graduates understand both the problem and the technology?
I think domain knowledge is going to be a critical factor for the incoming workforce because if, say, with agentic coding, where you don't need to know a line of coding, but the AI prompts, if you prompt it properly, the AI generates the code. So in those cases, domain knowledge becomes the most critical factor, and we need to have students are required to study humanities much more than what it used to be in the previous generation. An engineer can absolutely go away in his life without knowing anything about, say, a philosophy. But when it comes to having algorithms to be ethical, if you want the algorithms to behave in a way how a human mind would behave, you need to have a lot of focus on not just STEM, but STEAM, when they call arts and allied subjects. So that would become critical. And I think experiential learning or working in the domains, in specific domains, be it healthcare or journalism, what are the issues with journalism, how is it digital news, what kind of problems it is. Only when they start working in those domain knowledges, we'll get that. And we also need a lot of use case scenarios. I think from different fields, what are the challenges that they're facing, if they have implemented technologies, what are the bottlenecks. So we need to have a lot of use case being studied at the academia level.
Okay, I had a follow-up question, but you touched upon it. We'll come to faculty capability today, right? Faculty capability often determines the relevance of the curriculum, both the relevance and the way it's administered effectively. How should institutions approach faculty upskilling in rapidly evolving AI domains? You could speak about it theoretically and also from how you are approaching it at your campuses.
Yeah. So I think faculty, usually it is being always considered that the faculty are always much behind to industry standards, and there's a lot of gap there. But I think when it comes to AI adoption, academia has been as fast as how the industry is. If you see, ChatGPT is used universally by the student and by the faculty. So the adoption of technology in the academia is at the highest in this AI age. Probably not before, which I understand, but in this AI age, everybody is acutely aware of what is the scenario that is happening and how it might turn towards them, how certain skills that they had valued and for the past 15 years had given them the job might become a skill that might not that might become redundant or might be done by some application or some tool. So that awareness is very much high at least among the computer science faculty, it is very high. That I would like to acknowledge first. But the second is they'll have to upskill through a lot of micro-credentials. I don't think they have to go through the whole exercise of going and redoing a degree or anything, but there are, due to the availability of a lot of online platforms, there are regular intervals if they can upskill them with the latest tools or get latest certifications. I think that will be critical for the faculty to address the students. Otherwise, I think the faculty would, they'll feel very underconfident to go and stand in front of today's generation of students.
I mean, you have been a student and you're involved with students at your institutions probably at the graduate level, but when we spoke, you also said you go to schools often and interact with students. Obviously, that's something close to your heart. So my question is, what specific strategies can parents and students adopt to improve academic performance and long-term employability? What is the role of the parent there? What is the role of the institution? How early in life does that start?
You're saying for younger kids, is that right? So first thing, the students should naturally be curious, and parents should foster curiosity over putting them in one class after the other, so they have no time to think about what they're doing at that moment, let alone what they would like to explore. So there needs to be a lot of time for them to explore and experience. That is something we are not giving our younger generation enough. There is a lot of research now that goes on to say how boredom actually triggers creativity, how being bored. You know, the very good example is how Isaac Newton was just actually lying under an apple tree, and then the apple hit him and he got the idea of gravity. So boredom actually helps. So there's no need to occupy your children from, say, 7:30 in the morning to whenever they're going to go be asleep. So they need to be appropriately engaged, and they need to foster curiosity. I don't think they'll have to discover it themselves. But what I feel is that they don't have an environment environment or time to do so. That is something this generation of kids lack so much, because they are not given how our communal spaces are always occupied by traffic. I understand it's very difficult for kids to go out and explore, but somehow we need to bring in that ability for them to be curious. That is one thing. The second thing is, at no point should there be a compromise in foundational skills, because AI can do it. Because then for our generation there was a calculator, then none of us would have needed to learn basic arithmetic at all. It is a no-brainer, but they have to have basic foundational skills right. And in this way, if you see, the other biggest challenge is generative AI, so it is affecting a lot of people's communication skills. So, what we essentially call, a person should have good communication skills, when you were looking for, you would mean that somebody is able to write a good email. But you know right now, if you prompt currently, an email comes through. But later when you are to go and interact with that person, you find them to be, what are they trying to say? Are they arrogant? Do they understand the issue or not? So you get a lot of these questions. So please do not compromise on foundational skills and foster curiosity. Then it is for you as a parent and the child to discover a future and career based on their talent and their interest. It is very good that we aim high. That is something all of us have in mind. If we have 10, we always want go to 1,000. But it should also be realistic, because it adds a lot of pressure to the students, especially in a digitally connected era where people post to do say they have success, or they really posted, I really don't know. But that level of grounding should be there, where parents understand. Say, for example, in NEET, you do realize that there are 25 lakh students writing the exam. So what is your chance of clearing? There is no way that, oh, my son is studying well, my daughter just had fever just before the exam, or he is capable, but he got on with this friend who made him like this, or there is no end to this blame game. But we need to set realistic expectation of children, at least at the right juncture. You aim for your son to become a doctor and he will clear the NEET at 6 years, it's fine. But by 16, you know what he is really capable of and how much pressure we will be able to put on him. If we are able to maintain these three critical factors, this has nothing to do with technology, but I think these foundational aspects have to be very strong for a student, for a child to be resilient first, and to be agile, because when they'll be facing a lot more uncertainty than we do.
Yeah, and in one of your previous responses, you spoke about the need for faculty to learn, but they don't need to do a full degree, but they can do modules. In that context, for both faculty and students, how does online education serve as an effective tool for developing supplementary specialized professional skills?
So let me share my own personal experience of online education. I think it is one of the biggest finds of this last decade, I would say. If there was one big thing that I would personally rate it, I don't know how useful it is for the rest of the world, but if I were to personally rate it, that would be one of the top 5 achievements of this decade. I was every bit skeptical of it earlier, but though I was consuming a lot of information, say through a YouTube video, it might not be an online education course, but still I'm getting that information online through a recorded format done by somebody for the world's benefit. So I'm not certified, but you do get information passively or actively, you go and search for it. And during Corona, there was again a question mark of how online education will change. Will physical education be completely replaced by online education? Would we not have this brick and mortar institutions at all? All of these questions, of course, when you are in a senior leadership role at university, they keep coming. What we've found is both of them can coexist. And both of them are there to supplement and complement each other. And I don't think both of them are in any way competing with each other. And both of them are essential for the students or for any adults active learning and for their growth. I think both have to run in parallel. Probably until a certain age, it might be a brick and mortar institution, but post that, everything is going to be online. And why I say online is critical these days is that a lot of companies have gone into skill-based hiring, wherein they give much more preference And I make it with caution because I like to say, because a lot of students misinterpret saying that they don't need a degree. That is not the case. Your degree is like your main thing. This is just a topping. You're just adding an extra topping. It's like going to an ice cream shop and just adding the topping but not adding the ice cream. So that's not how it works. So because a lot of kids, you know, in their craze, they just hear half the information and come and say, oh, we don't need a degree. I have 4 certifications. That's not how the industry works. So with the skill-based hiring, I think they have the opportunity to go explore a lot of things that might not be offered to them in the classroom. There is nearly impossible for us to offer everything in the classroom. It is for the students. That's why I said the students should have the time to go explore and experience something on their own. It need not all come through a teacher. It need not all come through a parent. I think a self-awareness and self-interest will create much more passion in the student to complete it, the motivation to utilize it in a better manner.
Now we'll move on to collaboration with industry or enterprises. In your view, what makes for a good, effective partnership between a university and an enterprise or the industry? And I also would like you to speak about the way you have brought your 2 alma maters together at your Bhopal campus. I found that very fascinating. Okay. If you could share that as well.
All right. So first, let me address the part about the industry. I think collaboration is going to be the key for anybody to sustain in the future. I don't think independent entities can exist only when they are collaborating with their peers, with somebody with allied interests, with strategic interests, or some random weird collaboration, just like how Hindu is in journalism and we are into academics, but this kind of collaboration is also what is needed. When it comes to industry, what I always think is that the industry, how the industry functions in India is very much different to how it functions. The same company, say in US, would function in a different way because there they are duty bound to go and help the institution. There is a lot of things that is given, but still the industry here is in a little more conservative manner. They like, I mind my own business, you mind your own business. When there is a requirement, we'll just come together. But I think it's slowly changing. The landscape is evolving primarily because they need to have talent that is ready to be deployed. So that is the primary reason, of course. The second part is that they also understand that until they nurture ingrown talent and they have ingrown industry problems, they will not be able to improve on their R&D. And given that a lot of restrictions is coming up in the Western world, India has to be independent and resilient on the R&D front, which we are not for now. So they need to have a lot of investment inside the institution, which goes beyond just giving us inputs on academics or telling us what kind of certifications they want, or just coming for, and coming and guiding our students, but where they can commit themselves to the institution for a longer period of time and for longer set of goals, and where there is possibility to collaborate. And I think sabbaticals is a common practice in academia, but industry should also have sabbaticals where they are also motivated to come and work in the academia for some time. So only when there is cross-flow, cross-pollination happens between, then we will see a robust mechanism. Otherwise, it will just be disjointed where we just come, do something, and then all of us leave.
And talk us through between the partnership between 2 of the institutions you studied in.
So, like I said, collaboration is the key. So, I am a graduate of Johns Hopkins University. So, for the past 2 years, VIT Bhopal and Johns Hopkins have been conducting a hackathon, which is largely based on AI applications in healthcare. So this has attracted about 1,000 teams this year, around 1,000 teams from all over the country. It has teams from medical colleges, engineering institutions, from business schools, where they pitch the idea, and it is a 2-day event. So I was just telling him that's the vice president couldn't make it because he had gone for the inaugural function there. And that is a truly successful partnership because that's the only hackathon even that Johns Hopkins is conducting, and that too, that's not in their campus. They're doing it with an Indian partner university.
Maybe you should study more and get more partnerships. My last question before we go to audiences. I mean, you work in a leadership role in a large, respected institute. It's big both in scale and stature. And you're fairly young. I mean, certainly younger compared to me. But you have got to where you have got through focus and dedication, which I think is inspiring and important for younger people to know. So in a couple of minutes, could you take us through your personal journey from where you started and what you do now?
So, I was just telling him as well, my education and what I do are completely different, which makes me a true-bred Indian. I think all Indians are like that. What we studied and what we end up doing are two disparate things. So I graduated with a degree in biotechnology from VIT and did my master's in public health from Johns Hopkins. And then it's all been VIT. And in 2013, I started my career as Assistant Vice President, and in 2016, I spearheaded the initiative of establishing VIT campus in Bhopal. So, so that has taken much of my career has been focused on developing that. And now we have about 17,500 students in Bhopal in the last 8-9 years. And so that's a very, very short brief history of my career at VIT.
Perfect, very, very interesting and exciting. We have time for a couple of questions. So if somebody has, gentleman there.
Yeah, hi. So you're mentioning that learning and critical thinking are necessary. I've been hearing this like repeatedly, but I think we lack something fundamental, because if you ask a kid in 9th standard who is studying 9th grade right now, or an engineer or any of you right now, answer, we always expect a fixed answer, but I think society and science doesn't work like that. Because if I ask most of the people here, can AI exist without fire? Everybody is going to say yes, but what is the interconnection that has, like you can see 10,000 years of history, right? So what are we going to do about it? Because everything is interconnected. So my question is, fundamentally we lack that. Would you accept that?
Fundamentally we lack what?
Fundamentally we lack to see systems level thinking and connections between what led to what and how it can exist without that. I know it's a deeper question, but fundamentally learning is broken, I would say.
I know this has been I know a lot of social media people say Indian systems are all of rote learning.
No, I'm not talking about Indian systems in general, because people are not able to see
in general, you say that this is not prevalent in any country, or you say it's in some
not just India. I'm not taking up any institution, anything in particular. The question is, learning is broken because we are not able to see the systematic level connection between physics, chemistry, biology and maths, because everything led to what we are doing now.
I'll come to the question. That is because most of the education systems in the world have very clear distinction of what subject is. In maths, if you go, you will do multiplication. You don't know where this multiplication is going to be used in commerce, how this multiplication is going to be used in calculating speed of a vehicle. So all of that is never being taught. So they are all taught as very individualistic, compartmentalized aspects, except for a country called Finland, where they have a phenomenon-based education. So there, for example, if they take corona, so anything related to corona they study. So the biology of it, the history of it, the geographical dynamics of it, so all the technology implications of it. So that is called a phenomenon way of studying. So where you look into a problem and you study it from all corners and you learn. So it is basically how your learning system is. And what you're saying is a very higher order thinking skills. People who are involved in systems biology, systems engineering, they might probably be seeing the interconnectedness of systems, because that is their discipline of study. Otherwise, all of us are focused on what we are supposed to be doing.
Thank you. We'll take one final question. There was a gentleman there. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Sir, ma'am, the artificial intelligence, there are many fake images and false information is coming out in the media. So because of the artificially created images, what will be the effect on the younger generation, especially the mind of children?
Yes, sir. That is why I keep saying the importance of having digital-free kids, at least for a very young age, because a lot of children do not understand the difference between what is reality and what is fake. Because it is so real. Even sometimes even you get fooled thinking, oh, all this is happening. So some, if you see, there will be Marina Beach, the water is coming till, I don't know, till city center. If somebody was to create a video, you and I would know, but if some 4-year-old child sees, he would think, oh, that is a possibility. So this has to be, this cannot be dealt with. It's a genie, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. There's no way you're going to stop the generative content flowing from, but this is why you need algorithms that are ethical. But that's why I said, when we study, we have to have a lot of information on philosophy, so we teach the system to be ethical and moral. But there is no way we are going to put the generative AI back into its bottle. It is going to exist. It is better that we avoid that space of the internet.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Kadambari. Lovely talking to you, and best wishes for every single plan you have for the future.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. It's safe to say the audience genuinely enjoyed that session. Just give us a few moments while we set up the stage for our next session. Thank you.
Every time I meet a potential client for the first time, the first thing I check with them is when did they last review their portfolios. I'm always surprised to find that some of the most seasoned investors haven't reviewed their portfolios in years.
So ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a panel discussion, and as always, we're looking forward to enthusiastic participation from the audience. I must say that that's something that we've been very happy about all of yesterday and today as well. Our next panel discussion is titled Data Privacy as a Pillar of Resilience Building, Trust in a Digital Age. I think we'll all agree that privacy is no longer just a compliance checkbox. It's a core pillar of resilience and trust in this digital age. This session explores how integrating ISO 27001 and ISO 27701 enables organizations to embed privacy by design, strengthen continuity, and turn responsible data governance into a competitive advantage. I'd like to welcome our speakers onto the stage, starting off with Mr. A.N. Srinivasan, Senior Vice President, IT and Global Head, Oracle Services at SRF Limited. With over 30 years of experience in IT and large-scale digital transformation, he leads global Oracle services and high-impact technology programs. A recognized thought leader and award-winning CIO, he specializes in cloud migration, AI adoption, and more. Can we give him a round of applause? Next, we'd like to welcome Mr. Jagdishwaran B., Senior General Manager IT, TVS Automobile. With over 20 years of experience in automotive technology transformation, he leads large-scale IT programs aligned with business strategy. Widely recognized for his impact in IT modernization and automation, he is a multiple-time CIO 100 awardee and advocate of emerging technologies, including AI and cybersecurity. Welcome, sir. Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Shiva Shanmuga Muthu, Senior Director, Insights and Data, GBL, Capgemini, with over 25 years of experience leading large-scale data transformation programs. He specializes in data engineering, data science, and generative AI. Welcome, sir. Rounding out the panel, Mr. Sivasubramaniam M., Vice President and CDIO, JK Fenner India Limited. He is a seasoned digital leader with over 2 decades of experience. He drives enterprise IT strategy and digital transformation across industries. Recognized for his expertise in AI and future technologies, he brings strong leadership experience from senior digital roles. Welcome, Mr. Sivasubramaniam. And of course, moderating the panel is Mr. Nagaraj, Vice President, Data and Analytics, The Hindu. Let's give all of our panelists a big round of applause as we start this session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to talk about data privacy, but with a very specific lens. The theme for our conference is Continuity Unbroken. So we want to look at privacy as not just a compliance checklist or a legal hurdle. We want to treat it as the infrastructure for trust. In an AI world, if our users lose faith in us or how we handle their data, they leave. And if they were to leave, that's a fundamental problem with our ability to carry on our business. So we are here to explore privacy as a competitive advantage, the essential bridge that keeps the relationship between the user and the technology intact. First, I have the panel divided into 3 themes. The first theme that we look at is the idea of the contract of trust. Many of you would have encountered systems where even before you transact, you go to the website or you go to the app, you are asked to agree to terms and conditions. Terms and conditions generally say accept all cookies, reject all cookies, accept only necessary ones, and so on. Technically, we are taking informed consent from the user. Now, with AI models, particularly AI models that use generative AI, LLMs, what we take the informed consent for is we ourselves don't know how the model is going to use it. We ourselves don't know what's going to come out of it at some point in time. So if the user is clicking yes to something we ourselves don't know how it's going to be used, is it even right? Are we engaging in a legal fiction where we are asking a user to give us informed consent to the usage of their data in our algorithm, which we don't know how it will be used and what it will be used for? Are we being honest to our customers when we say we know how your data is used? So my first question to the panel is, privacy laws protect data, but AI creates insights. So there are 2 aspects to this. The first question I'd like you to answer, each of you in turn, is when we say informed consent, do we ourselves believe it's informed consent, number 1. And number 2 is, we take the data, our AI models infer something from it, and are we allowed to have that inference separate from the data that we collected? An example that I can give you is, based on your search pattern, the search engine might know that you are searching for things around, let's say, a certain medical condition. Now, you never entered the medical condition in the search window, in the search box, but the model figured out that this is what it's about. So, can the company providing the service say, I didn't collect that data from you, that's data that I inferred. All I did was collect the data that you did willingly give me yourself. So, let's go. Mr. Srinivasan?
Hello. Yeah. See, data collection is a very critical aspect of any AI model, yes. So as you also said that, we also collect data, let's say in terms of manufacturing. So the data, what we collect is very critical. That is, what kind of a data we collect is really important, that we ensure that the data which we collect is only pertinent to the operation which we are going to carry out. I mean, operation means what? I'm not saying that operation, not a medical operation, but the operation which we want to carry out based on the data. I can give you an example, okay? So we collect our supplier data as well as a customer data. For example, I will tell you how we do a consent. I'll just digress a little bit. So we take, let's say for example, we have something called a procurement cloud, okay? We use something called procurement cloud. So we ask the supplier to fill in the data which we want himself using that cloud, which means the supplier himself is going to provide a data A, B, C, D, and that data will be residing in our system. It applies to customer also. So tomorrow, when I am doing an analysis based on, if I say based on the customer pattern or a way he is buying the material or etc., that is the inference the organization is coming out based on the data provided by the customer. But if you say that, that is, from an organization perspective, we do based on the data given by us. But that inference can be a data, it is not a data, if you ask me, it is an inference of the data which is provided, which an organization will be using it for its purpose. The problem will come only when it goes out of the organization. Let's say the data which I collect from my customer A, let's say in our case, the price is a critical thing, okay? So when we supply something at a price A to a customer, and the customer knows that, if that price goes out of to customer B, then that will create a problem. But otherwise, as long as that confidentiality is maintained, as long as that privacy is maintained, at least I don't foresee an issue in that. But the problem is, once this privacy is broken, then in our case, there is a point called customer trust. We will be losing the customer trust for sure. Which means, let's say in your question, healthcare itself, what you have asked. So if you have collected a data about some patient's detail, that's what it...
Let me clarify. If you fill the healthcare form, obviously you will reveal whatever your medical conditions are. I'm talking about a more innocent scenario where, let's say you have certain symptoms, so you are just using Google or ChatGPT or whichever engine to search this out. So the information that you have given actually is not the information that the service provider is going to use to respond back to you.
Valid point. Actually, I may go a little out of context in this case, and then only I can explain to it. See, we have a R&D division also, where scientists work. We are in a process of going for an application, okay? So, the trend is to go for a SaaS-based application. You will not believe, even though we are in the technological world, what many of us feel is, we want to be in the SaaS, we want to use the power of AI, we want to use power of AI to get other information, but at the same time we want to safeguard our data. We don't want our data to go to the LLM provider or any of the LLM providers. So the model which we are building, okay, we want to ensure the metadata part of it remains with us, which means I just want to use that LLM to get the public general data, but at the same time, whatever data which gets generated remains within my tenant. So this is a design which we work. I am sure many of the organizations where, let's say, research-based organizations, they don't want their data to go to the public LLM. Otherwise, many companies will be folded up. So I'm sure organization will be working to ensure that to retain their data, but at the same time use the public, other general data. This is how we do.
Okay. Mr. Shiv Subramaniam.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Hindu and Mr. Nagaraju, for making this panel. And the subject is very dry, and that is especially after lunch is kind of, I could see there are, and the ambience is also in such a way that people can get into the meditation mode. I think we need to be more different scenarios for this panel. Let me split into two things. So one is from the personal side of data and AI and what we disclose in the public. And second thing, we'll talk about how corporate is handling it. In a personal era, this particular digital or AI era, there is no privacy. All the privacy is only in the public. So, Googles of the world and YouTubes of the world knows about you much more than what you know about yourself. So it's not only from your health perspective, even your travel perspective, the places which you visit and the things which you eat and what are the medicines you eat and who are your friend circle, whom are you socially connected with. All that, everything is right from your phone book to your photos, to your videos, to your search pattern, to your buying history, to and your eating habit of Swiggy's and Zomatos of the world. They know kind of tomorrow we don't even be surprised that they can become an astrologer for you, saying that this is how your future is going to be. So it's basically privacy is in public for you, for as a person.
So you're basically saying that the typical consumer should have no expectation of privacy.
Is there any possibility when you download an app and can you go ahead without even accepting it? It's like signing a home loan, right? Home loan agreement, it's all fine print, maybe the 7 or 6 inch, whatever the fine print. We don't even read it and we sign it, right? When you get into litigation that time you'll come to know all this, whatever you mentioned is there and that you have signed it.
Correct. So this is for the entire panel. It may seem as though I am arguing with Mr. Sivasubramanian,
No,
but it's not. So a couple of perspectives here. The first perspective is going back to my original question, which is informed consent. So we can treat informed consent two ways as service providers. One way to treat it is to say somebody is supposed to check that box. They have checked that box, so I'm fine with using whatever data they have given me. The other is to look at it in a more integrated manner in the matter of building trust, that I want to make sure that this person understands what they are giving me and how it will be used, right? So two things, that's one part of it. The other part of it is also around the expectation from the consumer in dealing with us. If you are using Google Maps, it's already obvious that Google Maps is going to have all your locations. Whenever you have used Google Maps, it knows exactly where you have been, etc. But that is not very obvious with more general products, number one. And number two is also what you do with that information as a corporate. If Google starts selling you stuff based on where you have been, then you will actually have a very strong negative reaction to what Google is doing.
Actually, knowingly or unknowingly, we are living in this world. Like you yourself said that you search for certain things, and if the data is not paused, one simple example, I was in the air and just landing in Bombay, somebody from Bombay near the airport calls me saying that, sir, aapka cab chahiye kya karke? How some ex-person knows that I'm just landing in Bombay, and because I put a poster saying that I'm traveling to Mumbai. So immediately after landing, you are getting a call. So data is, I would not say it's compromised. It is been for whatever the business purposes. You have already agreed for it. So this is from the personal front. See, corporate perspective, what are the data we are going to have it? We are talking about your personal data, and another one is on your product data, or maybe your research data, or maybe your confidential data of an organization. This is from the data security and the productivity perspective. Second, from personal data perspective, who are the one is either you will have all the entire employees' data, your suppliers and vendors and your customers' data and your product data, and also maybe people who are visiting. So wherever you have, and obviously you will have a consent for taking this information, what purpose, its limit for that particular purpose, how long I can retain that particular information for you. For suppose if I'm a visitor, you are disclosing. Again, if it is a digital form, then there is a consent. If it is a physical form, then there is no consent. Yeah. But how do you know that this person, anybody in the security takes a photo and makes it as a digital? So there are lots of parameters. This is from the visitor side, and similarly for your supplier data or your customers' data. How confidence you can give it to your customers is basically on getting it certified by maybe 27001 certification, or kind of adhering to the DPDP Act or GDPR if you are doing a business within Europe, and you need to be mandatorily having a GDPR, and you need to have a data protection officer. These are all governance side which gives a comfort to the customer, saying that yes, these are the certain things which has been kind of ensured by some regulatory authorities, and there is a audit and whatever things happens on a particular periodic one. So we do kind of, from the organization which I represent, we serve to the customers in the US as well. So there is something called CTPAT. So it is like consumer terrorism attack. What is the product which we deliver to the customer, and there is nothing to do with the terrorism attack. But there is a rigorous audit happens on basis of how do you secure data, who can access this particular data, and who are all the people, and need to know basis. All that is part of this particular certification agencies. So that kind of gives a comfort feeling for the customer. So I'll leave it here maybe.
Mr. Shiv Shanmugam.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, I would say that this will have both the two sides of the coin. I come from the protection industry, predominantly in the insurance last 10 years plus, and before that with healthcare. So if you ask me, the data, whether the consent is given and what purpose it is used, either if you go cross-sell, upsell opportunities, then definitely the data must be used for all other purposes. For example, if I go and approach a customer and who come and onboarded in my, say, a personal risk services, auto or home insurance, I have an option to go and further cross-sell, upsell, for which some of these behaviors has to be tracked in terms, that's where the Google Tag Manager or the customer data platforms like Segment and Adobe, everything comes into the picture. So they do the right thing for the purpose of getting the businesses one side, getting the better experience for the people is the other side. So you need to have both. At the same time, without invading the privacy, that is the silver lining. We have to be really understanding that when it is tick in the box, if somebody says the data should not be used, then that has to be taken it up very carefully. But when it comes to a world of this learning and unlearning happening in the faster pace, that is still, I would say, a kind of a research in motion. So a lot of research going on with respect to how do you make sure that if user revoke the consent in the newer DPDP from Indian context or the GDPR or any other regulatory pursuit. Still, the research is still ongoing, but it doesn't mean that it's beyond our control. There are control mechanisms currently in place with the structured way of taking the data out in the learned models, and there are ways to create a localized small language models or something like that to ensure that your customers' trust is not going away. So in short, trust is very important. So the privacy is a kind of a wallet. The trust has to be preserved in that wallet. If you lose, we will lose the business. So we are very much aware of that. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Jagdishwar.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the other co-panelists almost covered. So I'll just touch upon the purpose of the informed consent. So the purpose of informed consent is to have a transparency between the consumer and the supplier. If you take the organizations which we collect large volume of data, like as we discussed, there will be a consent tick box, knowingly or unknowingly we just making a check box. But while considering the governance and compliance perspective, the DPDP or GDPR compliance, what they bringing in is the transparency. Like, suppose if I am a customer, before going black box or without reading the check box, I must ensure that I need to read that the consent, what consent I am going for, whether I am sharing only the personal data or the transactional data is also going to be used as a good purpose for myself. let's take an example of a retail industry or a hospitality industry. The personal data also get captured as along with the health records. So using the health records, if we get any proactive message or any alert to diagnose at the early stage, that would be a meaningful purpose, and there is a transparency created for getting the informed consent. That will be a win-win situation for both the parties. So that's how I envisage. So it's an evolving stage right now for entire industry, I hope so. So everybody will work for getting the data into a informed consent with a greater insight of a wallet-based way, so that it gets protected. At the same time, there will be a transparency between the consumer and the supplier.
Thank you. Actually, what you said, Mr. Jagdishwaran, leads me to the final question in this theme, and we'll do a quick check from your side towards this side. Would you agree that we need some kind of, just like food products have nutritional labels, that information products and apps should have some kind of label for AI usage?
Yeah, absolutely. Because before getting the consent, so it has to be transparent. Like, for example, personal data is captured, customer must say yes. And after that, there could be the list of things. For example, this will be used for the proactive messages or any seasonal communications and so on, so that each statuses will get recorded inside the system. Accordingly, the AI will act on. For example, tomorrow if you want to remove any consent from the customer, or there will be a transparency given to the customer saying that if he wants to remove his consent, so the AI will work accordingly. So that's the transparency I look for actually. That will also fall in place in the coming days.
So what I was conveying is the Digi Yatra, the one, our digital public infrastructure from our government, that you can very well quote the very best applications that we built in India, how it act on the consent. So it doesn't ask you or make you mandatory, but it work on the basis of consent. And the data is basically preserved in the local device, the purely edge computing. The inference is happening locally in your own device. It doesn't go to the public or a central server. That's the second. Third, the data is completely encrypted, both at rest and as well as at the transmission. So all the protocol standards are well maintained. And within 24 hours, the data that was stored in the airport, it get vanished or deleted. It's a hard delete after 24 hours. It's clearly published by and also answered by our, I think, Honorable Minister in the Rajya Sabha, that is also in the press. How Digi Yatra protecting the privacy. So just wanted to call it out. We show the example to the world, and this trust can be enforced everywhere. So I don't think we need to worry too much, but the research is all going on with respect to make the life easier for how to make the models forget.
So I have a little different thing, like you are touching upon, suppose if I am having a cup of coffee, so I would like to know how much calorie I should burn, or what is my sugar intake and whatever starch and things. So here in this case, so suppose if I have an AI model which runs and gives an input or output, so I should know with what is the kind of environment which this output is being coming at. We keep training the models, right? So whatever the knowledge base you give it, you'll have to kind of give a geofencing for that particular model. So with this, like for example, if you want to have what kind of data you have fed in, what kind of inference which you want to take out of it, and what period of data which you have given it for it, and what context you are asking a question which is responding to it. So whether it is a 2-year-old kid or it is a doctorate kid, it's again, that environment has to be kind of there for any AI model. Like if I'm saying that, so I'm giving it with the basis of this. This is what is my limited knowledge. I am answering you in terms of maybe 800% knowledge level, or maybe at a doctorate knowledge level. So maybe that is there, then it predefines. You can keep prompting it, then it will tell you, oh, this is what you are asking for. So then, okay, so sometimes you might have it in the knowledge base, but when you ask a question, it says that no, then you have to tell them that, hey, can you please recheck and validate, is there anything else is there? So which means that whatever the perimeter, it needs to be defined, then it is better for the consumers of this particular platform will help.
Mr. Srinivasan?
Yeah, I'll go with the example he had given on DigiYatra. So when you are giving a consent or when you are feeding the data, the AI model or wherever you are feeding it, they need to tell us what is the purpose of collecting the data. For example, each of the field, let's say whether it is relevant for whatever is the purpose, that field, that they have to give an explanation. Okay, I'll just quote a little bit. I know I was part of one of the government's, state government's digital, one of the digital meetings, okay. So even if you see, even very own our state government itself, if you see some of the apps, they may have, initially they may have so many fields. You have 20, 25, even 30 fields. Now a bigger exercise is going on where they are reducing from 30 fields to 10 fields, which means data minimization. So this my view is this is happening considering not to capture unwanted, unnecessary data. So which means I think people are aware that we need to be sure what kind of data we are providing and what is the purpose of providing. So my view is I think this awareness has started even at a government level itself. So we also need to be very careful why a particular data is requested by let's say by a site. What is the purpose? If you feel that, if you feel it's not relevant to enter it, you should not do it, and I'm not saying you should take it up with them, or you should send a mail asking them, why do you want me to give this data? So I think the data minimization is important. People should be aware and conscious what they are, what is the type of, what is the data they are entering, and they should be clear what can be the purpose of it. The guy should tell, but my view is, I don't know whether at every time they will be telling it. The public should be conscious. There should be a self-awareness program or something to do with that, where they should be conscious about not to give. There are many examples for this. For example, nowadays bank is circulating a lot of messages also.
Sorry to interrupt you, but actually you've kind of touched upon the next theme.
Okay.
So I'll move to that. I'll ask that question and you can continue with your answer. Inside a company, typically between especially if you're in a consumer product company, the product guys want to do a lot of stuff using AI, and they need more and more data, more and more parameters for the data. And the typical CIO is going to say pretty much the things you said just now, which is data minimization, don't collect the stuff you don't want to use, don't collect the stuff that that will cause privacy issues, let's not collect those. So there is this tension or friction between one part of the company needing more and more data, and there is the other part of the company which is more involved in security and compliance and has the headache of protecting all this data. How will we resolve this tension?
Yeah, that is, okay, I already said that we touched upon the concept of instead of collecting more and more data, it is always to collect better data. This is the concept which we are following in at least in the manufacturing organizations. Because, I don't want to diverse the topic, but I'll tell you, there is a concept of Industry 4.0. I think most of us know about 4.0. Now there is a concept of Industry 5.0. So the big difference between these two is, in 4.0 is basically a garbage in, garbage out, okay? But Industry 5.0, what it stresses is, there is no point collecting the garbage. Better to collect what is the relevant data or what is the process data, which means That is why now the concept of edge computing comes, which means, let's say you have an AI model running in your organization. You need to be very careful what is the data which is going to be fed to that model. So what we are all doing, I think most of the manufacturing organizations now must be doing it, they keep something called an edge processor, where the data which, let's say, collected from the machines are getting processed, okay? And only the processed data which goes to the AI model. So which means we are taking utmost precaution to ensure we are not feeding the AI model the data which may not be relevant to it, or only those data which is required for the model for processing, which is expected to deliver a particular thing. So what I'm trying to say is, there is no point of more data. You need to be very careful with a better data quality so that you don't compromise on the privacy also.
Mr. Shivshanmugam? Yeah, see, I wanted to take one analogy. I think I come from the data analytics world, right? So at least a decade back, we were all taught data is a new oil, new commodity. You need to refine it, medallion architecture, bronze, silver, gold, and get everything done. Okay. In the same venue, exactly a year ago, I believe, in the AI summit, I think TG Santosh has coined it. Data is a new milk, and we need to use it and preserve it at the right time, right purpose. I still remember, but I'm telling to you, data is a uranium now. So you have to use it with the right purpose, with right guardrail, with the right planning in place. And you can't keep your uranium in your garage or underground, and it will last its life. But you know I don't need to tell what that half-life is all about. So it will spoil you and everybody. So simple, my suggestion, gather the right data, what is needed for your purpose. Data minimalization is important. Let AI be hungry, but we have to be cautious about what data we are collecting, how much parameterization is needed. Go with simple and small language models. And even I wanted to quote what our Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnav told in the Davos recent economic summit, that India is in the powerful place. We are in the 5-stack tier of the AI world. We are at the top tier.
Do you know what's the future of cloud computing? It's Docker and Kubernetes. Why? Because technology is continuously evolving and businesses are shifting towards cloud-based solutions, and containerization is the most popular method of doing so. And guess what? You can learn the basics of Docker and Kubernetes for free. Attend Scala's masterclass on fundamentals of Docker and Kubernetes to learn the concepts of containerization and the most popular commands. By the end of this session, you will be able to build your first Docker file from scratch. So without further ado, click on the link below to register.
Right, so all that, like you said, oil, refine, fine, all that is gone. Now it's a pure oxygen. We'll have to see how we'll have to take the O2 from the oxygen.
Mr. Jagdishwari?
I just quickly say, relating to the context, so data is the new oxygen. So coming to the context, as a customer, oxygen is important for me. With informed consent, what all I am supposed to give my consent, that is to be taken care of, so that I will be happy when the data is used appropriately by the organization with some kind of an AI tools that get protected. The other side of it, at the organization level, again the data is an oxygen for them also. So they have to use the data in a proper way, like the government, how they are taking a new initiatives like Digiyatra kind of stuff, put up more encryptions and bring more trust to the customers. So that's how I see this is going to come up.
Thank you. I'm moving on to the third theme, which is more technical. So we know the 27001 and 27301 ISO standards. These are standards to follow. In many cases, these are required for compliance. Your thoughts on treating it as compliance versus treating it as your infrastructure for trust?
It's a typical question, but compliance perspective, we have to honor whatever the compliance are in place, especially in terms of doing a proactive or a periodic audit, so that the risk and the vulnerabilities get mitigated appropriately. That is one side of it. The other side of it, as an infrastructure, of course, it has to be there so that we will generate the whatever form, whatever the way we want to generate the data. So both are two sides of the coin. That's what I treat, and that's my perspective actually.
So in my view, I would say the guardrails of the regulations and the standards are not a speed breaker, rather a seat belt. So we have to wear it and to move fast in this journey. So that's how we have to see.
So for me it is like this. It's a roadmap. It's a process. So it has to be a way of life. It is not that we should not work in the system. We should work through the system. It's a kind of, so why do people get certified? One is certificate so that at least you are ensuring that this all been kind of adhered to it. Second thing is when it is becoming a process over a period of time, then renewals and again audit and all that, after some time it will become a way of life. Right, so if you say without having some certain certifications, you are saying, okay, I'm adhering to it, but how do you ensure and how do you kind of comply to that? So one is, it's a process. First you get certified, then maybe you will become kind of process, then it will become part of your life.
Okay. So my view is it is part of the infrastructure. Okay. I can say very simply, we don't want the data to go to dark web, simple. Okay. So I don't know how many of you know, I think 2024, 23 late, 24, so many things happen. Okay. So we are very clear it is part of the infrastructure. To take it as a part of the infrastructure to safeguard the organization's data, as simple as that, okay? And our view is if we take it as an infrastructure and put all the guardrails and everything in place, compliance will be automatically met is our view, okay? And yes, compliance also needs to be met, but if you do it for the sake of compliance, you will always miss out on A or B or C. So if you take it as an infrastructure and where your organization's data is protected, I'm sure compliance will also be met.
Thank you so much. That brings me to the end of this session, but before I wrap up, I just have one question which each of you to answer in only one sentence, particularly, which is, what's your view on using synthetic data to go around some of the issues that we have with over-collection of real-world data?
Privacy.
Yeah.
That one word, no?
Not one word, one sentence.
One sentence, okay. So synthetic data is one of the data techniques generally used for a better privacy.
Shiva?
I'll reserve that.
So synthetic data, yes, in my opinion, it's a game changer, definitely. But I mean, not necessarily for all the applications, you don't need real noise, real grounded data. There are applications which sufficient enough with the synthetic data. So it should be effectively utilized where definitely it needed.
Shiva Subramaniam?
Basically, it need to be used wisely.
Okay.
Of course, obviously, we need to use synthetic data in terms of AI. So, of course, we use actually with a meaningful purpose.
Right. But are we speaking only of IoT kind of synthetic data or even
it's applicable business to business cases. For example, if it is automobile industry or in manufacturing industry, probably IoT data. If it is a healthcare industry, probably the medical imaging data or any images which retrieved from the health records, something like that. So we cannot use real-time data for using some test cases and also where the synthetic data will take place.
The ring which I'm wearing, this creates a synthetic data. It tells me how do I sleep, what is my sleeping pattern, what is the calorie burn, all that it gives. So again, how do I use it? The data is there, data is there, but what is the next step?
Okay. I'll tell you one more sentence. Sure. Synthetic data is used for a better AI modeling result.
Okay.
That is one of the use of synthetic data.
Sure. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for being part of this panel. Let's open to questions.
Hello. On the one hand, you mentioned that AI is data hungry. On the other hand, there are privacy issues, there are patent issues, copyright issues, restrictions on accessibility, etc. So to what extent in the long run, AI-related output from the public domain will be usable or reliable? That is one part. Another part is you mentioned about data being the new oil, uranium, milk, etc., etc. But on the other hand, liability is also put for its leakage by GDPR or Indian acts, etc. So from a company perspective, is data proving to be an asset or a liability?
It is definitely an asset. So forward-looking organization, it is going to be a bigger asset. So you'll be able to dig out lots of things. For example, if you want to become forecast your how is the sales is going to be there, and if you want to have a predictive analytics, what kind of scenario, what kind of environment, what kind of inventory you should keep it in this part of the world or that part of the world, all that it can give. Data is definitely an asset. It is not a liability.
So in my view, it can be, I mean, as I said, it's an asset as well as a liability. How would you use it? How much you carry? How much you generate? So go that minimalization purpose, and the tug of war or the debate of whether AI hunger for data, privacy promotes lesser data, both are same for the logical reason. So we have to be mindful, and in my opinion, it's on both. How you use it appropriately. It's like our own day-to-day life, right? Your balance sheet, asset and liability. The same money go into both the places. How you are positioning it.
Data is basically the experience, right? Suppose if a person in the industry uses stalwart, he has seen every scenario. It's all stored here. And if any scenario you get into it, okay, he has handled it, so it has become a way of life for him. He doesn't need to dig out what are the scenarios. He's not going to, like somebody was, in the previous panel, people are talking about, I do a kind of maths, physics, chemistry. How do I correlate? It doesn't, the education is just for a qualification. It's like a passport, right? Whatever the data you accumulated, the informations, the decisions which you have taken over a period of maybe 40 years, 50 years, by showing it, you'll be able to take a decision. It's like, again, I'm saying from the 8th standard kids to a degree holder, it's a age difference, and because of the age difference, he might have come through lots of environment, what are the scenarios, issues, he might have resolved it, so it has become a way of life. So this is what is going to happen with the data. It's again, we need to use it wisely, and we need to kind of capture it, what data it's, including the noise, we need to keep it, or only the filtered data you have to keep it. If it is a filtered and wisely used data, it is asset. If it is a lots of noise data which is there, then it has become a liability.
Thank you. How to establish trust for technology in senior citizens? Like they don't trust the telemedication platforms and all. So how to battle with this? That's my question.
So mostly through awareness programs. So they are supported by their son and daughters. So create more awareness. Without awareness, it's very difficult to implement any programs, especially on the technology wise. Nowadays technologies are very, very intuitive, so that's the only way of making use of any technology or technology oriented facilities.
Actually, this is not a technical question, it is a clear psychological way of treating people. So this happens even in the organization. You don't need to go to senior citizen. Even in the operations, in the manufacturing, in the legacy organization, you go, make them to think about digital mindset itself. It's all about mindset, right? So there are ways, but again, maybe through training, ensuring, I'm sure that many of the people, they don't even log into the banking app in their mobile. So they will have one keyboard, kind of keypad, one phone is only for the getting a OTP from bank, another one which they use it for it. But again, it's all mindset, perception.
So maybe let me add, actually there are a lot of developments are happening and lot have implemented. Hopefully you know digital twin, right? The digital twins helps the senior citizens very effectively. And I think lot is coming up here, but what I recently understood that in Singapore, there is a senior citizen enclave that helps on their day-to-day digital infrastructure support, where there is a bot that helps them to do all their, it's like your day-to-day chores. Making your payment, making your appointment with your GPs or getting a specialty treatment, and to make you live longer independently. The digital twins is a technology that is helping a lot in that aspect. So a lot of developments are coming up, keeping the disability, inclusivity, it's all part of the DSG drive. So we have many solutions now available, caters to the senior citizens.
Thank you.
Is that it? You've been a wonderful audience, and my colleagues here on stage, you've been a wonderful panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Hindu Tech Summit 2026 is presented by the Velo Institute of Technology, co-presented by SIFI Technologies, our associate partners, Skylark Information Technologies, Kellogg Brown & Root, Tally Solutions, and Virtusa. Our realty partner is G Square Housing, our state partner, Government of Karnataka, our television partner, Pudhiya Talamurai, our digital news partner, TheFederal, our knowledge partner, CIO Association, our industry partner, Madras Management Association, our ecosystems partner, Startup Singham Season 2, and our gift partner, Nexus. Our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Bridging Academia and Industry, Building the Resilience Talent Pipeline. Resilient systems demand resilient talent, and the growing complexity of cyber risk, compliance, and digital transformation is widening the skills gap. This session explores how academia and industry can collaborate to embed ISO frameworks, risk management, and real-world experience into learning pathways that future-proof organizations. I'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President, Technology, Innovation and Intellectual Property, Mahindra & Mahindra. He leads technology innovation and intellectual property strategy across automotive and farm equipment businesses at Mahindra & Mahindra. A prolific inventor with 30+ patents and multiple global innovation awards, he brings deep R&D expertise shaped by leadership roles across global organizations. Welcome, Dr. Shankar. Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ashok Tyagarajan, Vice President, Learning and Development, Intellect Design Arena Limited, a techno-functional leader with over 2 decades of cross-industry experience. He has worked across architecture, design, and development while leading global brands. Now heading Learning and Development, he focuses on mentoring young talent and building future-ready capability across the organization. Welcome, sir. Next up. We also have with us Dr. Parthasarathi Malik, Pro Vice Chancellor, Vellore Institute of Technology, a distinguished academician with deep expertise in microelectronics and applied research. He has led pioneering research initiatives and secured multiple Government of India grants. He plays a key role at VIT, advancing academic excellence, global collaborations, and institutional innovation. A big welcome to our illustrious panel. This session will be moderated by Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of The Hindu.
Thank you. So when we speak about resilience, the conversation often centers on frameworks, technology, and governance. But no disaster recovery system, continuity plan, or security framework succeeds without one foundational element. People who know how to think and people who know how to act in times of disruption. In that sense, resilience is not built into systems, it's built into capabilities. And today's organizations operate in complex environments shaped by cyber threats, digital dependency, regulatory pressure, and global interconnectivity. Yet, many academic programs still emphasize coding, infrastructure, or theory without equally addressing business continuity, disaster recovery, information security governance, and data privacy management. This creates a gap. Industry needs professionals who understand risk, resilient processes, compliance obligations, and operational continuity. Universities often produce graduates with technical skills but limited exposure to resilience thinking, incident coordination, or governance frameworks. This panel explores how academia and industry can work together to close that gap. The focus of the panel is twofold. The first is to examine current gaps in curricula, where resilience-related disciplines are fragmented, optional, or treated as niche topics rather than as foundational knowledge. Second is to define future-ready syllabus that incorporates business continuity planning, disaster recovery architecture, information security management, privacy by design, risk assessment, and incident response coordination into mainstream education. This panel explores how education systems can become a foundational pillar in the architecture of trust and continuity. So we will dive into the discussion. My first question is for Ashok. Ashok, my question is, why is resilience ultimately a people capability and not just a system capability?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think, like you have touched upon a very core of survival of organizations, right? So I also align with your belief that resilience is a capability of people and not of systems. I'll probably break it down for you and for the interest of the audience as well. If you look at our lives today, like we all exist in a digitally connected world, right? So there are so many apps that we use, and through these apps we orchestrate our existence, right? Be it the financial transactions, be it our communication needs, entertainment needs, your networking, socializing, so on and so forth, right? So this gives a notion that systems are very resilient, right? So when you talk about resilience of systems, what they offer is availability, resilience, reliability and stability, right? So it's always on, you get things done anytime you want to get it done. So when you look at people, what they offer is biological intelligence. That's how I would put it. So when a system fails, it doesn't take moral responsibility. It just stops. But people step in, own for the failure, and they respond to the crisis and ensure that situational resilience is established, right? That's the most important thing. Like when systems fail, we reach out to people because systems don't have emotion to respond to you, right? And also like systems are programmed for known variables, whereas people are made for the unknown. And systems, you look at them, they just execution of instructions, and whereas people exercise judgment, right? So if I have to break it down further, what biological intelligence is contributing the resilience of people, I would bring in 3 dimensions, the traits, the perspective, and expertise. So when you're talking about traits, like be it curiosity or like judgment or reasoning, decision making, thoroughness, or the sense of urgency, this allows us to diagnose and act in any situation, right? So when you're talking about the elements of perspective, like be it intent, belief, your imagination, or like empathy and experience, this allows us to contextualize a crisis, right? And finally, when you are talking about expertise, the deep skills and competencies gained allows us to implement solutions, right? So hence, I say that resilience is a domain of people than systems. If you would ask me if we can surpass resilience, my answer would be yes. So if you add emotional intelligence and learning adaptability to resilience, you become anti-fragile. So when talent is anti-fragile, they produce more robust and resilient systems. That would be my submission.
Fantastic, thank you. Nelson, building on that, in that context, what skills are most critical during disruptions, and where do organizations see the biggest talent shortages?
Okay, good afternoon all. It's a wonderful event and a great question. So today, as per 2021 statistics, we are talking about 75 lakhs, 63,000 students passing out from various schools. It starts from your ITI, Polytechnic, Engineering College, Arts and Science, Management schools, and then the alternative MBA schools, alternative science schools. And we are saying that we are living in an agentic AI world. There is a news that the last GPT model was built by another AI, right? In this world, what would be the skills that will not be replaced or that will outlast every advancement that can happen? I would give 3. One is agency. Agency is all about getting the things done using your communication, collaboration, networking skills. If there is an issue, if somebody has to get it done, instead of waiting for someone to give you the order, instead of waiting for someone to tell you what needs to be done, if we can pick up the threads and if we can start doing things, then it is agency. Let us assume there was a cyber attack happened in your organization and you have to work on it, and there will be 10 people discussing on that. Now what happened, what could be the root cause and all those things, and there will be one person who will say, okay, I will take it up, I will set up the call, I will set up the bridge, I will call this person, I will call someone from the OEM and get it done. That is agency, okay? No AI, no agentic AI can replace this skill. Number 2, it's about having awareness about the cyber and the data, right? Today we live in a world, everything is on one or the other way digitally connected. So you need to know what are the systems that you are there. You do not need to be a technology person. You do not need to be an engineering graduate. You could be an MBA graduate, you could be an arts and science graduate. Still, if you know what are the cyber systems that are acting as a nurse inside the system, and then you should have the complete awareness of the data. Okay? Whenever I say awareness of the data, understanding the data in terms of what they are doing, right? With the DPDPA coming into picture, 250 crores is the penalty people are talking about. Then whatever role you play, you are all expected to have that knowledge and the awareness and understanding of those systems, data points. The third skill is, again, no one can replace, no AI, no Claude, no Anthropic, no one can replace, that is authentic leadership. Authentic leadership is all about owning things and get the things done and give credit where it is due, okay? Even during turbulence time, even during circumstances that demand lots of pressure and put you in stress, if you can still stand to that and get the things done, get the things moving, then people will look up to you. You are not a person going to make up things, then people will say, he is a person who is authentic leader. So it's all about agency, having awareness about your cyber and data, and being an authentic leader. These are the skills that would be definitely needed.
Fantastic, thank you. Now we'll move to gaps in current curriculum. Shankar, my question to you is, where do universities fall short in preparing students for resilient roles?
Sure. So I've been with the industry, but I've been working fairly close with the academia also. And I think it's part of the industry's responsibility also to bridge this gap, because at the end of the day, we want students who are more ready to take up very challenging problems and come up with innovative solutions. So we do something proactively by working with the universities. But the key gaps, if you see, is knowing versus doing. I'm sure they have very good teachers. They get to learn a lot in terms of the conceptual foundations. But when it comes to working on real-world problems, there is a lot of hesitation because they haven't done that in the past. So we have all gone through that phase when you have to do something for the very first time. I think what they need is more opportunities to practice with the real-world problems. Possibly through summer internships, all those things that can definitely help. And the second gap is in terms of breadth versus depth. A lot of them come with a reasonable technical depth in their chosen domain. Say a mechanical engineer knows a reasonable amount of mechanical engineering, so fine. But today's industry needs a good amount of technical breadth also. For example, the kind of space we are in electric cars, electric mobility, we need mobility engineers who know mechanical, electrical, electronics, basic programming skills, a whole bunch of things. So that's how the needs of the industry have changed. So that's the second area, which is technical breadth. And the last and the final one is innovation and problem solving. I think that's common for all the engineering domains. And there again, definitely it can be addressed through working on projects. It can't be taught in the classroom. It has to be done through projects. I think if we address these three gaps, we'll be in very good shape. Sure.
That reminds me of the frameworks we used to speak about evolution of skills from an I shape to a T shape to a pie shape to a comb shape. Now we'll come to the academician on the panel. Further building on this, are resilience topics treated as optional rather than core in current curriculum?
Good afternoon all. In fact, I feel resilient talents, they need to have a high level of emotional intelligence and also the adaptability. So if I keep that in mind, I'll have to say it should be core. It's not optional. In fact, universities and industries need to think and focus on this, and it's core. In fact, some of the universities abroad, if you see University of Lisbon, they have a full-time program on resilience education, how to build the resilient talent. And of course, we also have some training program for soft skill development. So this has to be core. We all think it as core only. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Now we'll come to how do we embed continuity concepts as part of the design stage itself. So Ashok, how can business continuity and DR be integrated into mainstream courses? And DR applies to one's own life as much as it applies to institutions, right? So,
so if you have to truly integrate the DR and business continuity into student curriculum, I would like to move a little upstream, right? So if you look at DR and business continuity, they are action-oriented response frameworks that come out of, that emerge out of a architecture and design analysis, right? So we can't talk about business continuity and DR in isolation, right? So, so if you have to integrate these two things into a curriculum, my suggestion would be to give a course on system architecture and design, so that people know the system architecture and design builds the DNA of any system. So when you are talking about the DNA of systems, we are talking about the functional requirements and the non-functional requirements. And business continuity and DR come into the architecture domains of operations and risk management. So one needs to understand the holistic system so that they can provide for what means the DR and business continuity should address. So it cannot be given as a separate subject. That's my take on it. And also, like, when you make a system architecture and design as a holistic approach, it helps the student to connect the why, what, and the how. The business risk, the non-functional requirement, and the execution plans. And also, like, when they do system architecture and design as a holistic subject, you are creating, helping students to architect systems rather than being just knowing of protocols. So that would be my submission.
Thank you. Nelson, in that context, should simulations be part of evaluation? Simulations should be part of curriculum in some ways. Should they form an integral part of evaluation? And how early should these topics be introduced?
Yeah, definitely we are talking about building a resilient talent. In such case, definitely this, I would put it this way, it is about immersion. We call that as industry immersion. The students have to come to the real world, real environment, work with real people who are solving problems or building solutions. Then they will get more knowledge than what they will learn from the other ways and means of learning. I want to quote what Carnegie Mellon told. Carnegie Mellon report says that anybody that go through the immersive learning, immersion-based learning in today's AI world will have 3x productivity than the normal learning. So we need to let the student.
As India leads the global AI conversation, CIFI empowers you to build, run, and govern AI at scale on its proprietary sovereign AI foundation to power a Atmanirbhar Bharat.
And the other question in terms of by when or how soon they should start, I would say that they should start from the first year, because the first year is a time they will have lots of energy and lots of enthusiasm. At the same time, first year is a time they have lots of apprehensions. They get into the new world, they come out of their school environment. Actually, they will kind of come out of their comfort zone. That time, if we give this opportunity for them to go around, be in an industry, whatever may be the industry, it could be on manufacturing or healthcare and life sciences, whatever it could be. If they can come, be with the people and start learning. right? It is like some kind of instant gratification, right? They are learning, but for them to put it to work, they need some environment. So let them do this, then I think they will be a highly skilled, talented, better resilient professionals that we are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, an important part of immersion is internship at organizations, and I think Partha, industry does a very poor job of internships. You onboard talent, it's a tick mark. Often senior leadership doesn't spend time with interns. They think they're too busy. But when senior leadership in companies spend time with interns, you design the program better, it benefits everybody. You inspire young talent. But I think the most significant outcome is you learn a lot from the talent. You learn things you never imagined. So I would urge you to spend time with industry, for senior leadership to get involved in internship programs and spend some time, if not all their time, with interns. Moving on to information security and privacy education, Partha, how should curricula reflect evolving data protection and security expectations?
Actually, if you ask me how, first of all, I would say that industry and the academic institutions both should come forward, and both should be the integral part of this development of curricula. And also the data users, then only the professors will understand the real need. As for example, the curriculum should take care of, say, concerns, threats, crisis management, and immediately to act on. So these kind of things should be there while evolving the curriculum. And in that case, the curriculum is will be different, not conventional. And there are some softwares for resilience training, and also some tools. So curriculum should include those softwares and tools so that students can get some practical experience for learning this, and this ultimately will make the students confident so that they can handle the situations, emergency situations in industry or wherever they work. So curricula will play a very important role for making the resilient talent, I feel, in my opinion.
Now we'll move to industrial collaboration. Nelson, my question is, what role should industry play in shaping academic syllabi, and is industry capable of it?
Okay, yeah. It's very clear that industry should not dictate curriculum to the academia, because they are the best to do that. They have all those competencies, ways and means to get it right, and they have lots of frameworks to get it done, and they are governed by various parameters as part of the state and central regulations. So we should not dictate, rather we should inform them about the relevance of the subjects. Today, when they come, okay, the college can have some syllabus, and then they teach about AI, they teach about machine learning, they teach about IoT, they teach about cybersecurity. However, only when they come to the industry, they will get to know what is that endpoint central solution does, right? What does a ransomware solution does? What does a DLP means, right? These all things you can't learn, you have to experience. For that, academia and industry should go hand in hand and construct the syllabus and keep that immersion module as part of the syllabus from the first year. That's point number one. Point number two, WF says that 44% of the core skills will anyway obsolete. So it is not that academia can go and update the syllabus every month. It is not practically possible. We need to have the balance in terms of what the academia can do and what the industry can do. And if we can come together and do
but it took strings. I vanished like in bikini pics at 3 a.m. Leave his body. Let the green flag enter. Bring me a man who loves me.
I am a better man now.
Prove it.
I'm bewitched. And I'm all yours.
All green flags, gift Jiva.
I'm telling you that we will have a huge talent built and a huge resilient talent built in this country.
Ashok, my question to you in the same context is, how can industry contribute without turning academia into vendor training? And what forms of collaborations have the greatest impact?
So, the answer is yes and no. Like between academia and industry, it's a marriage of convenience, though. Like, see, where industry wants to jumpstart with talent and they end up turning academia into training institutions. But the purpose of academia is to rather create a very broad-based knowledge which is deep-seated that would benefit the industry. And the industry always, even though we get early talent from the academia, we still do an immersion so that they understand. Because what you read in books and how industry operates are two different things altogether. Coming to the point on how industry and academia can collaborate, I think internship is not an approach of scale that can solve the problem. Because we know that the amount of people that are coming out of academia, we can't provide for the internship or the attention that is required. So my suggestion would be we should flip the table there, like where the faculty can come and do externship in the industry. That way they become the force multiplier and that will be exponential. So they can come to, during the summer break, instead of students coming for internship, we would rather invite academia to the professors to come and do externship with the industry, take back that knowledge into the classroom, convert the classroom into a industry experience center kind of a thing. That's what would be a scalable solution. That's what I think like we should be doing.
That's interesting. So Shankar, we'll now move on to experiential learning. And my question is, why is hands-on exposure critical in the context of resilient skills?
Sure. Before that, I just wanted to add one point building on what Ashok said, internship for the faculty. We tried that. We called it mini sabbaticals, where it need not be a year long, but can be a month or two. And that worked really very well because each faculty can reach out to 100, 200 students. So there was an inherent amplification factor. And it was twofold. One, it reflected in their teaching. Second, better quality research proposals, where there is a fundamental research component and also application component. So those proposals went through much easier way. So that was a very good experience. Now coming back to why it becomes very important to build the practice skills when it comes to industry relevance perspective. Fundamental understanding of the concepts is what primarily happens during the years we spend in the university. And many times it stops there because not only the teaching but even the exams are oriented towards how well we have understood the concepts, the engineering concepts. But the next stage of designing something using those concepts is very important. That's what the industry starts with. It assumes that the person they hire, they're already good in concepts. They are very eager to see what can he or she design using those concepts. And the next level is, how do you implement the design? Is the design smart enough, robust enough to get easily implemented? And if you thought these two are difficult, the third one is even more difficult, which is operationalizing the whole thing, which is converting into something which makes money. So here we are looking at from concept to design, design to implementation, and implementation to operationalization. So the industry starts where the academia stops. So there is a very long journey. And if we can give some structure to this through the right interventions, we can greatly accelerate this. Otherwise, this may take a very long time, which was okay in the past. But now it's not okay because technology itself is growing so fast. If you take a long time, technology will change and what you know is no longer relevant. So that's why there is a lot of pressure on both the industry and academia to do it in a much faster way. Sure?
Sure. Partha, as a follow-up, how can universities simulate crisis scenarios safely but realistically, and what role should, we spoke about internship in the other concept, but what role can internships continue to play?
This crisis management, we do many things. If I share with you the experience of our institution, what we do, we have this, we say, Center for the Disaster Mitigation, and also we have a Center for Health and Well-being Center. Basically, we have a team that take care of the mental health of the students. So if any emergency situation, anything, the entire team works. And you'll be happy to know that we have a system called mentoring system for every teacher, 20 students. So all the mentors, the teachers, take care of their students, and it slowly and silently creating that environment for the students, all the crisis management in the campus. So these are some of the things, activities we have. And you mentioned that hands-on experience. And at the same time, I would like to say hands-on experience is very much required for students' resilience training. We do have activities in the campus for hands-on experience, like we have a system, fully flexible cadet system. In every semester, students are getting new teachers, new friends in the classroom, and new classrooms and new timing. And also, this is in hostels. In every semester, students are getting new rooms, new roommates, and multidisciplinary environment, interdisciplinary environment they work. So all these things are creating a cross-cultural activities. They're facing new challenges. Ultimately, these practices, before getting a degree, making them fit for facing the challenges in the industry or on board.
Thank you. Many of us wouldn't be aware there's so much design into that aspect.
Yeah, so many things we do in the campus.
Nelson, now, Partha spoke about learning in different environments. In a way, you are bringing interdisciplinary people together. So we'll stay with interdisciplinary learning now. So how can combining IT, risk, and management education strengthen resilience talent?
Yeah. This is an interesting topic. I think Partha talked about so passionately about whatever they are doing. Our expectation from the industry is how do we scale that? Okay, how do we make it affordable to every student in the country? Because today the expectations are very, very different, right? One of them is the multidisciplinary, skills people need to have. In the IT world, we call that as a pod model. A pod is something where you have an engineering expert, a management expert, right? And then there is a domain expert. They all come together and deliver a work. Wherever you have this kind of setup, infrastructure, then the outcomes are definitely 10x, 20x, right? While we are talking about this IT, risk, and the governance aspect, today's world, they are all like, the lines are kind of blurring out, graying out, right? Whether it was with the GDPR or now with the DPDP Act or with the job codes that we are talking about, all the things are making it, one thing very clear. Every one of us need to be clearly aware of the GRC framework. Okay, governance, risk, and compliance, right? The earlier panel people talked about, I can do ISO 27001, I can do ISO 40001 for the AI, but that is on the compliance side. we always talk about compliance versus commitment. Compliance is yes, getting all the certifications. Commitment is we live by that. Okay? So for that to happen, the interdisciplinary skills should be taught to the students at the college level. Okay, like the way Partha was telling, we have to make them to get exposed. Okay? What if a risk happened? What if now a financial exposure happened? What are you going to do? Okay? You will work with your legal team. You will work with your IT team. You will work with your board because DPDP expects certain kind of rules and regulations to be followed, a framework to be there. Consent manager system should be there. The students should know what is a consent manager. Who is the data fiduciary? Who is the data processor? The moment they get them at the early stage of their career, I think they will build a very, very resilient and safe country for all of us.
Absolutely, and when you speak about different disciplines, one of the things I keep telling our IT leadership team is that you should talk technical to your team, talk application to the rest of the organization, right? And the other, Suresh must be somewhere here. So 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, when Suresh and I met each other for the first time, he asked me what is my one-line mandate. And you know Suresh is very brief with words. So I said your mandate internally is that today IT is the port of last call to fix problems. I want IT to be the port of first call to co-create solutions. If we make that transition, it's good. Ashok, I'll come to you now, building on the previous question. How can business, legal, and technical departments collaborate in curriculum design? And what barriers prevent interdisciplinary teaching in universities today? You could take either of them or both the questions.
Navneet, you know, like I don't come from the academia, but I can always give you the industry perspective on it since I'm a director of learning at Intellect. See, like in corporate, it's a given. Like when you give a problem, it's owned by everyone. It's not a siloed thing somebody is working on. So interdisciplinary or cross-functional collaboration is a given. We never have constraints around that. And any course that I offer through my academy has to be vetted by business. Without business vetting it, I have no chance of launching that course at all. So that's how within the industry we operate. We don't have any kind of Chinese wall kind of a thing. Like it's not a crime to collaborate. And we have been living in a connected world and collaboration is a given. That's the mindset and the perspective that industry is operating. Coming to your interdisciplinary question, I think I'll look at healthcare for this example. Like earlier on, many years ago, being a GP was very glorified, right? Today, if you see, like you have to do a master's, then you go on to do a super specialization. From there, you go on to do an hyper specialization. It's getting too narrowed down in terms of speciality. And people want to stand out, and only speciality will help them to stand out. Probably that is the reason, like even in academy, I think like people are moving to hyper specialization. Probably they want to be standing out and probably have too much depth in that particular area. To me, I think that may be seen as a constraint. Because you look at my own story, you look at my career, I could say there is not a role that I have not done in IT, right? The only role I have not done in IT was I have not been a field sales guy. But I have done that in a non-IT environment. But I have always taken roles. I started as a programmer, then moved on to project management, program management, then moved into technical architecture, solution architecture, enterprise architecture. I went on to head R&D. Then I was head of configuration management, the custodian of all IPs of Intellect. Then suddenly I thought I want to go and share this knowledge with everyone. Then I moved to L&D. It was a move, I had chosen to move down. So there are no constraints. Industry wants mobility. We all tell our associates, be mobile. Don't stick to one single thing. You just go explore. So that's why we have a career lattice. So you can move wherever you want to, right? So probably like there should be some incentive to do that in academia, I think. Because in the industry, when you do such movements, your remuneration or the so-called CTC is not getting affected. Your designation is not affected. Wherever I move, I still remain the vice president, right? So probably that's some kind of learning that I can give to academia from industry. Yeah.
Sure. Nagaraj in his previous session had one final question to all the panelists, and it was you had to say something in one sentence. And so I was promising my panelists I won't surprise them, but I might ask a question to all of you at the end of our conversation is, in 1 or 2 lines, how do you build resilience into your professional careers? What do you do individually to ensure you are resilient? Is a question I will come back to later. But right now, we'll speak about building long-term talent pipelines. Shankar, my question is, how can academia create sustainable, resilient career paths?
Sure. I think it's very important for us to kind of reinvent ourselves periodically. And in my case, it was like every 7-8 years, I used to learn something new and get onto a new role. But now that 7 years has become like 3 years and 4 years now. And so when there is such a need for us all professionals to learn something new and get into a new role, maybe sometimes you have to create the role. It may not readily exist in the organization. When all that happens, of course, the first place I would look for help to do that is my alma mater. Wherever I studied, I would like to go back there and take some help because I know who are the experts. And I'm also very comfortable going there. And also kind of psychologically, it will take me to my learning days. So I will be more receptive, more absorbing in that mode, in that place. So it's always a nice thing for me to go back. I studied at IIC Bangalore and IIM Bangalore. So I would always prefer going back there to learn something new. I think this is a great opportunity for all the universities to stay connected with all their students, even after 10, 20 years or 30 years in the career. So they always feel comfortable to come back and learn something new. And sometimes they can be students, sometimes they can also be teachers. They can come and teach a small course which is application of something that the professor is already teaching all the concepts. They just come like a professor of practice and just teach what the industry is doing in that space. So it can be both ways. So I think that will greatly help all of us to stay very updated. Yeah.
Fantastic. Partha, in the same line of thinking, how can institutes encourage students to view resilience as a career path? And what role do public-private partnerships play in the talent pipeline development?
First of all, that encouragement is very much required. So institutions, they can do in many things, in many ways. One thing is that the way we do, creating the opportunities, facilities for the students, creating the maker space, creation lab, innovation lab, where we are giving them challenging tasks. And creating a challenging environment is extremely important. But how to make it happen? As for example, say, giving them challenging experiment, challenging assignment, challenging questions, challenging assessment. So by giving all these things and following up, a challenging environment has to be created in the campus. So slowly then the students, if they work on these things, and over a period of time, you will see that they are ready and they will be able to build a sustainable career growth for themselves. So this is what exactly we have been doing in our campus.
Fantastic. Thank you. Now we'll shift gears to the future of resilient skills. Shankar, my question is, what new competences will define resilient professionals in the medium and long term?
Sure. one skill that will become super important is what we call as learnability, the ability to quickly learn something totally new, which we have never done in the past. And nobody teaches us how to do that. We always struggle with that. And sometimes it works, sometimes doesn't work. But if somebody can go a little deeper and teach us how to get into any new space and learn quickly, I think that will be a very important skill. And the second is collaboration. How can I communicate effectively with people from other domains and have shared goals and collaborate in a very meaningful way? I think that will also greatly accelerate whatever we are trying to do. The third is, of course, innovation, because which cuts across all the domains. Whichever domain I could be, how to come up with fresh perspectives, how to come up with totally new ideas, and take them all the way from the lab to the market. These are skills I think will help us to always stay a little ahead of the curve. And these are not going to change. New domains may come, new skills you may need, but these three, which is ability to learn, ability to collaborate, and ability to innovate, I think these three will continue to remain most relevant all through. Sure.
Thank you. Now I'll come back to in a few lines, if each of you could share, how do you build resilience to be a better professional, and how do you practice resilience in your professional life? We'll start with Ashok and go down the table.
So probably I'll tell how I have built resilience within myself. Staying relevant is one of the most important things. Like in the information age, there is no dearth for knowledge. Knowledge has become very pervasive. In fact, technology has democratized knowledge. So everybody has the same kind of access to everything. So what I have done is I have chosen problems where others would not fear to go. So that way I have stayed relevant and visible in whatever I did.
Highest level of self-awareness will help building a resilient professional. When I say self-awareness, it is not just about us. It's about the industry you are in, about the company you are working for, and the society surrounding you. Because other skills Shankar has already told, and then Ashok also told. If you have this, and then you will be very successful. And another one of the important traits, I would say, being a good integrator. Okay, a person who can work with different circumstances, challenging situations, sometimes challenging people as well, because end of the day you have to deal with people. Even if the AI makes some mistake, we will be held responsible. Someone should be there as an integrator. If these two skills are there, I think we will be able to build a very resilient kind of talent around us.
Yeah, I'll tell about an academic campus. The leaders, academic leaders need to think, first of all, they need to think that this is required, these activities are required, and need to implement it in teaching, learning, research, and innovation. So think and implement, that's what, and just thinking it won't help. Without thinking you can't implement, so both are required.
Sure. We talked about the importance of immersing ourselves in a industry or a domain which we want to master. I want to look at immersion in a slightly different way. Immersing in our own self, where we'll be able to figure out what are our true innate strengths and where our passion really lies. I think we get distracted by so many things. We get very less time with ourselves to go a little deep and figure out what is the sweet spot, what is my sweet spot where I can be super effective. And I found Stanford University does this in a very beautiful way. For the master students, the first 2 weeks is a program called Design Your Life, where life is looked at like a product which you can design yourself, where slowly you converge towards what you are best at and what you are truly passionate about. I think immersing in ourselves periodically, I think is very important going forward for us. That will be the source of all my energy, learning power, everything that I need to stay.
And fantastic, and to be fair, it's easy to ask people questions. I'll have a stab at this. One of the things I do to help build resilience is honestly agree to moderate panel discussions like this. I'm not a subject matter expert and I'm speaking to people at the top of their game. It helps me understand the subject, prepare, and I respect your time as much as I respect the audience's time. So it helps me prepare, learn new things, ask the right questions, seek the right answers, and try and add value to all of you and to the audience. That's one of the things I do, and that's helped me. We have some time for a few audience questions, and if somebody has a question, yeah. Please go ahead. Please state your question, and also let us know whom it's addressed to.
Okay, so my question is to Dr. Shankar Venugopal. We had a lot of interesting ideas about internships, externships, and so on. Now I'm thinking about industry professionals like building or upskilling themselves. In the US and Japan and South Korea, we know that industry professionals win Nobel Prizes, whereas in that culture is yet to come to India. So how do we upskill industry professionals to think about winning Nobel Prizes? Because they have access to infinite resources.
Absolutely, true. I think that's where industry-academia collaboration comes in a big way, because industry professionals are mostly focused on developing applications of fairly mature science and sometimes developing a new technology out of a mature science. But many times a Nobel Prize is for a new discovery, which means something new in science itself, which can happen only through industry expert and an academic expert coming together, collaborating, so that the academician can do the fundamental research and the industry expert can do the application development of that. But together they'll be able to do a great job, which is the deep science and deep tech space. These are problems which need to be solved urgently, but there is no ready solution. Solution can come only through very deep research, which takes a significant amount of time. So that way, this will solve two problems when the industry and academia come together. Deep science and deep tech solutions will arise, and some of them may even become eligible for a Nobel Prize. I think this is a very good question, and this is a strong driver for the collaboration. Sure.
But what about people outside academia who want to be part of industry research, but not as an employee, but as a consultant?
That's very much possible, surely.
What pathway is there for them? Because the interview pathway is, in a sense, ridiculous. So, is it through like people you already know, or do you have, let's say, some objective metric or an open form or a competition that we can? I think it'll be helpful if you organize some competitions for private consultants to come in.
Sure. That's a very good idea. Definitely, I'll take that. Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Any other questions? Yeah. Please go ahead.
This is for Mr. Partha, Dr. Partha. So I was just thinking when you were talking about running an institution, right? So will it be really helpful if we have a simulation, let's say a simulation that can actually help a computer science graduate? He or she has just joined college, and I think there are orientation programs, there are seminars and workshops, but is there an orientation program which actually tells them what is going to happen in the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year, and along with industry collaborations and academia that happens? I don't think, because Sir just said that Harvard has something closer, but do you think that will help the students see their future in terms of job prospects and what to do next when they join a college?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, orientation program in every year or every semester, what is definitely help. And another thing I would like to mention here, that collaboration with industries is not just for placement or internship. Industry should be the integral part of the growth of the institution, of any good institution. So without industry, we should not do the things. As for example, they should be the part of our syllabi and curriculum development, and they will, in fact, in VIT, one module has to be taught by the industry experts, so that students can learn the practical things from the industry experts. So doing research together, doing consultancy together, solving a student's problem together, and hackathon to do jointly, and makeathon. So all these things and orientation program you mentioned. So it really helped the students for their career growth and even for getting a good job. Yeah.
Any other questions for the panel? Yes, the gentleman there, please. Yeah. Could somebody, after you, please go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Of course, this is a question to the Vice Chancellor. Is innovation part of the syllabus for the students, in colleges? One. Then secondly, about the internship scheme of the government, we learned that there are no takers. Possibly, maybe must be mainly because, the incentive given is not sufficient. You can comment on that also.
The first question, it should be. Innovation should be the part and parcel of our syllabi. And many institutions, different institutions, they do in different way. Some institutions, they have some credits for innovation, entrepreneurship, and other. Even some institutions, I see that 1 year they make the students free for entrepreneurship. So similar kind of programs we have. We do have program and also some subjects for entrepreneurship. And we do have a lot of practical experiences students they get from the syllabi curriculum we developed. And as I mentioned, we have maker space and separate creation lab for the students. So this is some of the value-added courses we have for innovation. So entire campus, not only VIT, I believe any good institution, the campus should be a strong and vibrant innovation ecosystem has to be built. Startup ecosystem, IP development ecosystem, and finally, overall, the innovation ecosystem. It is must for upcoming days because we are planning for 2047, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So if we really want to do that, this creating an innovation ecosystem in the campus, vibrant innovation ecosystem is very, very important.
Thank you. We'll take one final question from the gentleman there. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Myself, Saranan. Just a question for Dr. Shankar. Sir, you told you'll be training the faculties and also being alumni for the institution, bringing back the industrial experience to the students, right? Why can't we adopt institutes or the tier 2 institutes nearby your industry or any industry so that we will people will get the better exposure and also the industrial experience. So one way you are bringing the tier 2, tier 3 institute students or the young talents to the outer world to meet the competition, and another way you will also bringing up the upskilling of the new talents.
Absolutely. I think that's a good idea. We do this through an initiative called FLAME, which is Future Leaders in Automotive and Manufacturing Engineering, where we work closely with the engineering colleges across, and it's a two-way relationship. They support us in certain new emerging technology areas where we can learn from them, and we support them whenever they have ideas which they want to scale up and further get into products, and it's a both way. But we have monthly interactions to exchange this knowledge and have various events and competitions and also small projects. A whole bunch of things happens all through the year. But a lot more can be done. Having said that, it's a very small effort what we are doing, but I'm sure for a country like India, we can do a lot more of this, which should help both sides. Both the industry and academia will greatly benefit when this happens. We have started in a small way, but we can discuss more about it, sure.
Ashok Nelson, do you want to weigh in on this question, add your thoughts?
Probably like, if you look at the reality out there, industry itself uses a lot of open source, right? So everybody has access to open source. What I would recommend for people in academia is to champion the cause of contributing to open source. They can ask students to, so that they get the real life experience of solving real world problems. I think that would be very fantastic if academia can champion and be part of the open source community.
Yeah. One last point just to add to what Partha said. I think lots of innovation contests and hackathons and incubation centers opening, all those things happen. But you can also look at this. An industry, any IT services company or a product or platform company, what they do is they go and ask their customers to give the problem statements, the use cases, and they have the contest for those use cases. It is like not giving a generic thing, right? It is like a particular problem statement, and if the students can come up with an innovative solution, they take it to the market. So when you do that, I think whatever we discussed here, all will come into one alignment, saying that, okay, the industry immersion experience, and then whatever they learned, now solving some customer problem will put all those things together, like connecting the dots and stitching it together. That's my view.
Thank you, thank you. You have been a lovely audience, and all of you have been a lovely panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And can we have a big hand for all of our panelists? Can we get a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to our last panel discussion of the day. Continuing on in the same vein, data security and privacy in the age of AI, balancing innovation and compliance. AI may be accelerating innovation, but without governance, it risks eroding trust and resilience. This session we have coming up next explores how organizations can embed privacy, transparency, and security across the AI lifecycle, ensuring that innovation is not just fast, but responsible, auditable, and resilient by design. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Dheeraj Janbandhu, Senior Group Vice President IT, Digital Business Indian Bank. A result-driven banking and technology leader with over 3 decades of experience, he leads nationwide digital initiatives and large-scale IT modernization. With deep expertise in digital banking and financial inclusion, he has earned multiple industry awards for technology and inclusion excellence. Welcome, sir. Next, I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Vijayanand Chidambaram, Gen AI Data Analytics Leader, Amazon. A technology innovator with over 20 years of experience, he leads breakthrough Gen AI analytics initiatives at Amazon. With multiple patents and global innovation awards, he has built industry-leading AI solutions that have delivered national-scale impact. Welcome. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. V.S. Kanchana Bhaskaran, Vice Chancellor, Vellore Institute of Technology, A highly respected academic leader with over 4 decades of experience across industry, teaching, and research, she is a specialist in VLSI design and microprocessor architectures. With extensive publications, patents, and leadership roles at VIT, she continues to shape technology-driven higher education in India. Welcome, Doctor. This session will be moderated by Mr. Srinivasalu Thayam, Chief Technology Officer, Aravind Eye Care System. Also a seasoned technology leader with over 27 years of global experience, he drives digital transformation and technology adoption to enhance patient care and operational excellence. Welcome to all of our panelists and our moderator. Mr. Srinivasalu, I hand over this session to you.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. So we come to the last session of Tech Summit called themed on continuity unbroken. I could see the continuity without building the architecture of resilience and in connected world. Actually, it is it's fitting the that our final conversation, okay, on focusing on to determine the digital resiliency, it's going to be succeeded or collapsed with the trust, actually. That's what. So I'm very honored to moderate this session on digital security and privacy in the age of AI, with a combination of innovation, balancing the innovation and compliance. And I just wanted to reiterate that this is no more technology, this is a boardroom strategy, okay? This is going to be a boardroom strategy going forward, okay? So you all know that, right? By the way, I'm Srini, CTO of Aravind Eye Care System. It's a chain of eye hospitals, predominantly this part of the world. I mean, we are also like world's largest eye care system, where we see 20,000 patients in a day, okay? So most importantly, you might have gone through all sessions. By this time, you would have realized AI has been moved from pilot programs to its enterprise mandate, okay? It's no more pilot and POCs, actually. It has been moved to enterprise mandate. And of course, it is shaping particularly from the healthcare, it is shaping the diagnostics, it is shaping the prediction, it is shaping the supply chain, it is shaping the fraud detection, it is shaping the personalization and underwriting process, particularly in the insurance domain, and making decision by itself. So that's where today it has been kind of, let me put it like this. Across industry, this has been clearly directive as adopt AI, scale AI, compete with AI. That's very clear. You have to, adapt, scale, and compete with the AI, okay? So that's the situation we are now. Having said all these things, in this hall, we all know, every CXO knows other side of the reality, okay? So, even though like we say it's like, adopt AI, so that's other side of, the reality is where the data is, today data is fueling the intelligence. While data is fueling the intelligence, it also increasing the attack surface, right? And while, increasing the automation, which, multiplies the efficiency, it also increases the accountability exposure, okay? And also like, the personalization, where it delays the customer, it also intensifies the privacy risk. This is the flip side of, this transformation, okay? So I hope you all are aware of that. So, my way is we are no longer no longer managing the data risk. We are manage AI accelerated data risk, okay? It's AI accelerated data risk. That's what we are now actually. So, I mean, let me put it like, we are in the era of data as an infrastructure, right? Algorithms are decision makers, okay? Our regulations are catching up, and cyber threats are advancing than the compliance framework, okay? So, I mean, that's where like, which kind of creates the central tension of, the discussion going to be. Okay, on top of that, we are going to discuss about the innovation and compliance. It's a contrary, right, in innovation and compliance. While innovation is pushing you to do more AI relay insights, where compliance is pulling you to focus on the data localization, right? While innovation is pushing you to do the predictive analysis, where compliance is pulling you to focus on the consent management. And while innovation is pushing you to do more interoperability, that's, particularly in the medical industry, whereas your compliance is pulling you to focus on more encryption mandate, right? And of course, the same thing in automation. Innovation is pushing you to bring more automation, whereas your compliance is pulling you to do the more audit trails. So, I mean, this is something very challenging, right? So, for me, what I see, the real question for the leaders here, fundamentally, if you put all these things, who really owns the data? Who controls the models training? Okay, is the data anonymization is efficient? Is it sufficient? And most importantly, is the synthetic data sets or the future implementation of AI? Okay, so that's the thing what we need to kind of debate and discuss. But I just wanted to, one distinction, the de-identified data does not mean anonymized data, okay? The re-identification of the data is no more hypothesis, it is a practical reality, okay? So with this context, let me bring my panel session. We have a wonderful speakers here. We have wonderful, panelists, I think with very rich experience. The way I wanted to structure this, so, first I would like to, panelists to, introduce themselves, introduce by themselves and talk about like, what kind of initiatives you have done in terms of the data security and the, protecting the privacy. So then we can focus about more on the governance. Finally, we can talk about, what is the CXOs in this hall, to take for, whatever the takeaways for the next 6 to 9 months plan. Okay, so that's why I wanted to I would like to start with, sorry, I think my speaker. So I would like to start with Dr. Kanchana Bhaskaran. And I have a very high regards on ma'am. I met a couple of times. She comes up with a huge experience. I think, I don't know how many of you know, she has 147 international journals on her name. And she has 3 patents on her name with the 4 decades of experience. I think it's for all of us, let's give a big round of applause to be part of this initiative. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for being part of this.
Thank you. Having publications is actually on current days, it's nothing. We have got to have that many products, that many productization and getting into the market. That is more important, what we need for the country. Yes. I am Kanchana Bhaskaran, Vice Chancellor of VIT Vellore and the Chennai campus, of course. We have around 80 programs. And as the Vice Chancellor, this year, we have got a new curriculum made. And in the new curriculum, taking into account what the industry needs, we, as a deemed to be university, we have the privilege of offering new programs and all. And the programs based on the industry requirements, every 4 years we go for the curriculum revision. In that sense, this time also there are several multidisciplinary programs, and we have actually 17 schools and where different disciplines are offered, and 11 research centers and some centers of excellences also. Across the schools, we offer courses for the students on multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary basis also, and the students have the privilege of going for a minor program. If he is a mechanical engineering, he could go for AI and robotics, offered by multidisciplinary faculty from computer science and engineering, electronics and electrical and all. And this way, minors and honors, they enable the students to learn well. And we invite the student, the industries, to work with the students even when they are in the curriculum, during their curriculum years. During the 4 years, for certain labs, we get the industry problems for solutions, and we want to extend that even with a complete 1-year internship. Some of the students go, if they complete their credits and all by 3rd year, they go for the 4th year internship. It's a 1-year internship. So a lot of things are opening. As Pro-Vice Chancellor said, we have got a maker space allotted in all the schools, wherever the schools can, the students can work, even beyond working hours and all. As a multidisciplinary team, they work, and they make several products and all. They go for competition to NASA, and they win. The Hyperloop project recently, what was announced in IIT Madras, out of 13 awards, Vellore students got 6 and Chennai students got 3. So this sort of work, the work culture is there. The students are very good. They come through entrance examinations. The students are very bright. And we have around 3,000 faculty across the 2 campuses and 70,000 students. And with the resource what we have available, we can actually bring out the excellent atmosphere what is needed for the industry. And with the AI interruption what Sir said about, the particularly at VAT, we have, I should tell you, around 1,100 odd high-end stations with the GP, that is GP-enabled workstations are available for the students to work, for the UG, PG and the research scholars and all. And some of the laboratories, we leave it open for 24/7 also, and accessible from home also or from hostel when they want to work. So these sort of facilities are there. The students take the problems and work with any faculty from any other school or from research center, and they go for doing internship with the research center faculty. And throughout the semester and through the vacation also, they can stay back in the campus and they can do research and they can do productization, and they work in the laboratories and in the maker spaces what we have, and the centers of centers of excellences what we have. Therefore, several opportunities are there for the students, and the faculty members are doing excellently well with the multidisciplinary capability. Thank you for this opportunity.
Ma'am, just wanted to check with you, like probably I'll come back to you in the next round. So, Mr. Vijay Anand, can you introduce yourself and talk about like kind of initiative from the data security and privacy in EA?
Thank you. I am Vijay Anand. Currently, I lead one of the data analytics AI product at Amazon Retail. And I have also been working as a COVID data analyst during the COVID time, where I helped millions of people understanding the COVID trends. So data is more part of my passion. So just to giving the introduction of myself. Okay. Talking about how AI is going to enable data, right? So today everyone are using ChatGPT or Gemini, right? So these are all like general purpose AI apps, right? So you can just ask, give me a travel plan, and then it's going to give you. But how do you take AI to an enterprise and make it successful, right? So that is the biggest challenge, and also comply with laws and local laws as well as like international GDPR compliant, right? So it's a journey for me as well as like everyone in the organization. How do you take it from there, right? To start with, there are multiple layers in this AI journey, right? To start with, the basement is like you need to have the data that is curated for Gen AI, right? So a lot of organizations are rushing to make Gen AI to be, or AI to be part of their everyday use cases, right? But will it gonna work? And that's when like there is a lot of publication happened, researches happened, like surveys happened where like 90% of the AI projects fails due to lack of understanding of AI, right? So there is a multiple layer of maturity to make a successful AI project, right? So first layer would be like, how do you make the data ready for AI? Is it your data ready for AI? That question needs to be answered. Then second is like, once the data is ready, do you have a compliance mechanism? Do you have a mechanism to protect what AI can see, what AI should not see? Is that control layer built? Third layer is like, do you have the interconnections of all the departments? Like, so you have a sales department, we have an ordering department, you have a support department, right? So if you're going to build an enterprise AI system, everything cannot be in a silos, right? Sales cannot build a chatbot only for sales, and customer support cannot build a chatbot. See, that's what's happening currently. So this AI is a race where everything is happening in a silos. So there is no central network or a knowledge base or a knowledge context graph which understands the entire landscape of an organization and then apply AI on top of it. So, and then how are you going to apply policies? There will be a lot of company policies, right, on top of this. That will be the fourth layer. And then fifth layer is when you're going to do the productionization and you have to scale this for the customers and then make it as product. So making a general purpose AI like ChatGPT is pretty, meaning it's already, problem is already solved. But making successful in an enterprise is a journey that's what currently every organization going through, and then we have successfully did one of the program as well.
Thank you. Next, Dheeraj, from your side.
Good evening to all. First of all, I am very thankful for the Hindu who is organized this theme, Continuity Unbroken. Every year I have seen that new themes, the Hindu is pioneer in bringing the new technology, new initiatives, and the new processes what are there in the industry or the markets, and giving the insight to the audience on people. I am also very proud of associated with the CIO Club as a member who is the knowledge partner for this event. I am Dheeraj, I am working with Indian Bank Corporate Office for Digital Banking and Digital Adoption Department. We will focus, as Shini told, we'll focus my discussion along with data security and privacy and what are the models, how it can be done, how organization can make a balance between innovation and compliance and regulation, because that is the thin line. But mind it, the regulators and compliance is there to go ahead forward. It stops us from doing nothing out of the channel. It protects us from some of the things which we cannot think of. So regulators and compliance is very much important, and it cannot be a bottleneck. It can be the only enabler. That's what I want to say as of now. Now, Shini, it's your turn now.
Thank you. Ma'am, coming back to the core part of the program, so, I mean, this is something appropriate to ask you, like, do you see any risks using the third-party, AI tools, platforms, which is being well used in education? Do you see kind of a risk?
Correct. Actually, we do use third-party AI tools. For the education today, the AI tools are to be treated as tools, not as everything. It cannot substitute teacher. The teacher and the student, they can go for using the AI as a tool. But while using the tool, we have got to be very careful with respect to the data privacy, mainly pertaining to the faculty and pertaining to what we have related to the students. For the students, even if we take academics, right from the examination data, right from their admissions data, everything would be there. But giving away all the data to the third party and where he is going to be keeping, what is his security arrangements, what he has, because we deal with the third party AI tool as a black box. We don't know anything about it. And we just feed our data to that. And whether our data, our student data, or our institutional data is going to be used as some training material for some other purposes, we won't know. And for that matter, he can actually go for having some copyrights which are actually known only to him, and that may not be related to what an institution needs. We need to have certain regulatory practices, constraints and all followed. As an institution, we are committed. As an institution, we are accountable to the students' privacy and all that. But we still want the education to run well and the research to run well. And we have got to use the AI tool. So there lies the boundary, which sort of tools. That is why what you said about anonymization or pseudonymization, they are going to be very important as far as our data, what we share with the third-party tools, that goes. And particularly federated learning and all, they are to be important also. The data, what we give for the third party, should be going out of our campuses, and that should be saved, stored, and processed, and results and all coming out only from those locations. And that sort of like AGI. So that sort of thing is actually we want to, we practice. And for all these to be monitored, we have got the committees, and mainly for the privacy and whether the tools, even before we go for working with the AI, third-party AI tools, we audit. We audit their external arrangements and all, the security arrangements, what they have, and how they would use our data. And with consent, whether they go for taking, and the privilege to the student to go for opting out of if he doesn't want to have the data processed, and even for the faculty also. So all those privacy constraints, we actually very meticulously have got to follow, any university for that matter. With the huge data set what are available, with the huge data, which actually the data would give him a lot of input to process, lot of facilities to go for training their models and all. So we have got to be careful, but at the same time, we have to have our students, our faculty, our administrators, staff and all be knowing about everything, and they are actually periodically given with exposure, training and sort of sessions in which they come to know about it, because it is important, it is here to stay. But all the same, we have got to have the privacy also taken care of. So right from administration level, right up to the student level, we have got this, and different levels of security data also is there. Whether it is going to be a low risk data or very high risk data like examinations. So those things also, that we have different levels. So based on that, the committees what we have, they take care of that. But we do use them.
Sure. I think, the takeaways from, I think you made it very clear. That's why V8 has been so successful. You mentioned a point like accountability, and you set the boundaries. I think these two are very critical in terms of the data security perspective. So that is the most underlining part. So coming back to the same accountability, Mr. Vijay, you're coming from Amazon, I think you will be the right person to, give a gyan on this. I mean, today, there's a lot of external APIs in the foundation models. I mean, this is going left and right across. So, I mean, the question is, from cloud provider perspective, what kind of risks where we're going to come across? That's one question. Other, also AI adoption in the cloud platform. So if you can help us to know these two areas, it will be really good.
Sure, great. That's a great question. So currently there are two waves of integrating your system to AI, right? So there are, AI is kind of like you have machine learning models, and then now everything has become large language models, right? So there are two different waves of how you AI operate. So if you talk about LLMs, large language models, like you have OpenAI, right, and then you have Anthropic, and then there are multiple DeepSeek is there, and then there are hundreds of models are there, right? So to make your enterprise safe, you need to go with some cloud providers like AWS. AWS provides something called Bedrock. So what the cloud providers are doing is they are providing this as a service, right? So they have a tie-up with the OpenAI or or Anthropic. So what happens is the model that has been trained has a copy over the cloud, and then you can create your own virtual private cloud, we call it a VPC. And then you can have that instance connected with your app in your enterprises. So this way, you don't have a risk of exposing your data to external. So there are multiple tools, right? You can have a ChatGPT and then send your data to summarize it, or you can build your own app within your organization, connect it with Bedrock, or so there are two ways of looking at it. Like if you do not want data to go out of your organization, then you have to create a virtual private cloud and have this service providers instance. Like you have Claude 4.6, 4.5. So all kind of latest models are available in the cloud that has a guardrail on enterprise security that you can be compliant over that. And so that's the one way of protecting your system. Another way is like you can build your own ML models, machine learning models, and host it in infra that is provided in the cloud, or it can be in on-premise also. So that way, data also doesn't go outside of internet, right? So see, there are facilities available right now to protect enterprise-grade security.
I think if I summarize, if you wanted to have your own ML model in your own premises. Otherwise, if you are going for an enterprise, then you have a virtual private cloud which will secure from the large level.
That's correct.
I think that's a well summarized. Thank you, Vijay. Now coming back to, I think this is something very relevant, from the banking industry. You're coming from the banking industry, Mr. Dheeraj. Okay. Do you believe, the most of the organizations are really ready? Okay, from the data governance perspective, or are we building very shaky foundation? I know like banking is still not there to kind of adapt, but I think you will be the right person to say that actually.
Yes, thank you for that question. But really speaking, my frank opinion means many organizations are building the AI models on shaky foundations. Because data is very important when we are going to implement AI modules. Data is vast, data is required. The data should be consistent, accurate, and protected from any thefts and breaches. So that is the very important aspect of data governance. Here I come with data governance frameworks. So organizations which are having good data governance frameworks will definitely have an advantage on going to deeper in AI modules. The researchers shows that only 8 to 9% organizations are AI ready. Their data is AI ready. So they can go ahead. Rest of the organization has to delve how my data can be best utilized for various AI models, and that is a challenge. That is really a challenge, but that can be solved if they put this data governance framework in that organization. And I will say the designing should be like it is a privacy by design. It should not be any type of a checkbox method that it is done. So when you adopt a privacy by design, your data is automatically protected. And that is the basic need for protecting your data, embedding your data, and giving a security to the people or those who are using. Because AI is a very vast space and models are evolving. So without exploring that models and how it does it, what type of functionality it does behind the black box, we are not aware. Even customers are not aware. It's very difficult for customers to know where is my data. Regulators are not keeping up what happens with the data. So a lot of challenges, and that the challenges comes with compliance risk and bias risk and malicious data and all other things. So that is a very challenge. And innovation, I will talk later how it can take up in this space.
Thank you, Dheeraj. Since Dheeraj was touching upon the data sets, I wanted to take this with Vijay. There is a kind of I used to hear this quite frequently. Organizations are building AI-based HRA system to remove the biasing. Okay, so this will make unbiased system. But what happens, your HRA system over the period of becomes biased because the system has been trained by the data which was biased data. Okay, So that's the risk of the, So with respect to that one, what I wanted to understand, how the organization should govern the security and the integrity of the data sets. If you can help us to know, that'll be good.
Sure. That's a great question that I think every organization are facing right now. So let's assume how do you explain an AI model giving let's assume it's an underrating model, right? How do you make sure that it's not biased by gender or age or profession, right? So how are you going to do that? So that is going to be very critical, and explainability of the AI is also another critical part. So to do that, you'll have to not only build a model to give an example underwriting, you give a credit score for a customer, right? You will have to clearly have a explainability model which is going to tell you what all the different attributes that is driving the results, right? It could be a regression model, or it could be a binary tree, or it could be what is the a rule that is going to be used, right? So all this kind of has to be logged in a system, right? And then you will have to have an evaluation agent. Now it's become agentic, right? So that should be another evaluator which is going to check periodically if the model is getting biased or not. So that should be an evaluation framework to be built along with the model that is going to give you the predictions, right? So these two models has to be trained in such a way that one is governing the other one, right? So that kind of now it's like AI versus AI. So I think that is where we are going towards. One AI is going to predict and one AI is going to govern. So you'll have to have, so we also have something called AI as a judge, right? It's going to judge that what the decision made by another AI is right or wrong. So these are all the systems that is evolving. We are not there yet, but we are evolving. But this has to be part of every organization.
Okay. I think one of the, I can share my own experience in our hospital, what we did for the diabetic retinopathy, once we finalized the model, what we did, we implemented this model, but we did not inform the doctors. So what we did, we have taken the, outcomes of the doctors for 6 months, and this model was running. We compared both the results, and we realized the model results was better than the doctors. So then we kind of implemented production, and we informed the doctor that, now model is running. So that's something, one of the way we did that actually. Yeah, thank you. So ma'am, coming back to you, another core part is more on the research and complaints perspective, So typically how the universities, kind of use a responsibility while encouraging the innovation and research actually. So this is something, double-edged sword actually. So how do you do that actually?
Yeah, AI research is very important, and for that matter, we cannot go for losing anything at all. Therefore, this is what we do actually. 2 of the 4 laboratories, 2 in each school. We have got 4 laboratories completely isolated, and that is, their network is isolated, and they work for cybersecurity and all. And they work for this sort of work. And the responsible AI, the research scholars, the faculty who are working with, they should be keeping up with what is happening elsewhere, what is the recent evolution in the technology. With respect to that, how they should actually go for mending their ways and go for forward with the research. For enabling that, we are always alert. There is actually a group of people who work with identifying what is the evolution taking on and how that should reflect in the curriculum and in the research practices and all. Based on that, the student researchers are allowed to work in such laboratories, and they are given with excellent research facilities across the schools, interconnected. If my one system is not sufficient, we would give them a cluster of systems. With that, they would be able to work. Therefore, the responsible research towards a particular target, you said about the medical diagnostics. Here, we have a multidisciplinary environment. That happens to be a very important advantage for us. And right from the computer science people and IT, they go for working with the different other disciplines also, where in what application the AI would be helpful for them, and that the productivity, and they are all alert now. So that, as you said, the biasing would not happen, wrong results would not come out, because they are expecting a product, and you have different viewpoints who are all concentrating on the particular work. And that sort of a multidisciplinary environment directs them towards using the AI responsibly towards a particular thing. And whatever be the research data they produce, they are all archived and they are all ready for documentation and all, we very well follow. And the repeatability or reproducibility, that also is the matter what we need to look at. And all these things are monitored, and all these things are happening across the schools, across the researchers towards a particular target. That takes care of this responsible AI. But if we miss that, we are not going to be going forward at all. Therefore, it is very sort of quintessential.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So, Vijay, I just wanted to forgot to ask one more thing. This is important because we were talking about the data collection set. Like, how do you embed, data privacy principle as part of the data collection set? Yeah.
That's a great question, right? So data collection is one of the very important for any model building, right? So how do you prevent PI data, right? Personal identified data to go out of system, right? So you should have a data lake where you're going to have the row level security, and then you should have cell level security, and then schema level security, and then access controls with IAM roles, like everything has to be least privileged policies has to be given, right? So, and these are like very important for an enterprises which is like handling the customer data. So these guardrails have to be implemented first of all. And then after that, you'll have to have data classification being done. So is it going to be a red data? Who is authorized to get the red data? What all the, so we have to enforce multiple layer of authentication, right? Now authorization, right? So if I need a data of red, I need an approval from my organization, right? It has to be a human in loop. These kind of things, you cannot rely on AI. You have to bring in human in loop to make sure identifying the right data classification is very important in this AI age. So you can have like thousands of tables, thousands of data sets. We don't know which particular table has which amount of data, right? So there should be an effort within the organization to first classify the data and then identify it as going to be green, orange or red. So based on that, you'll have to provide access to those models only for, if you want to train a model to get on a healthcare, you're going to, you should not give the patient ID or address or like you can have an age, but these has to be taken out of your system, or I should not be able to get the data for my training, right? So the protection has to be embedded in the data sets or a database layer itself, rather than human doing it. So you'll have to have that policy enforced at data lake level or database level. And then the models only see what is required to be trained. It should not be trained. So that is where like data protection comes into play. And you need to have definitely a human loop. And also there should be an audit happening, right? So today I'm going to tell like this particular column. It can be possible that I rename a column saying there is a PAN card or Aadhaar card. I can just put XYZ, and then it doesn't know that is an Aadhaar card, right? You also need to have a system which can monitor all the data. Is it going to be a Aadhaar? Is it going to be address? And then how are you going to encrypt those things at storage, right? So you'll have to have these red data to be stored at encrypted level rather than storing it as a plain text. So these are like basic things that are necessary for the AI to be trained or like make the integrity of the data as well as the privacy of the data.
Thank you. That's a wonderful insights. Thank you. Coming back to Dheeraj, like, banking is more, regulations, complaints perspective, like, you deal with day in, day out. So how do you prevent complaints from becoming innovation bottleneck? So it is, yeah.
Yes, as you are aware, banking is a daily happening space. Every incident happening in financials or anything is really pinching us. You have seen in recent one, cyber frauds are happening, cyber crimes are happening. Along with that, mule accounts now have come. It's a very big case study. Means you cannot imagine where it is coming from, where it is going. And I'll tell you, these gangs have more technology than the financial sectors. Amazingly, the people are so sophisticated. They have the tools to contact the people, to send the transaction, to receive the money. So that is separate I will talk about. But this teaches us how to deal with the situation. So what we will do, in out of the AI development projects and other thing, of course we have two teams. One is in-house team and other is a vendor partners team, what we are having projects with them. We ensure that the design should be perfect. At least you first work on the design. What we do normally, we work on the checkbox type model, we'll make a model, and then we'll go for a compliance after making that model. But simultaneously, you can put the compliance checks while doing all the processing, while doing all the developments and other thing. This will make your model at least compliant ready. So compliance by design is the first principle that I will go for it. Second one will be your workflows. Your workflows will be such that it should take care of your models, it should take care of your design, it will take care of your process. So once you take these two things, I don't think there will be any compliance issues. There will not be any trust issues. There will not be any security issues. There will not be any breach issues. Second thing, the silent killer for AI models, my takeaway will be the weak data foundations. Those organizations are having weak data foundations, no data frameworks. They will be suffering in lot. And they cannot put the journeys, they cannot put the AI-enabled solution which is scalable and robust and long-lasting. So that is the primary framework where you have to work. Every organization has to work. Like Srini said, training the data sets, I'll come to that. Training data set is very, very important. The training data set, you should give your real-time scenario to that, feed to the engine, but simulated one, synthetic one, not the real data. Because whatever happens, it will happen to that synthetic data. Because AI engines are such that it will take your PI data also. It has a reference to that data. It will pose a security to customer data. So that things organization has to keep in mind. We have to work on that one. We have to ensure the security in financial transactions. We have to ensure the security of the customer data. That is basic need for data security and data integrity and accountability, what you said. Sure. That is my takeaway.
Thank you, Dheeraj. So the last session, I think we need to shift the gears, quick, we have a lot of CXOs here. So one quick advice from you, what should leaders do? In fact, I mentioned next 6 to 12 months. It's not next to 6 to 12 months, next 3 to 6 months. What they need to do is stay compliant without killing innovation. Let's have a, ma'am, you can start.
Can you repeat the question?
So basically, for the CXOs, in the next 3 to 6 months, if you can give an advice, suggestion, what they should do, in the innovation without killing innovation to be compliant.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, as an institution, for our students, we actually have in the curriculum the subjects related to AI. Wherever AI can be used, we include that in the syllabus. And whatever be the subjects, knowledge about LLMs and all, and about the privacy, and about the responsible AI, all these are given as subjects. And these students who come out to the industry, they are going to be working, like he said, we have those students coming out who would go for taking that forward, because they are now aware of what responsible AI is, how privacy should not affect the model, and how they should be efficiently working for the society at large. With that knowledge, we are sure that our students would be able to cater to the requirements of the industry without killing, as you said.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful. So, Vijay, I think you are the right person to say, from coming from the kind of a leader of the cloud. So how the innovation can stay without compromising the compliance?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think as an enterprise, we need to provide a safe playground for employees to work on AI, right? So that is very important. How do you empower your employees to adopt AI in a more secured way, right? So you have enterprise softwares for that, right? So now you have got Kiros from AWS, right? So that is going to be a service that's going to be an assistant for programming. So that is predominantly everyone within my organization are using it, but it is pretty safe. It's not going to go out of your system. So you will have to, the organization has to adopt AI, but also provide or empower your employees that safe playground to innovate, right? So you'll have to do that kind of investments in into getting into cloud providers, which are going to improve the productivity. Like there are QuickSuite is one of an example in AWS service that is predominantly used for data analytics, and then you have Kiro as for the software development, and then there'll be multiple of tools that is available as a service like a Bedrock. So these are all safe playground for an enterprise for the employees to work around to adopt AI and also comply with regulations.
Thank you, Dheeraj, for the more regulated vertical what you have.
Okay. So in my view, the organization which will keep the workflows and design consent as a priority, they will work more on how it should be your design and workflows. They will definitely have an advantage over others in innovation. And the compliance or regulations cannot be a constraint for such organization who wants to develop these models in that way. So you should be very pakka on your designs and workflows. That is one part. Second part, I will tell, compliance and regulators are not there for you breaking your journey. They are there for enabling your journey. I will cite one of the example. In 2008, when there was subprime crisis, all Indian financial market and Indian banks were protected because we have very less exposure to security-led market or mortgage-led market, and RBI regulations was very strict. Here we are very, very conservative in lending, and we only have a good capital adequacy ratios. And regulator is so smart that he does not allow us to deviate from this one. So I don't think compliance is a bottleneck for us, bottleneck for innovation. It will keep us in innovation. That is what my takeaway.
Thank you. I think we are in a, end of the session. So what I wanted to conclude, the history will not remember which company adopted AI first, but it will remember which company did responsibly. Okay, that's most important thing. And as I mentioned in the beginning, in the era of algorithms make decision, but leaders sets the boundaries. As Madam mentioned, leaders sets the boundary. Okay, so ultimately, AI can scale only if you have a trust with the data. Okay, so to end this, what I wanted to say, so the mandate for the leadership is very simple, but urgent, move fast, but govern fast. You need to govern fast. That's important. Amazing panel members. So we have, a few minutes. It's open for question and answers.
So I'm Jairaj, retired from the PSU. So I have a question for Mr. Dinabandhu. Sir, this compliance, data security and privacy starts with compliance. You also said there should be a checks and balances should be there and constant monitoring. How constant the monitoring should be there so that compliance is ensured? Could there be, a pop-up screen, which advises the data operator, rather the engineer who does it, saying that the compliance has not been done or something of that kind? Yeah.
Yes,
the second question about the privacy. The Digital Personal Data Protection Act, of course, is a step forward in ensuring privacy. But is it robust enough to ensure privacy? I'm told Europe has come up with better privacy statutory rules. Can we go for that, or your comments on that also?
Thank you, sir. For your first questions, how is the we can take away the transaction? It is the compliance by nature. There are various thresholds for various things. So it is the transaction by transaction we have to monitor. It is not a monitoring at intervals. It is as and when happens, the incident as and when happens. The modules, the application, the engine should be such that as and when the threshold happens for that one, it will give you alerts, it will give you alarm, it will give you signal to take care of the situation. Second one, regarding what you told, EU Act, AI Regulation Act 2026. Yes, there are very strict norms for what EU has put up for AI-related applications, AI-related entities and other things, and that is a really challenge when we are developing these modules according to that one. So these challenges are very much, and we have to build our system, keeping in view the GDPR, CCPA, or AI Act. I think AI is one of EU. EU is one of the first organizations who has come with AI Act and AI Enforcement Act. Our government is still yet to come, but we have to work hard on that one to be competitive in AI models. That is what my takeaway, sir.
Writing, rather, based on government rules, that will help in regulating things further and also ensuring privacy, data
yes,
privacy.
Yes, sir. That's what I said. Your design should be privacy, to keep in mind privacy. Privacy by design. If your solutions are there, privacy by design, I think most of the compliance you will be completing, and you will be compliant with the regulators. That is one thing. Nowadays, consent management, everything is consent-based. So that privacy plays a very important role in this one. So your model should be privacy compliant.
Can I start? Yeah. So I don't want to mention any companies, but I want to mention the case studies. So similarly, past year, there was a breach attack in Microsoft softwares, like in operating systems. So from NASA till every cloud industries and our stock exchange has been affected. So how AI is going to helpful in data privacy?
I can take it. So, attacks. The main problem with attacks is, right, the malicious, the code that's getting written, right. So it starts with like how are these code reviews are happening, right. So currently, like people are right now using a lot of AI for even coding, right. So that's happening that started happening everywhere, right. So there should be a strong review process on whatever the code that has been written by every developer to be reviewed. There can also be an code review agent, so that's the trend happening. But you will definitely need to have a human in loop before even making the code to prod, right? So that definitely have to be. We are not matured that like every code that is being developed can go to prod without a human review, right? That you can still have an agent, but end of the day, right now you'll have to have a human in loop to make the CI/CD. So that is where I would say, like, you can also have an AI agent that's going to review your code, as well as like if there is a high severe, so it's like more of AI versus AI, how AI can develop software. AI can also predict that that's going to be a malicious like attacks going to happen, and also you have a human in loop who is going to really just do a check on before going into prod. So this has to be part of your software development life cycle right now. That's what I would say.
So I'm talking to you from a consumer point. The consumer who is using the search engine, using the AI and getting an information about a place, probably about Delhi. And the moment he lands in Delhi, that information he gets in a lot of information is the mobile. I'm telling you, this information, what I'm seeking for, I'm willing to pay. But my privacy and secrecy has to be maintained. The purpose of my visit to Delhi or whatever it is, or to London. In this case, the AI can collect some money. The person who is giving me this information can collect a fee from me instead of collecting me the data. Is there any future chances looking at that way so that my secrecy and my information is protected? You can always charge me a fee and answer the questions what I'm asking you for, instead of pushing me the advertisements the moment I land in a particular city. Thank you.
I think we are in a what we call it as a golden age of digital. Okay, so in fact, in our hospital, when we had no internet, no EMR, so we didn't have any issues. After started using EMRs, it's all in the cloud. If some problem with the cloud, hospital cannot run. So, I mean, once you are on the internet, once you started using social media or anything, I think your information is already there actually. So it is like how you prevent, updating your personal information. It's all based on your own, how you handle your personal information. So that's something, it's completely controlled by you actually, today's world. Okay, so I mean, systems are smarter. I mean, the vendors are smarter. So, but we need to be much smarter than them. Otherwise, we will have to face this actually. So any technology revolution, for that matter, any technology, like a 2000 when we had internet, we were talking about so much of, internet issues and all those things. Now we are kind of continuing with that. So, I mean, these are all something how you can kind of control with your personal information. That's what I can tell you. So this is something that's what we call it as a golden digital age. So we can't escape from it actually.
In addition to that, Srini, every application provides you the access to block your things. It is all there. Facebook, you can block your things which can be shared, which cannot be shared. So it is mandatory for the application that consents of the person which data to share and which not lies with you. In regard to what you said, you landed in Delhi. Already you have enabled yourself with GPS. For your enablement, that data is taken for movements and other thing, because you want some application to run over GPS and it will sense your location and other thing. Accordingly, it will throw you the data what is useful to you. So it is both way takeaway.
Sir, plastic was hailed as a great revolution once upon a time, but now it is posing a great threat to humanity. Likewise, do you see AI is a great innovation, but do you see any potential risks to humanity? Though it looks very good, younger generation.
I think you have an answer.
If you kindly elaborate.
I mean, see, there is something called, I mean, I don't know how many of you know, like there is a port in China, it's completely operated unmanned. Okay, there's no person involved in that actually. Okay, so it's completely operated by the AI, and there is a hospital in China, no doctor, no clinical team. Okay, so how we are going to use the AI? It is again controlled by human. Just as someone mentioned, the human link is in between actually. It's all, how you control. So the boundaries are set by human. So that's where we need to be much smarter than them actually. So, I mean, still the human intelligence is much, much needed there actually. Yes, that's what I can probably, if you want.
I'll add. Actually, that is the, what to say, the technology, what it brings us. Human, we are greedy. And we want to develop and we want to find new things and we want to be better than what we were yesterday. And we end up finding out newer things. And the newer things gives us some advantages and they give us several other disadvantages also. And this is the way everything works. In electronics, we used to be having this big computer. Now we are having even within our watch itself a computer of the same capacity. But because of this, we are now bothered about how much of power it's going to be consuming, what battery technology I need to have, and how much of power I should go for saving, what are the battery technologies which are there, fuel cell or any other technology which are going to be even smaller than lithium ion and all. We all go for it. And we go for having the similar way, the research problems we are actually expanding. As we go for advancing by one step, we have 10 other research problems coming up. And the man has to have a problem to solve. And these are the research problems which are adding up to our students, to our research scholars, and they actually do the research and find out newer things. And in the ends up with something else. So this is bound to happen. This is philosophically speaking, this is how the life, the earth has evolved. And the growth of a person has evolved. Everything cannot be ideal because we are not, we are not human beings who are just very satisfied with what we have today. And we want to develop, we want to create new things. And while creating new things, all come with as a package. And we will have to move. And that is why, as a university leader, I would say that the students who are actually studying here, and those students ought to be made aware of what is good, what is bad, even at the time of studying itself, so that they become valuable, good citizens who have good values and good directions, which they themselves set for themselves.
Thank you. I think we are done, I believe. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
A big thank you to all of our distinguished speakers on stage for closing this summit on such a high note. Thank you so much. We really appreciate all of you taking the time to share your expertise with us today. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. I think it's safe to say that the future of tech is bright, and it's wonderful to have been able to share all of these thoughts, insights, and have these discussions both with members of the industry, our audience, and experts as well. With that, we come to the end of the Hindu Tech Summit 2026. Thank you all so much for being with us today and yesterday. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.